Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Request, repay, Repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Denisha Scott, St. David Trailblazers, gracefully moving over hurdles as she powers to the end. Finish Line Sports Club, second and third. But this one goes to Denisha Scott, St. David Trailblazers. We saw Scott compete last year in the combined events. So she's no stranger to the hurdles. She opens the day with a solid performance. 20.16 to win the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Denisha Scott, St. David Trailblazers.
What you're seeing in the background basically is a view of an awesome cruise ship. That means we're in the midst of the tourist season. It is the cruise ship season and there are lots of visitors in Grenada. Now here's what's happening. While that is happening, we are here at the National Stadium for day 2 of the National Championship Games. Here's what's happening. We can break it down for you quickly. Yesterday we had a late start, but we went into the nighttime just a little bit after 8, closer to 9 o'clock, and we got through the day. The lighting, not too much of an issue because, of course, the National Stadium has lights, so we're good with that. What we're looking at today, however, is a more scheduled start. We've started already. Our broadcast is just starting, just to bring you up to speed on a number of things. We have officials coming in. We've got athletes already here. They've been here since very early this morning. We've been here very early this morning. And the track is already laid for the hurdles. We had 100-meter hurdles already, 110 hurdles actually, and the girls are Octathlon. We're going to get you the results on that. in the midst of all of that, we're set up for a really good day of athletics at the National Stadium. Day 2 of the National Championships. Hi everybody, my name is Jason Skeet. On the inside is Leslie Smith. Leslie Smith, he was missing in action yesterday. He had other obligations, but he's here with us today. Leslie, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Jason, and good morning to all of the viewers, wherever you are in Grenada, within the region, in the diaspora, on whatever media platform you're on. We welcome you to the Ariza National Champs at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Stay tuned, it's going to be another day of very exciting competition, Jason, and a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. Our friends at the Met Office, when we checked this morning, did say that today we're going to max out to about 32 degrees, and it's going to feel like 36 outside in the middle. That's the bad news. The good news is things are going to get a little bit cooler as we go through the day, maybe closer to about 2, 3 o'clock, because we are expecting some intermittent showers, and that will cool things down. The athletes wouldn't mind that. It wouldn't be too much of an issue on the track, because this morning when we had the rains, one of the things that we realized is that within 5-10 minutes of the rain subsiding, the track was dry. That's because of the material that is used, of course, and the drainage system that has been improved on this surface. So the track drying out is not an issue at all. No settlement whatsoever, and everything looks nice and smooth. So the weather conditions are absolutely perfect for athletics, Leslie, and I'm anticipating another awesome day.
Well, the weather has a major role to play, a major factor to play in the overall performance of the athletes. Yesterday towards the evening, when it became a little chillier, a little colder, that may have affected some of the performances, but nonetheless, we have an excellent track that is really facilitating great performances from the athletes. This morning is pretty cool. The athletes obviously need a sort of an optimum temperature range for the best performance of the muscles. And so the cooler the conditions may not work in favor of all of the athletes. On the other end of the pendulum, if it's actually too hot, the same thing happens. So we need that ideal temperature, that ideal wind speed as well, be it at the front or the back of the athletes, and all of those excellent conditions that the athletes would require to perform at their best. But nonetheless, it's pristine conditions here, as you've been saying all day yesterday. It's a new track. The performances are excellent. And the stage is set for another exciting day of track and field right here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, well, everybody's been talking about this new track that has been laid. That has been the talk of the town, so to speak, really. And we did a quick review on the track yesterday and brought people up to speed with what to expect from it. The people that laid this track down, Bainan, they're the folks that originally from Germany, bought by a US company, and they've been doing tracks around the world. They've got tracks laid in just about all parts of the USA, in Birmingham, in Germany. So even with American ownership, they've maintained the German technology in the manufacturing and the laying down of these tracks. Now, the track at the National Stadium, the original track, Leslie, has not been lifted. It's still there, but it now forms part of the surface. After that, a coating was placed on it, and then a gluish kind of gummyish coating placed on top of that before this track itself is being laid. So there's a whole lot of bursting energy in this track, what we refer to in athletics as potential energy. What you put in on the track is what you get out, what you're going to get out, and sometimes even double is going to propel you forward. So that's the story behind this track. The athletes that stay on the ball of their feet are going to be propelled further, and for the longer distances, the athletes who run the longer distances, they've got a little bit more cushion to aid on the pressure and the pounding on the lower back. Leslie?
Well, since you're speaking about outstanding performances yesterday, Jason, we did see some really outstanding performances returned by some of the athletes, and we can maybe zero in on a couple of them. We had the 100 meters for the under 20 boys, 10:51 by Samuel Green. Even in the 20 plus, we had a 10:55 by Shavin Charles from the Track Blazers. We saw some very good performances, 21 point something in the junior boys or the under 17 boys, 200 meters. I mean, these are phenomenal performances. A number of our athletes continue to do very well on this brand new track.
Yeah. One of the high points yesterday for me, as you said, was that 10.51. Was it 10.51?
10.51 in the under 20 boys and 10.55.
Yeah, that to me was a really good run, and it was a run. A lot of these times are not with the athletes being fully challenged, right? So there's still a whole lot of room for improvement from these athletes, and this surface, I'm quite sure, the folks who are going to be here for Carifta 51 in Grenada, I'm quite sure they're going to be paying attention to that, knowing what they can possibly do on a surface like this by the time we get to Carifta. But we've still got 2 other championships to decide before we get to Carifta. We've got the primary school championships, and of course, we've got the Mecca Intercall.
So the stage is set for an exciting season of track and field. We've had many of the schools already completing their track and field meets. We're down to the national champs. We have the relay meets coming up. We have the most looked forward to Intercall, and of course we have Carifta on the Easter weekend. So it's actually like a trial run here this weekend for the new track and for the organizers and the officials. And they will have a second go at it at the National Primary Schools Games that's coming up, and also the Intercall Games, all in preparation, I would think, Jason, for the grand finale, which is Carifta 2024.
Yeah, well, that's going to be good. Leslie, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to send it right back to you now, because on the field, we've got the long jump as part of the girls' heptathlon taking place. We're going to zero in on that. I'm going to spend some time down on the field. Of course, we've got some javelin to take place this morning, and we've got some high jump as well. All of that will happen. The field events have been phenomenal here at the National Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. So we're going to zero in on that. I'm going to spend some time down at the bottom, blazing this hot sun, braving this hot sun blaze. And by the time I get back up, I might be 2 shades darker, but you're going to be more informed.
Absolutely, Jason. So we look forward to your expert coverage of the events on the field. And while you make your way around the field, I just want to again zero in on some of the very outstanding performances yesterday. So I mentioned 2 already, but I also want to mention that phenomenal run by Shade John from St. David's Track Blazers yesterday in the 200 meters for the under 17. She returned an impressive time of 24.81. And at that age category, once you can get sub 25, that is something to look out for. Cameron Mathlin of the South City Rising Stars, 21.97. Another very impressive time that was returned yesterday. And Rhea Flanders from the 473 MVP, 12.40 seconds in the under 20 girls 100 meter dash. Another very impressive time. So, as anticipated, the track has really lived up to the expectations. There was a lot of talk about it being a very fast track, a new track with a lot of bounce and speed, and we've seen that. Even our last year Carifta athlete and standard athlete, Shephonia Houston, she did pretty well at 56.75 in the 400 meters yesterday. And Joshim Sylvester of ACE, 47.85 in the 400 meters, another outstanding run on this new track by Joshim Sylvester of ACE Track Club. And Tishana Bascom, a name again that we are pretty much familiar with, but one of the rising stars as well from the St. David's Track Blazers, 12.77 in the 100 meters under 15. So imagine an under 15 going sub 13, again, is pretty much an impressive start and an impressive time for young Tishana Bascom of the St. David's Track Blazers. So we expect a lot more of that today. It's going to be a cracker in the 200 meters for the under 20 boys. We expect a fantastic time to be returned here as well. And several of the other events that are down for today's list of events. So as Jason mentioned, the girls' long jump in the heptathlon is in progress. We also have the girls' javelin throw in the under 17. That's on your screen now. The discus throw under 17 is also taking place. That's in the boys' category. And then we'll also have the 110 meters, I think that went moments ago, in the octathlon for the boys. So girls javelin under 17, we have in this event, we have Shamara Batiste from the Grenville Secondary, Nicola Lawrence of Finish Line, so too is Greshana Ramdeen, Greshana Francis also from Grenville Secondary, Jerry and Guy from Carriacou, Jadsa Mark from Grenada Christian Academy, Arisa Joseph Finish Line, Angel Stanislaus, St. Joseph's Convent, Kenia Philip, also St. Joseph's Convent, South City Rising Stars, Brianna McQueen, Alan Pursue of St. Joseph's Convent, so too is Cassidy Farry, and Greshana Ramdin I mentioned is from Finish Line, and Naomi Jones from the St. David's Track Blazers. So these are the athletes that will be competing in the javelin throw under 17. Going through some of the warm-up paces now. And actually the event has started We will try to give you some updates on that. Once Jason is beginning to get the results, he would provide us with a lot of that during the course of this morning. We'll also try to give you what's happening in the girls' long jump open in the heptathlon. The athletes in the heptathlon: Destiny Langain, Malia Lambert, Azuri Isaac, Casey Walters, Rachel Etienne, Avia Fletcher, Kemia Alexander, Michaela Ramsey, Sophia Cox, and Thalia Dason. I'll also update you on the results overnight in both the heptathlon and the octathlon. So we have Cale Lewis in the boys octathlon. He is currently up front on 2,600 points. Akidon James, he is currently in second on 2,567 points. And Lennon Williams, he is currently in third from Altitude Track Club on 2,426 points. So Cale and Akidon are from the St. David's Track Blazers. We also have Zachary Sylvester from South City Rising Stars. He is in the fourth position on 2,362 points. As we see the athletes for what looks like the 110-meter hurdles in the octathlon getting themselves ready. We'll confirm that with you in a short while. And so these are some of the results that we have in the Octathlon Open for boys. And Shamar Fleming is there on 2,268, Jordani Lewis 2,232, Rondell John 2,040, Jonathan Newton 1997, Jermaine Donald 1,819. So just to recap, the top three: Cale Lewis of the St. David's Track Blazers, he's currently in the lead. Akidon James of the St. David's Track Blazers, he's in second position. And Lennon Williams of Altitude Track Academy, he's in the third position. So the athletes who are currently on screen, these are the athletes that are in the Octathlon for boys 110-meter hurdles. Jordani Lewis of SAS, Rondell John of Finish Line, Cale Lewis of St. David's Track Blazers, the leader in the event, Lennon Williams of Altitude, Zachary Sylvester, South City Rising Stars, and Ronald St. Bernard of the Grenada Boys Secondary. So let's see what happens in this one. Cale Lewis, current leader in the heptathlon. Akidon James of Track Blazers. He is currently in the second position. Lewis is in lane 4. Jordani Lewis in 1. Philip in 2, John in 3, Lewis 4, Williams 5, Sylvester 6, and Bernard in 7. So the up and running is the 110 meters heptathlon for the boys open. Already looking good is Lewis, that's Cale Lewis from the St. David's Track Blazers. He's the current leader in the octathlon, and he's going to win this one very, very easily, very comfortably indeed. And he's going to extend his lead over the rest of the field by winning the octathlon boys 110 meters hurdles. So here the athletes are not only competing for positions, but for times as well. So the positions is not the most significant aspect of these races or events for the multidisciplinary athletes, but it's based on the times that they return, the distances, and the heights as well, for which points are allocated. So from the results of this last event, Cale Lewis, who was already in the lead, will extend his lead over the Akidon John and the Lennon Williams, who are in second and third position at the moment. So the results here: Cale Lewis in first in 16.04 seconds, Ronald St. Bernard of the GBSS second in 18.01 seconds, Jordani Lewis was third from SAS in 19.32. Zachary Sylvester of South City Rising Stars, 20.14. Lennon Williams was fifth from Altitude, 20.22. And Rondell John from Finish Line, 20.58. So the athletes on screen now are the second of the two finals for the Octathlon Boys 110 meters hurdles open. And we will see here in lane one, Joshua Campbell of Finish Line. We would also see Jared Safford, Jumin Donald, Aviel Williams, Kidon James, Jonathan Newton, and Shimar Fleming. Nice conditions down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We see quite some work still to be done on the infield in preparation for some of the major meets upcoming in the track and field season. And again, remind you, it's a brand new track, brand new surface, and excellent results have been returned on this new surface thus far.
David Trackblazers currently sitting in second position, Akedon James. Out of lane number 6, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary, Jonathan Newton. And running on attach in lane number 7, Shamar Fleming.
So today being the final day, we have quite a number of exciting events still remaining. As we see the lineup here again for the second of the two finals in the boys 110 meters hurdles open in the Octathlon. So we have in lane 3, Jermaine Donald, 4, Aviel Williams, 5 is Akedon James, currently in second position overall. And in 6, we have Jonathan Newton. 7 is Shamar Fleming. It's a false start, so they'll have to take this one more time. And I would think the likes of Akedon James might be one of the favorites here by virtue of him currently holding the second position overall. But again, this is not about positions, but it's about times and the points that are allocated based on the times that the athletes return. So for those of you just joining us, we're here live at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Is the Ariza National Track and Field Championships, an event that is used to select various national teams. In particular on this occasion, the Carifta team for Carifta 2024, which is going to be happening right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium on the Easter weekend. And the event that is about to be started here is the second of the two finals for the boys 110 meters hurdles open in the Octathlon event. Again, the competitors here, we have in 3, Donald, 4, Williams, 5, James, 6, Newton, and 7, Fleming. They're up and running now. This time it's a nice clean start. Let's see who emerges over the hurdles first. It looks as though it's the athlete there in the middle of the track. It looks like Akidon James, who is currently in second position overall. Akidon James it is. Missing his stride there now and sprinting towards the finish line was the athlete closing in on him on the inside. That's Jermaine Donald. But I make it Akidon James would have been the overall winner of this event. We will let you know the time momentarily. But again, it's the Octathlon. It's not the specialized event. And we see a lot of improvements that are needed here in the techniques of these athletes. But nonetheless, Akidon James was the overall winner in 17.96. Aviel Williams was second from altitude in 18 seconds flat. Drummond Donald of Fusion was third in 19.25. Shimmer Fleming unattached, she was fourth in 19.73. Jonathan Newton of the GBSS 21.25 for the fifth position. These were the competitors in the event. So wind assisted here, 2.2 meters per second wind, outside of the allowable limit here, and a 17.96 return by Akidon James, who is currently in second position in this Octathlon event. So there are still some events remaining in the Octathlon. We will keep you updated on those. The next event on the track is expected to be the 100 meters hurdles under 17, and that will be followed by the hurdles in the under 20 category for the girls.
He'll be sitting in second and remain there. Today's performances have impacted the third, fourth, fifth position.
As a matter of fact, it's going to be the boys 110 meters hurdles. As the athletes get themselves ready, we should see Jadoni Lewis, Jade Phillip, Rondell John, Kale Lewis. Sorry, we should see Vecchio Hines, Golden Joseph, Shimeon Phillip, Lyndon Gonzalez, Kazim Dubiset, Deshaun Ledlow, Kajon Charles, and Rishon Daniel. These are the athletes that are listed here for the 110 meters hurdles under 17 boys. A fair amount of spectators already here at the National Stadium. We see some sparse populations within the secondary pavilion to the east of the Kirene James Athletic Stadium. The main pavilion has quite a larger number of supporters and spectators, but we expect a lot more people to journey down here at the National Stadium. But if you're at home and you are viewing the broadcast, we welcome you to the broadcast as well. We know that there are some die-hard track and field fans throughout Grenada, the region and the diaspora that are always logged on if they're not able to make it here at the National Stadium. And so we welcome you to the broadcast.
The boys 110 meter hurdles under 17. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1, representing Top Flight Track Club, Vecchio Hines. Out of lane number 2, representing the Altitude Track Academy, Golden Joseph. Lane number 3, representing Classic Lighting Westerhall Secondary, Shaim Phillip. Lane number 4, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Lyndon Gonzalez. Lane number 5, representing Altitude Track Academy, Kazim Dubiset. And lane number 6, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Daishon Ledlow. Lane number 7, Altitude Track Academy, Kajon Charles. And rounding out your field, representing 473 MVP, Rishon Daniel. Your field For event number 83, the boys 110-meter hurdles under 17.
So this is indeed a final event, the 110 meters hurdles under 17. And Jason, we know you somewhere down there on the track. Your expectations for this race, any outstanding athletes that you think we should look out for, or your general expectations on this event?
Well, Leslie, I tell you what, they had a very grueling time yesterday. These hurdles are not very friendly, especially to the younger boys, the under 17s and that kind of stuff. So it is going to take a lot from them. They're required to do a whole lot more, and you would understand why. I think it's going to come down to, they're all basically even Steven, if you're asking me. And I think it's going to come down to who runs the smoother race, not necessarily the better race in this circumstance, but the smoother race. Anybody who clears the first 4 hurdles undisturbed, I think is going to stand the chance to get to the finish line first. Hitting the hurdle does slow you down a little bit. So once the person who clears the first 4 or 5 hurdles undisturbed, I think that is going to make the difference right there. But I'm down at the finish line and I'm waiting to see where it goes.
All right, Jason, this is an event that will be introduced into Intercol Games 2024. So I'm sure the athletes would be assessing themselves as well, their techniques, their form, and gauging maybe the other athletes from the other schools as well. So it's going to be one of those events that we are going to be looking forward to throughout the track and field season. A lot of the coaches had extra work to do to prepare these athletes up to the standard. And to me, it's maybe preparation for what is yet to come down towards the back end of the season. So again, the lineup here, Hines in 1, Joseph in 2, Philip in 3, Gonzalez 4, Dubisset 5, Ledlow 6, Charles 7, and Daniel 8. The officials are getting everything in place for this event. 110-meter hurdles for the under 17 boys. And again, we're going to examine everything in this event, the technique, the poise, their form as they battle here for the goal in this event. It's a finals event. It's an event that we're not always used to here at the stadium, Jason, but it's something that we need to work on. We need to have these equipment all through the parishes so that the athletes can get accustomed to that as well and train with the equipment as well. So the athletes are ready now. The officials has called them to order. They've taken to the track, and we're going to see the boys 110 meters hurdles in the under 17 category. Hines, Joseph, Philip, Gonzalez, Dubisset, Ledlow, Charles, and Daniel. Deep concentration, and there they go, going over the first bar of hurdles here. And looking good as the athlete out there in lane number 3. That's Philip of Classic Lighting, Wester Hall. Seems to be in the lead now is Philip of Wester Hall, with a hop and a couple strides between the bars. And he wins this one comfortable, looking as though it's out of lane number 8, Rishon Daniel of 473 MVP to pick up the second position here. But a comfortable win for Joseph. It is from, Philip, Shaim Philip of Classic Light in Wester Hall Secondary School. As we look back here again, a lot to be developed on the techniques of the athlete, the stride over the bars, and the 1, 2, 3 between the bars as well. So it's just a hop over the bar at the moment. But Shaim Philip of the Classic Light in Wester Hall Secondary, a clear cut above the rest here and winning comfortably in 17.56 seconds. Vecchio Hines, who ran in lane 1 from top flight, he came in second with 18.70. Golden Joseph from altitude in third in 19.03. Cajun Charles of altitude in 19.86. And we had Deshaun Ledlow of finish line 20.06. Gonzalez 21.42. Again, very strong win aiding the athletes today, this morning. But Chaim Phillip of Classic Light in Wester Hall, the winner of the boys under 17 110-meter hurdles.
Hi, all right. With me here now is Shine Phillip. Shine Phillip, you just cleared the hurdles. A good run, Shine. You feeling confident, are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on, talk to me. Don't be afraid. You feeling confident?
Yes,
it was
sir.
a good run.
Yes, sir. It's very good.
All right, you attend the Wester Hall Secondary School. What are you running this year? Sub-junior or junior?
Junior, sir.
You're running junior.
Oh.
All right. Here's what. How has it been preparing for these hurdles? I mean, it's something that's going to be introduced at Intercall this year, and you're fancying your chances?
Yes, sir. So sometimes I've been nervous to jump it, but when I reach at the line, just calm me down. And when I see in front, just stay focused, keep going.
All right, well, that's good. Shine Phillip, thanks a lot. Congratulations, my friend. You did well,
Yes,
and
sir.
all the best. All right, we see you again.
Yes, sir.
All right, that was Shine Phillip. He just clocked it, winning the boys 110-meter under 17 hurdles. Leslie, you've got this.
Well, congratulations indeed to Chaim Phillip of the Classic Light in Wester Hall, the gold medalist in the 110-meter hurdles in the under 17 boys category. And a confident Chaim Phillip indeed. As we get ready for the 110 meter hurdles under 20 boys, it's another final event.
Representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Omario Pope. Out of lane number 3, representing the St. David Trackblazers, Kiel Batiste. Out of lane number 4, representing the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Shermick Gibbs. In lane number 5, also representing Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Jareed Stafford. Rounding out your field, in lane number 6, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, DeAndre Smith. Your field for event number 84, the boys 110-meter hurdles under 20.
They are on the starters orders. 110 meters hurdles under 20 boys. Pope, Batiste, Gibbs, they're up and running here now. Let's see who is hungrier for the victory here now. In the middle of the track, South City Rising Stars, St. David's Trackblazers, in the likes of Kiel Batiste. It's Batiste here, looking good, clipping the bar in the process. And the Kiel Batiste of St. David's Trackblazers, the overall winner here in the boys 110 meters hurdles in the under 20 category. An athlete that maybe expected a lot more of himself, clipped a couple of the bars in the process as we look back here to see what went down in this event. From the go, he was in the lead and was able to maintain that lead throughout. Kiel Batiste from the St. David's Trackblazers. And on the outside, given some challenge too, was in lane 8, DeAndre Smith of Finish Line. But that clipping of the bar in that on that last hurdle here by Batiste maybe is what got him so upset. Jason, a good race indeed. So 16.09 by Batiste from the Track Blazers. DeAndre Smith out there in lane 8, he finished second in 16.66. And Jared Stafford of South City Rising Stars, he was third in 17.56.
Well, we're here with Kyle.
Well, Jason is trying to get a word there with Kyle Batiste, the winner of the 110-meter hurdles in the under 20 boys category. And to let you know that we still have the girls to run the hurdle events.
All right, well, we're here with Kyle Batiste. Yeah, I got your name right. Did very well coming down there, 16.01. You're comfortable with your time?
Not really. No.
You believe you can do a lot better than that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me about this event for you, because yeah, you knocked over a couple of hurdles. Talk to me about your rhythm coming down the street. I realized that you lost it just a little bit. What was the cause of that?
Well, on one of the hurdles I landed flat-footed, so my rhythm kind of went off a little, but as a good athlete, I bounced back and came home with a victory.
All right, well, you just got yourself the gold medal, and want to wish you all the best and keep pushing forward. You're at the National College, so I can't say that we're going to see you for Intercourt, but I'm quite sure we're going to be seeing you in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, let's Kyle Batiste, 16.01. The boys 17 and over, 100-meter hurdles.
By Batiste to win the 110-meter hurdles for the under 20 boys. And the next event on the track is the 400 meters for the under 17 girls. So the track has been cleared at the moment from the hurdles, and that is going to be another good event in the under 17 girls category. Some big names in that lineup as well, and we expect some great running from the under 17 girls in the 400 meters. It's the preliminaries. There are going to be 2 preliminaries for this event. We have some high jump going on at the moment as well. The boys category looks like the under 17 boys. We'll try to get some results for you momentarily. So we're off to a good start here on day 2 of the Ariza National Championships at the Grenada James Athletic Stadium. Notwithstanding we had a late start yesterday, today things are up and running smoothly. The officials, the athletes are all ready. And it's a good day to come on down and join us here at the Grenada James Athletic Stadium for exciting track and field. We know how much Grenadians love their track and field. A lot is happening internationally as well. We have the Indo Championships going on. We have some events throughout the region as well. So a very impressive performance yesterday from Julian Alfred out of St. Lucia, winning St. Lucia's first international gold medal. Time I think it was 6.95 seconds in the 60 meters. Another first was for Dominica, first gold medal in these events as well in the triple jump, 15.01 meters. That was recorded. So it was a bang bang, a 1-2 for the Eastern Caribbean at the World Indo Championships yesterday, and those athletes must be commended and congratulated for putting the OECS on the map, for putting their countries on the map, for putting the Caribbean on the map as far as the Indo World Championships are concerned. Julian Alfred, much was expected from her, and she delivered big on the day, and the whole of St. Lucia, I'm sure, is reeling in her success from yesterday and celebrating through the length and breadth of that island. The Caribbean is also celebrating because we've all been following Julian Alfred on the collegiate circuit last year. She had a very, very impressive season, world leading times, and also this year world leading times as well. And it augurs well for her in preparation for the Olympics, which is upcoming. Also happening is the shot put event. Boys shot put. And there's also javelin event going on at the same time. We're trying to get some of these updates for you. Well, the track has been prepared for the 400 meters dash in the under 17 girls. The character standard here is 56.50 seconds. The games record 55.50. Kashera George, many of us would remember her from the late 90s. That record was established actually in 1999. And the national record here, an impressive 50.64 seconds, established in 2007 by none other than Hazelin Regis. And she has done very well for Grenada on the international circuit, winning here in Grenada at the CSC Games as well, and been a really, really standout athlete for Grenada over the years. An impressive time of 50.64 seconds set in 2007. So for these two preliminaries, the top two from each of the heats would go forward, plus the next 4 best times. Remind you the character standard here, 56.50. It's going to be a real effort from any of these athletes to achieve that standard, but let's see what happens when they face each other on the track. Jason, I know you're making your way around the track, and as we get ready for the 400 meters under 17, your impressions of what is happening down there, and either on the track or on the field? So while Jason is making his rounds, just to let you know that there are several events, both on the track and on the field, remaining on day 2. We have some exciting 200 meters in the under 20 boys category. We have some 400 meters also in the under 17 category, 100 meters in the under 13s, also the under 11s. We saw some impressive running yesterday by these under 13s and under 11s. The boys long jump under 17, the girls 100 meters under 17, high jump open. These are the competitors now getting themselves ready for the 400 meters in the under 17 girls category. This is heat 1 of 2. Top 2 would automatically qualify, and then the next 4 best times from the 2 preliminaries would join the top 2 finishers in each of the preliminaries.
Number 45, the girls 400 meter dash under 17. This is heat number 1 of 2. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Kayla McIntyre. Lane number 3, representing the Velocity Track Club, Arisa Regis. Running out of lane number 4, representing the 473 MVP, Denaya Modeste. Out of lane number 5, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Chadija Walcott. Running out of lane number 7, representing the Grenville Secondary School, Raquela Charles. And running out of lane number 8, representing Grenville Secondary, Antonia George. Your field for heat number 1 of 2 in the girls 400 meter dash under 17.
Well, some interesting expressions on the faces of these athletes as they've been featured here on the camera and getting some international recognition, I would say, as well, as they get ready for the event, the first of two preliminaries in the 400 meters under 17 girls. Of course, they would want to run the best here in this preliminary and get some rest and recuperation for the finals later on this evening. They would want to measure the approach as well. Two athletes here out of the Grenville Secondary School. So we have here Regis, Modeste, Walcott, Joseph, Charles, and George. There they go, they're up and running here. It's the 400 meters under 17 girls, the first of two preliminaries. Making up the stagger nicely here, looks like the athlete there in lane number 4, that's Denaya Modeste of 473 MVP. Also looking good is the athlete from Finish Line. Just about completed half of this race at the 200 meter mark now and rounding the turn here to enter into the home straight. It looks like Shadija Walcott of Finish Line in a good position here. Out there in lane 3, but from the Grenville Secondary, out there in lane 7, it's Rakela Charles. Rakela Charles is currently in the lead here. She's going to get some challenge here now from the MVP, 473 MVP. But Michaela Charles is going to hold out here and secure a spot into the finals. The top two automatically qualifies. So Rakela Charles and Denaya Modeste would be the two automatic qualifiers. The others would have to wait to see what happens in the second of the two preliminaries. But a tired Rakela Charles from the Grenville Secondary School would have secured her position into the finals. So the time here, 63.2 seconds by Rakela Charles and 63.5 seconds by Denaya Modeste of the 473 MVP. And Arisa Regis of Velocity came in third. Remember, the top two would qualify automatically, so Arisa Regis would have to wait a little longer to see what happens in the second of the two preliminaries. So Denaya Modeste, who placed second, obviously had a better time coming into this event. She came in with a 61.03. Today she ran 63.5. So let's see what she would do in the finals. She has qualified for the finals. So the non-automatic qualifiers would have to do better or come just after 64.3, which was the third place finisher in this event. As you see, the competitors for the second of the two preliminaries making their way onto the track now. And they will be assigned their lanes. They will take up their lanes and get ready for the second of the two preliminaries.
And in just a few moments, we'll also see the Octathlon boys competing in their 6th discipline, the high jump open.
So we've seen some more athletes out of the Grenville Secondary School.
Event number 45, the girls 400 meter dash under 17. This is heat number 2. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1, representing the St. David Trackblazers, Anna Maria Paul. Out of lane number 2, representing the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, Samara Noel. Running out of lane number 4, she's representing the 473 MVP, Emma McIntosh. Running out of lane number 5, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Annie Logie. Running out of lane number 6, representing Grenada Christian Academy, Shabina Lewis. And ladies and gentlemen, rounding out your field, lane number 8, representing Grenville Secondary School, Talia Nayak. Your field for event number 45, Heat 2 in the girls 400-meter dash under 17. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
Well, the girls are here and they're ready for their preliminary event. They're on the starters' orders. We have Noel, McIntosh, Logie, Lewis, and Nayak. Emma McIntosh, want to look out for here in lane number 4, representing 473 MVP. We know of the abilities of the McIntosh family. It's unfortunate we don't have an Aidan McIntosh with us here this year at the national championships. But Emma McIntosh is here. She's running in lane 4 for the MVP track club. They're back on the starters' orders. There she goes. Measure of concentration. They're up and running now with the start of heat number 2 of 2 in the 400-meter dash under 17 girls. As they go around that first turn here to complete the first 100 meters. McIntosh looking good there in the middle of the track in lane number 4. St. Joseph Convent on the inside is also looking good in the likes of Samara Noel. Noel is in the lead at the moment, running for St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. She's running out of lane 2. McIntosh is beginning to motor on nicely as she comes around the turn now. Emma McIntosh. And she has St. Joseph's Convent to deal with on the inside, but St. Joseph's Convent Grenville is still in the lead here with about 80 meters to go. SJC Grenville, McIntosh of MVP. We also have South City Rising Stars. Finish line is also there, but it's going to be Samara Noel of the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville. McIntosh should pick up the second automatic position here, and it looks as though the athlete in lane number 5, Anne Logie of the Grenada Christian Academy, who would have to wait to see what the times are as to whether or not she would, and what lane she would get. She would automatically qualify because we know the second best 4 times, and I'm sure she would be amongst that. But it was a good run for Samara Noel of Convent Grenville, running out of lane 2, who ran a very measured race. McIntosh, almost at the same pace throughout the race, would pick up the second automatic position. But as we see here, Samara Noel of Convent Grenville, an easy victory here for and securing a position into the final. So Sabina Lewis of the Grenada Christian Academy, she would have to wait to see. She would make it through with a much better time. This was a much faster race than the previous one. So we have a time of 60.03 seconds here. The previous event was a 63-second event. And so I believe most of the automatic qualifiers, or 2 of the automatic qualifiers, comes from here. And 2 of the second best times will also come from this event in Sabina Lewis of the Christian Academy and Annie Logie of Finish Line Sports Club, having returned better times than the previous event.
Just a second shy of that. Seems this field was pretty fast. So Shabina Lewis and Annie Logie, they ought to make it into this afternoon's finals.
So
Time will tell for Nayak and Paul.
the next event on the track is expected to be the 400 meters in the under 17 boys category. This is expected to be a very good event. We saw some very impressive times yesterday, both in the 100 meters and the 200 meters. In the under 17 category. The boys are taken to the track now. Have some well-known names in this event. Ethan Ogis of the Presentation Brothers College and Finish Line, he's there. So too is Mathlin of South City Rising Stars. Mathlin has been very impressive yesterday, In the 200 meters, 21.97 he did.
We'll see 2 heats in this event. Once more, the top 2 will advance automatically to the finals, followed by the next 4 best times. The boys are chasing a Carifta standard of 49 seconds.
Well, I can tell you, we will definitely keep our eyes on Cameron Mathlin. We've just saw the Carifta standard being 49 seconds flat, and he comes in with a season best time of 49.98. So we want to see what he can do to make that Carifta, if he can lower his best time and get into the Carifta team by vote for the 400 meters.
Running out of lane number 3, representing Grenada Christian Academy, Malton Lindsay. Running out of lane number 4, representing Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Cameron Mathlin. Out of lane number 6, representing the McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. And rounding out your field, representing Fusion Athletics, running out of lane number 8, Caden McQueen. Your field for heat number 1 of the boys 400-meter dash under 17.
Well, there you have it, the starting lineup. And again, I say it's going to be a very interesting race. It should be a very fast race. We look to see what comes out of lane 4 in Cameron Mathlin. He has been very impressive, as I said earlier on, in the 200 meters. Already would have secured a position on the Carifta team for that event by virtue of meeting the Carifta standard. There is here a measure of concentration. Some disturbance here for the entire field, so they've been called up. Cameron Mathlin, one of the emerging talents in the 2024 season. Also a student at the GBSS. Ethan Ogis from Finish Line is also there. He's in lane 5. So he's not there, he's scratched, as a matter of fact. We have from McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas. In lane 8, we have Caden McQueen of Fusion. 2 athletes from the Grenada Christian Academy, Khalil John and Marlon Lindsay. Seems to be ready one more time and called on the mark by the starters. Carifta standard 49 seconds, the games record 47.1. They're up and running this time, a nice clean start to the first of 2 hits in the 400-meter dash under 17 boys. Mathlin already making up the stagger on McDonald College. Cameron Mathlin looking good indeed. Look at how he's pouring down the back straight here. Mathlin is out to do some damage on this track here today at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. He's already in the lead with 200 meters to go. And rounding the bend, maintaining good form, is Cameron Mathlin of the South City Rising Stars. He's out there all by himself. he can actually shut it down now and save himself for the finals later on. But Cameron Martin is the man with a mission here today. He's running for all his worth here. No need to do that. It's just the preliminary stage. But a comfortable and impressive win here for Cameron Maslin of the South City Rising Stars. A flash time of 49.5 seconds. Let's see what the official time would be. But a great run indeed here by Cameron Maslin of the South City Rising Stars. As we look back to the final 100 meters of this event here, Maslin rounding the turn all by himself here. No challenge whatsoever from the rest of the competitors. He left them in the dust, so to speak, and was running for all his worth here in this only the preliminaries in the 400 meters under 17 boys. But a good run indeed by Cameron Maslin. After running at 21.97 yesterday in the 200 meters, he has returned at 49.47 seconds in the 400 meters. Second was Caden McQueen of Fusion, 52.39. Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College was third in 53.4. But an impressive run of 49.47, his season best, so to speak, having come in with a time of 49.98 seconds. Caden McQueen will pick up the second automatic position from the Fusion Athletics Club. And he ran out of lane 8. .39 for McQueen. And a 53.40 for Tyreek Thomas. So Tyreek Thomas would have to wait to see what happens in the second preliminary. The athletes of the high jump for the Octathlon and getting themselves ready. It's always good to see the U17s running sub 50. So 49.47 in the preliminaries is indeed impressive already. We look to see what happens in the second heat for the 400 meters under 17 boys.
Track Club, Shamu. Andrew, running out of lane number 4, representing Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Josh Thomas. Running out of lane number 6, representing the Grenville Secondary School, Dorel Daniel. Out of lane number 7, representing Grenada Christian Academy, Kimal Murray. And rounding out your field, lane number 8, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tevez Lewis. Your field for heat number 2 of 2 in the boys 400 meter dash under 17.
So we have Andrew, Thomas, Daniel, Murray, Lewis. Lane 3 is scratched. So 2 is lane 5. Josh Thomas from South City Rising Stars. Want to look out for. He came in with a 52.42.
Andrew of Top Flight, he's off to a good start. Josh
so
Thomas,
there they go.
South City Rising Stars.
Josh Thomas is there.
Well.
As I said, he came with a 52.42. And he's running for the South City Rising Stars. We have an athlete from SAS, Tevez Lewis, out there in lane 8. Coming around the bend here now to enter into the home straight, but on the inside too from the Top Flight Track Club is Shamar Andrew. Andrew actually emerges ahead of the rest of the field. Out there in lane 2, Shamar Andrew of Top Flight Track Club. And here comes Josh with a run back here. Josh Thomas from South City Rising Stars, a good run back indeed. Josh Thomas it is with a unique style and technique here. Secures a position into the final. And it looks as though it was Kimmel Murray of the Grenada Christian Academy who will pick up the second automatic spot into the finals. An interesting style here, running slow and sprinting towards the finish line, towards the the last 80 meters of the event. As we see her coming around the turn, it was indeed Shamar Andrew of Top Flight Track Club who was in the lead here, and it was at this point when Josh Thomas made his move and was able to power himself, go past Andrew to win the automatic position here. And towards the far end in lane 7, it was the Grenada Christian Academy, Kimmel Murray, who got the second position. So Josh Thomas, 51.64, and Kimmel Murray, 51.91. These are the two automatic qualifiers. And Ashamoy Andrew, who came in third, we will look to see what time he returned to see 53.08. So Caden McQueen in the first seat had a faster time, so Caden is automatically in. And I would think also that Dorrell Daniel of the Grenville Secondary School with 53.08 would be another of the second or four fastest to make it to the final. So we will provide you with the finalists when we have it. And Jason is down on the field. Jason is covering some of the events. Jason, the high jump for the Octathlon is about to be started, and there are some other field events. Anything on the field, Jason, that you'd want to keep us up to date on?
Yeah, well, basically, yes, you're correct. The boys heptathlon, that's the high jump, that's going to start in a little while. And then, of course, we're also monitoring the boys under 17 discus throw. Now, there is some interesting stuff happening there, because out in front in the boys under 17 is Stefan Strawn. He's a Form 4 student of the Presentation Brothers College. And his best throw was his third attempt that went for 33.76 meters. He forego his last attempt, didn't throw. So in the final round of throws, he still had the best throw of 33.76 meters, and that's going to get him the gold medal in this event. Coming in second with a best of 31.68 meters was Nikhil Abraham of South City Rising Stars. By the way, Stefan Strawn is from 473 MVP. And coming in third was, with a distance of 29.86, was Amari Neal of the Bishop's College. So Neal of Bishop's College coming in third. In second, we had a good throw of 31.68 from Abraham, and Stefan Strawn 33.76, which he delivered on his second attempt. He's been a consistent 30s, this Stefan Strawn. Basically 31, 33, 33, thereabouts. So he has been consistent in his 33s. It doesn't get him to the character standard, which is just about 9 meters away, which is 44. But nonetheless, he has picked up the gold medal here today. So congratulations to him. That's the details in the boys javelin, the boys discus throw, sorry, under 17. Stefan Strawn winning with a distance of 33.76. Leslie?
Thank you, Jason, for keeping us up to date on what's been happening out there in the field, and congratulations to Strawn of the MVP Track Club on winning this event. As we're getting ready for event number 47, the girls 100 meters under 11. And as soon as they're ready, we're going to call this one for you. But the preliminaries are going quite nicely. We're seeing some
so the boys are going to be starting at a height
good
of
races.
1.50 meters.
And there's a lot more to come here at the Ariza National Championships, Track and Field Meet 2024. Very significant in the Grenada Athletics Association calendar of meets. This event is always a forerunner and an event where national athletes are selected for various events, including the Carifta Games, although many would argue the Carifta team, based on the deadlines that they have to meet, would have been submitted. And so this is really a test and a gauge for a lot of the athletes in terms of measuring themselves against each other, getting race ready, so to speak, for many of the other meets that are upcoming. And last year, Grenada continued with its impressive performances of at Carifta, and we expect much more this year. We're bringing it home. The games will be held right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And so our athletes have been in training for quite some time now. and we expect maybe one of our better performances in recent years on home soil at Carifta Games 2024. So Jason, we know that the high jump in the Octathlon is about to be started, and there is also some other events on the field that would start in a while. But we're getting ready for the 100 meters in the under 11 girls. And we're also going to be speaking with some of the persons who are able to make the sports meet in 2024 possible, our proud sponsors. They're going to be here with us shortly to share with us some of the exciting news from their institution, as well as their commitment to the games and how satisfied they are with what has been happening. We're going to have a nice little chat with our proud sponsors momentarily while things are being organized. Remind you that the broadcast of the Ariza National Championships has been done by TNR Communications, and of course Ariza Credit Union being the title sponsor of this event for another year. So what we're going to do now, while we wait for the events to start, and we're going to segue between the events and speaking with the distinguished representative from Ariza who has joined us here in the studio. I want to welcome to the microphones of TNR Communication, Ms. Josephine Walters, who is the Marketing and Communications Officer at the Ariza Credit Union. Ms. Walters, good afternoon and welcome to your games.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith, and thank you. My games, what a thing to see.
Yeah, when I say your games, of course, our games, the Ariza National Championships 2024. So this is a commitment from Ariza, and first of all, I want to say how grateful I think the entire of Grenada is for the contribution that Ariza is making to track and field. But give us a sense from Ariza, why did you want to get involved in a championship like that?
Well, this involvement this commitment started even before I started with Ariza. It is over a decade old. And when you look at what it does for the athletes, you can understand why Ariza would want to do this. Because Ariza prides itself on taking care of the communities in which we operate, on looking out for the holistic person, as opposed to just deposits and loans. It's not just about that, the products and services that we offer you. It's about the whole person. And what better way than sport? So I think it was a simple decision to make. Looking at the meet, though, having observed it, I know we're going to get into that, but you can understand even more so why. I am just thrilled with what I see. Now, I won't tell you which club. Don't ask me to do that. But I came here back in a club.
Well, I wouldn't want to put you on the spot for sure.
No, you can't. I won't. I came here supporting a club, truly. But I find myself just supporting good performance. I find myself just rooting for any and every athlete who I see making the effort, because I see it there, and it's beautiful. It says so much. And this whole event is reminding me of why we say it takes a village to raise a child. Because this goes way beyond the parents. The clubs must be applauded and commended for the work that they do with these young people. I was speaking earlier with Coach Denise Williams, who we know has given yeoman service to Grenada. She broke my heart a few times when St. David's ran away with the trophy, right? Leaving Tantine Bullets wondering what happened. But that's all right. We just like good performances. And to see these athletes move on. But I remember when Kirani James himself was involved with Speed Zone. That was his club at the time. And when he first had to travel, little young boy, he was supported by his club. Clubs play a pivotal role in the development of the athlete. And when you go beyond the school, because in other sports meets, I mean, you would look forward to intercall and so on, but that's the school. What happens after that? The feet are not weary, the hands are not tired, they can still do what they can do, and what forum is there for that? What's the platform for this? So we could sit back as corporate entities, and we can all complain maybe about what we see young people doing or not doing. But what are we doing to help them to do better is the question. And so this is part of what we're doing to help them to do better.
Right, so we're going to come back to that, Ms. Walters, especially the impact that Ariza's contribution is making towards these young people. But we have an event that is about to be started, and I'm sure you may have a favorite there as well, which you would not disclose.
No.
But by virtue of what you said in the conversation you had with Ms. Williams, I think you may have given away your preference or your club that you are supporting. But
I did not give away anything.
But that's you're correct. You didn't say, but it's just my own synopsis of what you said. So, Ariza, we know, is an institution in financial circles, and you have chosen to put your money behind young people in sport. And of course, you would have expectations out of these meets for these young people. So we're going to come back to look at what Ariza's expectations are in terms of the quantum of money you've put behind these games and how it's going to impact these youngsters who are on track today. So we're going to go trackside now to look at the 100 meters in the under 11 category, the girls category. The youngsters are out there. They're on the big stage on a brand new track, so to speak. We have in lane 3, Jazzy and Johnson of Velocity. In 4, Jaden John of MVP. Lane 5, also from MVP Zaria. And Natalia McKnight of Classic out there as well. But there they go, the 100 meters, the first of 3 preliminaries. And looking good is the athlete Jazaya Johnson from Velocity Track Club. She qualifies automatically. And then we had in lane 4 from the MVP, Jaden John, who would have picked up the next automatic qualifying position. But Ms. Walters, before we go on to the contribution, it's good to see the youngsters on the big stage and making their mark as well.
It is wonderful. In fact, I have a name here that I couldn't, this young man stole my heart yesterday. Wayne Clovey. He left everything on the tracks.
A young man who was competing amongst much bigger persons than he was.
And he just gave it all out there. I have to meet him. In fact, I want to meet him today.
So, Mr. Clovey, Ariza may have something special for you. It might be a mug, it might be an envelope, we never know. But Ariza wants to meet with you.
Remember, this, though, is a personal thing. This is me just being so impressed with this young man that I really want to meet him.
So, Jazaya Johnson, she returned a time of 15.2 seconds, an automatic qualifier. And then we have Zaraya Barrett of 473 MVP, 15.63. Another of the qualifiers. There are going to be 3 preliminaries in this event as we see the athletes getting ready for the second one. But Ms. Walters, again, what is the expectation from Ariza for these youngsters who are competing here over the 2 days?
Do your best. Good sportsmanship, good camaraderie. Know that your feet can take you a very long way. Where sometimes academics can't, your legs and your arms can. And so we want them to take full advantage of the opportunity afforded them here.
So that's a huge corporate responsibility that Ariza has for these young people. And I'm sure your encouragement would be for other corporate entities to do likewise. But we're going to get your response at the end of the race. As we see here, an almost a full lane here. We have in lane 2, Hamilton, in 3, Simon, in 4, Abraham, 5, Modest, 6, Gilbert, and 7, Derricks. Second of 3 preliminaries. There they go. The under 11 girls sprinting here in the middle of the track. It looks as though it's the athlete Zariah Abraham of Velocity Track Club, but she has good competition from MVP 473. They're going to be battling here now, but it looks as though it's Zariah Abraham of Velocity Track Club in lane 4. The two of them would be the automatic qualifiers, and she had good challenge from Tavia Modest of the 473 MVP. As we see here, nice good start to take them down the track, and they came out in a flash. They were very close to each other in lanes 4 and 5, and a measure of concentration. They look at the concentration on the face of Zariah Abraham in the white top here. She was really, really focused, and she was able to edge past Tavia Modest of MVP 473 to be the winner of the second of the 3 preliminaries. It's always a pleasure to see these youngsters,
Yes, it
and
is.
how well prepared they are as well.
It's absolutely delightful. They're so focused. They're out for this win, and they're going for it with everything that they have. I'm loving it.
Yeah, so very quickly before we go to the next one, what do you think the role of corporate Grenada has to do with the development of young people through sports?
But I believe that corporate Grenada knows that role. And so, but you have 3 broad areas. You have sports, education, culture. And so these are areas that you find us contributing. It may be heavily weighted one way for one and another way for another. But you do find that we come out and do what has to be done. Can more be done? That's the question that maybe other corporate entities have to answer.
Well, Arisa has been around this event for a number of years. You care to share on Ariza's continued commitment to these games? We take it right after the event, as we have 2 athletes in the final of the 3 heats in the under 11 girls 100 meters. We have in lane 3, Arisa St. Clair, and also in lane 5, we have Kaya Pay. But it's St. Clair, it is from South City Rising Stars. St. Clair is going to have an easy victory here and qualifies automatically. So too would be Kaya Pay of the Sprinters Athletics Club. Only 2 of them is in this event, so 2 automatic qualifiers into the finals as well. But again, I'm so impressed to see how prepared and how focused these youngsters are for the events at the under 11 category. As we look back here now, we see the winner of the event, that's St. Clair, really pushing herself hard for the victory here to qualify into the finals. As a matter of fact, she has the fastest time, 14.61, going into the finals.
Yep.
So she's one definitely to look forward to into the finals later on this afternoon in the girls' 100-meter dash. So, Ms. Walters, back to you here with Ariza's corporate responsibility. We see Ariza in the news all the time. We see Ariza in the community. We see Ariza today at the National Stadium. And I wanted to get a feel for Ariza's continued commitment to these games.
But first, allow me to congratulate Arisa. As I said, that was
Is her mom working at the credit union?
No idea. Not that I know of. But such focus. You can see a lot went into her preparation. As Kirani would say, stay in your lane, right? She was minding her business coming down there, and I wasn't surprised that the result, 14.61, is excellent.
Let me ask you a question. What is your experience in sports, in school, in community? Were you an athlete, a netballer, a cricketer? Were you involved? Or were you in administration, a good cheerleader? Where were you involved?
I ran a good 3-legged race.
Wow, that's St. Joseph's Convent.
You know that's what it is. No, I just love sport.
Were you around when SJC was dominating?
Oh,
Intercor?
yes. Listen to me. I would be there cheering for Jacinta Bartholomew. Go, Jacinta, go. Go, Jacinta, go. Yeah, man. Those were the glory days.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all do, both on the track and in the long jump pit as well. She was just an outstanding athlete. But even today, SJC St. George's do have some outstanding athletes.
Yes,
we have Chefonia Houston, who is a national athlete and who has been doing well for Grenada, even at the Character Games. And she ran well yesterday as well.
I didn't have a look at her. I'm looking out for her again today. So you see, I really can't tell where my heart is, eh? You can't.
The girls on the hill.
All the girls on the hill.
As we get set for the next event, we'll come back with Ms. Walters in a while. We have the boys under 11, the first of 3 preliminaries. Nice setup here as they're up and running. 473 MVP is there, so too is out there in lane 7, finish line. It looks as though it's finish line who's in the lead here in Christian Samuel. Christian Samuel wins comfortably. In second, it looks as though it was Joel Theodore of Velocity Track Club, but a very powerful run here by the youngster from the Finish Line Track Club, Christian Samuel. And he's actually running in socks. He's not even using the spikes here, the athletic spikes. And he was able to comfortably win this one to secure a position into the final. Christian Samuel of the Finish Line Sports Club. Really distancing himself away from the rest of the field. As we saw the athlete here in lane 6, it was Joel Theodore of Velocity Track Club would have picked up the second automatic qualifying position. And on the inside, from MVP, Kalon Johnson, he would have to wait to see what happens in the remaining events to know if he's into the finals. So, Mr. Walters, before you go, I was asking you about the continued commitment, and maybe we could do an evaluation of some sort of yesterday and what has happened today. How satisfied you think you are with what has happened with the organization and the interest that this particular games continues to stir up amongst track and field fans?
You know, what I have to say for this is, we appreciate Intercall. We look at the athletes and what they bring to our homes. For some of us, it's just when we get home that we can pick that up. Or you come and you enjoy the games. What happens beyond Intercall is my question. And this is what happens beyond Intercall. And this is what happens in preparation for character. And so this sports meet is very important. It is so important to the athletes. If we understand it, I think we would come out even more and support them. I encountered a parent yesterday whose son is 20. He's running for the love of it. She was not going to be able to see her son run. He's not in secondary school anymore. What do they do when they move on to TAMCC, move out of the secondary school? It is the clubs that they depend on. And we know of some clubs that have taken children from off the blocks and given them a home and some hope. And if we could give you a home and a hope, and hope, why not?
Indeed, and I quite agree with you. The club structure, especially in track and field, amongst all the sports, I think has been doing a fantastic job for these youngsters, both those who are in school and those who have left school. We know of the Ace Track Club in St. Andrews, for example, who most of their athletes are those who have left school. We have the 473 MVP in St. George's, the South City Rising Stars, who have quite a number of athletes, track blazers from St. David's as well. And so the birth or the rebirth of these clubs have really added a lot more for these track and field athletes to look forward to.
The rebirth, and that is what we need to focus on. So we need to get out there, and we have to understand too that this is a lot of volunteerism. So it also means, so some of these athletes may not go on further. They may not go to a school in the US or further afield, Jamaica, but it means they can stay here and actually assist the younger ones to do even what they didn't do, to do better than they did. And so you can see the life of it. And I really have to applaud the clubs for this, because as I say, the secondary school, you have that discipline, you have your teachers, you have your sports mistress, sports master, like we had Miss Pilgrim and so pushing us, and you know, I was a good cheerleader. That was about it. I was in the choir, right? Call me to sing any day, and that was my thing. But I made up the songs, actually. I wrote some of these songs that we sang during Intercall. We had a good time there. But beyond the secondary schools, and this is what we have to look at, what happens? You can drop out of society completely. You were running beautifully, and where are you today? I looked at Samuel Green yesterday, and Tyreek, and I mean, these guys thrilled me. And Ethan Sam.
Ethan Sam, yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? It was good stuff. it is good stuff today, and I'm very proud to be associated with the organization that allows this to happen.
Indeed, indeed, and there's lots more exciting and fast events remaining today. We're talking here with Josephine Walters, the Marketing and Communications Officer of the Ariza Credit Union, our proud sponsors. Ms. Walters, any final comments before you leave?
Just to wish all of the athletes well, an injury-free meet, to say thanks to all of the volunteers, everybody giving up their time today, who gave up their time yesterday, from the physicians right down to the groundsmen and everybody who makes this work. And again, to call out the clubs, because they're giving Grenada human service. We may not realize what they're doing by pulling these children into a sort of formal setting to channel their energies into something that is going to be fruitful. It can only be a fruit for them and for Grenada. So I just want to wish them a successful meet, and that the prize to the one who wants it.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we've been speaking to Ms. Josephine Walters, the Marketing and Communications Officer of the Ariza Credit Union, the proud sponsors of the Ariza Track and Field National Championships 2024. And we want to say a special thank you to Ariza for their continued support to these games, and wish them well, and hope that they will remain with the games for as long as we can possibly envisage, and that their contributions continue to grow.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much for having me. It's been my pleasure. And I think you were wondering where my knowledge of sports came from.
Well, obviously, you've been following. Most Grenadians are avid fans and sports lovers. And it's good to know that you have been following over the years, to be able to call some of the athletes' names and to follow them as well. That's indeed impressive. So again, we want to thank you and say a special good evening to you, and hope you remain and enjoy the rest of the games today.
Thank you, and same to you. I will remain.
Thank you. So we move back to trackside. We have some more events. We have the third of the 3 preliminaries in the under 11 category, 100 meters. The athletes are getting themselves ready, and any moment now we will see the start of this event. We expect
from yesterday and new record holder in the 200 meter under 11 boys, Ronan Lessie. He's going to be competing in this section.
So the boys under 11, one to look out for is the athlete in lane 3, Lessie, who was very impressive yesterday, establishing a new record in the 200 meters out of the St. David's Track Blazers. He comes from a family with a rich history in track and field, and is living up to expectations in 2024.
Representing Classic Lighting, South St. George Government, Marlon Alexander. Lane number 2, also from Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School, Daquan Desant. Running out of lane number 3, representing the St. David Track Blazers, Ronan Lessie. Out of lane number 4, representing Velocity Track Club, Eric Antwine. Out of lane number 5, representing Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Shady Belgrave. Lane number 6, representing Sprinters Athletics Club, Kimmall Hall. And running out of lane number 7, representing Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Trevon Langdon.
There you have it.
For section 2 of 3 in the boys 100.
Starting lineup for the second of the 3 finals in the 100 meters under 11 boys. And again, keep your eyes on the track and look out in lane 3. Very impressive youngster here. And one of the talking points, one of the names that have emerged from this Ariza track and field meet in 2024. He's about to do something special. He would indeed receive challenge from Alexander and Desant and Antwine and Belgrave and Hall and Langdon. But it's good to see the youngsters, especially those out of the primary schools, getting an opportunity on the big stage on a brand new track at the Kiriani James Athletic Stadium, amongst hundreds and thousands of fans, international coverage, as it's been brought to you by TNR Communications. And these youngsters would look back to that and show some appreciation to what the Grenada Athletics Association has been doing or has done for them. They can look back in future years and really, really have some appreciation of that. Again, you see one of the athletes here in the socks in lane 2. That's Dequan Descent of as they've been called by the starters. They're on the mark. And they're up and running. Looking good already is Leslie in lane 3. And taking the lead very early is Leslie in lane 3. But he's getting good challenge on the inside from Descent. But Leslie is pulling away now and courses over the finish line to win here. We'll give you the time in a moment. But as expected, Ronan Leslie, that's him here on screen for you. Very confident young man. Didn't have the greatest of starts, but I can tell you by the time they got to the 45-meter mark, he already established himself and was pulling away from the rest of them. He got some good challenge in the early part of the race from Descent, but he was just a cut above the rest and was able to win comfortably to secure an automatic qualifying position. So Ronan Leslie is definitely one to look out for in the future. Dequan Descent, he was second from the Classic Lighting Springs Government School. There they are. They're anxiously waiting to see what the time would be, looking up to the big screen. .49 seconds for Leslie. The game's record is actually 14.49, and it's an allowable wind speed. So it's a record that has been equal here, and it's been held by his brother Christian Leslie. So that record remains in the same household. It just has been exchanged by tenants of the house. So congratulations. As a matter of fact, they should be joint holders of the record now, 14.49. So they've just cemented that record within the family, Christian Leslie and Ronan Leslie. We'll try to get a word with the young man later on today, but definitely he's been one of the impressive athletes over the last day and a half. We're expecting to see another of the preliminaries, but we move to the girls 100 meters under 13. They're already on the track, and we should see another impressive run here. Nicola Noel and Leah Campbell are two that we can look out for in this race. They're in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. The record for the girls 100-meter dash is 12.87 seconds. Leah Lawrence in 2017. Leah Campbell has a good day today. She can come very close to that.
12.87 seconds set in 2017 by Leah Lawrence. And we have a clean start for the girls. 100-meter dash under 13. 473 MVP. Nicola Noel is there, but pulling ahead and a strong, confident run from Velocity Track Club. Leah Campbell. 12.87 is the record. Campbell looking strong.
Well, we told you that Leah Campbell, if she's having a good day today, she can come very close to the record. She's already run 13.2 throughout the season, the record 12.87. She seems to have picked up a little niggle there. She's limping off the track. Let's hope it's not too serious and that she can recover well in time for the finals later on. But there she goes. She had a very good start, and very early at the 20-meter mark, she was already in the lead. We see the KT tape on the right thigh, so obviously she's had some issues coming into this event, but she really distanced herself from the rest of the field by the time they got to the 60-meter mark, and it was really a breeze going through to the finals. So she has run 13.59. And Jenny Alexander is in second in a 14.66. Nicola Pear, 15.24. So she'll have to wait to see what happens in the other 3 preliminaries. There are going to be 4 preliminaries in this event. And so the top 2 would automatically qualify onto the finals. So it's going to be a really tough one here for athletes placed in third. Top 2 would automatically qualify.
Record holder Leah Rose Charles. She'll be running out of lane 6. Certainly want to watch. So will be Rena Hosford of Sprinters Athletics Club. She gave a strong showing of herself in the 200 meter under 13 on day 1. She'll be running out of lane number 1. Lamaya Francis of the St. David Track Blazers and Rihanna Greenidge of Velocity Track Club. They'll also be ones to watch. For the girls 100 meter dash under 13, section 2 of 4. And they're off to a clean start. Rose Charles, lane number 6. She's off to a good start. Rena Hosford on the inside. Sprinters Athletics Club. She's doing well. Pouring down the track. Rihanna Greenidge, Velocity Track Club. But ladies and gentlemen, Leah Rose Charles. Classic Lighting South St. George Government School. We await the official times. Section 2 of 4, girls 100 meter dash, under 13. The time to beat, 13.59 for the gold, 14.86 to make it onto the podium.
Well, another very impressive run by Leah Rose Charles. Many of us would remember her from last year. She had a very impressive season last year for the South St. George Government School. And here she's back again in 2024, continuing to do well. Leah Rose Charles, one to definitely look out for in the finals later on. An impressive time of 13.71. So she will have a real competition here from Leah Campbell from Velocity, who did a 13.59 moments ago. So it's going to be a real showdown between Leah Rose Charles and Leah Campbell in the finals later on. We still have 2 more preliminaries to go in this under 13 girls 100 meters. Only 4 athletes in this one. So there they are. In lane 4 we have Ariel Alexander, lane 5 Jania Joseph, 6 Shania Lewis, 7 Naraya Celestine. There they are again, getting ready for this, the third or fourth semifinals or preliminaries, if you want to call it that. Girls 100 meters under 13. Good start this time here. These four athletes looking for a position into the finals. And looking good is the athlete in lane 5 here, Janaya Joseph of Runners Athletics Club. Janaya Joseph is going to win comfortably here. And in lane 7, it looks as though it was Neraya Celestine of St. David's Track Blazers who would pick up the second automatic qualifying position. Good start, a nice even break amongst the four competitors here, but it was just about this time when Janaya Joseph of the Runners Athletics Club really pulled away from the rest of the field and had a very comfortable qualifying position into the finals. And then it was from the St. David's Track Club, Neraya Celestine, who picked up the second automatic position, 14.76, the winning time. Celestine 15.55. She would make it by virtue of placing second in the event. So Leah Campbell, Leah Rose Charles, and we've just seen here Janaya Joseph being three of the top finishers in the three preliminaries held so far in the under 13 girls 100 meters. The final one is about to be started.
Running out of lane number 1 from St. Paul's Government School, Redeem Bristol. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Josiah Mitchell. Lane number 4, Top Flight Track Club, Jemiah John. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting South St. George Government School, Nikayla Foray. And rounding out your field from Classic Lighting Westerhall Secondary, Kasia Klein.
There they are, the final of the 4 preliminaries in the under 13 girls 100 meter dash. They're up and running here. It's a nice clean start here. Looking good already is the athlete in lane 1. Redeem Bristol it is from St. Paul's Government School. But on the outside in lane 7, looks like the automatic winner here. Look at Kasia Klein of the Classic Lighting St. Paul's Government, I think it is. But indeed it was Kasia Klein, the winner and the automatic qualifier into the finals. The fourth of the 4 semifinals or preliminaries in the girls under 13 100 meter dash. Didn't seem to be amongst the fastest of the preliminaries, and picking up the second position here, the second automatic qualifying position. It looks as though it was Jemiah John of Top Flight Track. So Kasia Klein 14.29 and Jemiah John of Top Flight 14.39 would be the 2 automatic qualifiers. There you see the entire results of that final preliminary in the girls under 13 100 meter dash. We're going to try to get a word in with the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sports in a while, Mr. Cullen Peters. We know it's a very busy track and field season for him with the myriad of track and field events, the availability of facilities for that, the brand new track at the National Stadium, the Intercall games coming up, the Carifta games coming up, the relay meets. I'm sure the ministry has a stake in all of these events, and we will try to get a word with Mr. Cullen Peters later on to get a perspective from the ministry for all of these track and field meets and the expectations of the season, especially seeing that Grenada will be hosting the Carifta Games 2024 on the Easter weekend. Government definitely has a stake in this, and we would love to hear from him later on today. So there's still lots of seats here at the National Stadium, and we encourage those of you who are within the St. George's area or wherever you are in Grenada and you're able to come on down. We say a special good evening to those of you who are viewing. We're going to go down to Jason now, who may have some results for us or some update in what's happening in the high jump in the Octathlon. Jason, Any updates you can provide us with at this time? So in progress is the Octathlon for Boys Open. The high jump is currently in progress. We're going to have a medal presentation. So what we're going to do, we're going to go down trackside for the medal presentation, and then we're going to resume with the live action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Medal presentation for event 18, girls shot put under 17. Finishing in third position, Keisha Matthewin, Bishop's College, a distance of 9.65 meters. Second position, representing Finish Line Track Club, Naomi Phillip, 9.88 meters. And the winner from the St. David's Track Blazers with a distance of 11.05 meters, Naomi Augustine. The winners for event 18, girls shot put under 13. Medal presentation for the long jump open female. Long jump open female. In third position, Denisha Scott, St. David's Track Blazers. Second position, Ziana Bain, Finish Line Track Club. And your winner, representing Ace Track Club, Brunel Thomas. Medal presentation for event 31, girls 4x100 meters under 15, under 17. Third position, Finish Line Track Club. Second position, representing the St. David's Track Club, finishing a time of 51.82 seconds. And the winner, the girls 4x100 meters in a time of 51.14 seconds, 473 MVP. The winners for event 31, girls 4x100 meters under 15, 17. Medal presentation for event 32, boys 4x100 meters under 15, under 17. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers, a time of 48.05 seconds. Second position, in a time of 48 seconds flat, Finish Line Track Club. And your winners, the team of Pierre, Thomas, Matheline, Granger, in a time of 45.26 seconds, South City Rising Stars. The winners were the boys 4x100 meters, under 15, under 17. Medal presentation for event 40, the boys long jump open. Third position, a distance of 6.30 meters. Shaquan Toussaint, Ace Track Club. Second position, represented the South City Rising Stars, Timothy Greenwich, 6.55 meters. And your winner from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Micah Campbell, a distance of 6.69 meters. Winners of Event 40, Boys Long Jump Open. Medal presentation for the girls 800-meter run under 17. In third position, Alian Gidhari, St. David's Track Blazers, 2 minutes, 32 seconds. Second position, Kelia Olive, McDonald College, 2 minutes, 28 seconds. And your winner, Annalisa Brown, Finish Line Track Club, 2 minutes, 21 seconds. The winners for Event 72, girls 800 meters under 17. Medal presentation for Event 83, boys 100-meter hurdles under 17. Third position, Vicio Hines, Top Flight Track Club, time of 18.70 seconds. Second position, Rishan Daniel, represented 473 MVP, 18.12 seconds. And your winner, representing Classic Lightning Westall Secondary, Shaim Philip, 17.56 seconds. Medal presentation for winners for Event 83, boys 110 hurdles under 17. Medal presentation for Event 84, boys 110-meter hurdles under 20. In third position, Joy Reed Stafford, South City Rising Stars, 17.56 seconds. Second position, DeAndre Smith, Finish Line Track Club, 16.66 seconds. And your winner, representing the St. David's Track Blazers, Kiel Batiste, 16.09 seconds. Medal presentation for Event 44, boys discus throw under 17. Third position, Mary McNeil, representing Bishop's College, 29.86 meters. Second position, Niquel Abraham, South City Rising Stars, 31.68 meters. And your winner, representing the 473 MVP with a distance of 33.76 meters, Stefan Strawn. The winners for Event 44, boys discus through under 17. This concludes the medal presentation. We want to thank Honorable Andy Williams, the Minister of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, for assisting with that presentation.
So we welcome you back to the live action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the Ariza National Championships 2024. And you just witnessed a medal presentation for final events completed earlier on today. The Honorable Member of Parliament for South St. George distributing the medals to the winners. And we're going to try to get an update now in the high jump for the Octathlon. We just saw the bar being raised to 1.65 meters. Jason should be down there and to provide us with an update. Jason, tell us what's happening in the high jump. So we're going to take that update momentarily, but while we wait for the next set of events to start off, we have with us here the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sports, Mr. Cullen Peters. And I did promise that we would try to get a hold of him to discuss some of the areas of track and field in 2024. It's a very rich and active track and field season, starting with all of the secondary and primary school sports. We still have a number of sports meets to come. We're here at the Ariza track and field, and then we're going to have the big intercall and the ultimate of them all, the Character Games 2024. So, Colin, welcome and good evening.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and always a pleasure for me to talk sports.
So before we go into your role as coordinator of sports in the ministry, we know that you have been a very prolific sportsman for Grenada as well, a former national athlete, would have won several gold medals at character in the javelin. But you were a sprinter before that. And many people would not know that, but Cullen was a sprinter, a 100-meter sprinter, but really made a name for himself in the javelin, both as an athlete and as a coach. Now he's the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sports. Cullen, a very, very complex and active track and field season 2024. How much pressure has that put the Ministry of Sports under?
Well, I think, the government has pledged to make sure that it happened, and I must say with the responsibility for along to the Ministry of Sports to execute, with our stakeholders, the WOCs, the Athletics Association and other stakeholders. We had some pressure in making sure that it happened, and I must say happy to be here today to see that the Ariza National Championship could have been hosted presently hosted at the new Q&A James Resurface track. It was a challenge at first. The Athletics Association nominated the recommendation of the binary track from the states, from Delaware, from.
But I want us to come to the track in a little while, Colin, right? We're going to come to that because we know a lot of the people who are listening and viewing would want to know a lot more of the details of the track. But we saw a situation where the Roy St. John playing field was really overused because of the work that was done here at the National Stadium. And that would have put some pressure on the ministry to assist the schools in having these events and rescheduling. There were times when there was rain as well, and that got into the whole complication of the issues. And then we have the outer parishes that you had to also help coordinate as well. And that must be a huge task for the ministry, but at the end of the day, you must be pleased that all has been done and it has been a very successful season for the schools.
As I said, it's been tough on us at the ministry basically to get the tracks up. If you speak at the Rice St. John's in Tantine, but you look at it before, we had the lighting being installed and the poles and the driving of the truck to make sure that the poles was up. So we was in a kind of compromising position, maybe to stop the lighting process or to do the repairs on the field. And then when we come back now, we were in a position where the track was closed, and then we had to do the emergency repairs on the surface and the drainage at the Rice St. John. I must say that we have, in the ministry, we have our assistant coordinator, Mr. Damian Castle. We are assigned to some of the fields, and he worked very hard to make sure that the field were prepared to host all the primary schools hits that occur, together with the rest of outer parish fields, to make sure that the hits were able to, and sports were able to be held. So that was our accomplishment, and we were grateful that the weather assisted us in most of the instances, so that the school could have sports as we lead up here today.
Right, so we're going to come back with Mr. Peters as we segue to the track.
In lane number 8, Dylan Noel. Your field for section 1 of 3 in the boys 100-meter dash under 13.
So there we have it, the lineup for the 100-meter boys under 13 is the first of 3 preliminaries. And the athletes are out there, they're ready. It's a full complement of lanes here. It's good to see the youngsters take to the track. Hamilton, Perryman, Park, Samuel, Thompson, Thomas, Mitchell, and Noel. Good to see them also using the starting block at a very early age. These are the under 13s. And the international experience and exposure that they receive here today will, I'm sure, augur well for them in the future once they pursue or they continue to pursue track and field. The record, 12.12 seconds. Latouche in 2015. Nice clean start. The first of the 3 preliminaries in the under 13 boys, 100 meters. And looking good is the athlete here in lane 5, Christian Thompson of the MVP. It's Thompson of MVP who's going to win and qualify automatically. And on his inside in lane 4, Job Samuel of Velocity Track Club would take the second automatic qualifying position. But a good run indeed by Christian Thompson of the 473 MVP Track Club.
Just to say something, you mentioned all in starting block is an automatic starting system that is there. So all the athletes are required to start within the starting block. Always see Mr. Anderson Peters down there. I know he'll be preparing for us to bless the track today. So we're looking forward to that.
As we look back here again to Christian Thompson of MVP, really giving off all he has here, running very close to the line as well. But a comfortable win for him to return a 13.79 seconds time. Job Samuel, who was second, 14.21. And Alonzo Mitchell of Track Blazers, 14.60. So yeah, Colin, coming back to you, the season, a very dynamic one. We still have 2 major events to come. Some people may say more than 2 because we still have the primary school sports, national primary school, and the private primary school sports as well.
School, and then intercall, and then character games. So it's so the athletes have a lot of work to do. I know tomorrow is Monday and Tuesday at the Huggins Private Primary School heats. So some of the athletes will be back
here again.
Here again for the next 2 days, trying to compete for the private primary schools.
Especially those that we've seen on screen here now who are from the private schools.
From the private primary schools, yeah. So, and that is where we start. And we mentioned they all have to use the starting block. It's automatic starting system that will give you, depending on the split time you move out, will call back the race. So
the reaction time.
Reaction time. So it's very important that they learn the usage of this right now at this stage in their life. So
I think that is very important, Colin, extremely important that these youngsters get the experience at a early age.
Representing classic
and you see on
City Rising Stars, DeAndre Wint. He's the bronze medalist from the 200 meter on day 1. Lane number 5, representing Classic Lighting Westall Secondary, LeBron Murray. Lane number 6, representing Speed Zone, Christopher Marshall. Lane number 7, representing Classic Lighting South St. George, Peyton Cornwall. And rounding out your field, representing Sprinters Athletics Club in lane number 8, Kendall Blackman. Your field for section number 2 of 3.
You could see the excitement on some of their face when they call it the name. It's a pleasure. It's a pride.
I commented on that earlier this morning with the young ladies.
It's like empowerment, You're representing your school.
And if they only know that they've been shown globally, it's another dimension.
It's another dimension. What else better than sports?
But I'm happy that at this very early age, they have the full international exposure with the starting blocks, the electronic starting blocks, the spikes, the running shoes here. Yeah. Although we see some of them
one day with it, but we have to correct that. Next time because
Colin, that's an issue. The availability of facilities and equipment for athletes. I'm sure part of the issue here is not that the youngster doesn't want to run with the spikes, but access and availability.
Access and availability, yeah. I think it's something we definitely have to put our investment into. As you say, we put into the facilities, we have to put it into the individual, to the athletes to make sure that they could, if through the schools or something, give that support, or through the parish, give that support so that they could have the proper equipment, and despite there is the proper equipment basically so that they could compete in the race.
And that's
I think at this track, let me say that it will be a disadvantage basically with them running like that, because it's very hard, and in the sense the roughness of the final coating, you need that kind of extra bounce with the spikes and the support. So let's hoping by the time primary school or intercall, we could see that we hardly sit in intercall so much. Sometimes in the long distance with the athletes feeling uncomfortable, but that's something we have to try and see what we could fix.
Right, so that's one aspect of the equipment. But for example, this year where hurdles is being brought back into intercall, the availability of the equipment in all of the parishes for the athletes to train might be an issue as well.
Well, I know before the G had a program where they had all the parishes had, even through the ministry, all the parish had hurdles. And when the hurdles are started, they also had the program with the gym. If you look at Progress Park, you look at Tantin, they had a gym program too, where they distribute gym equipments. So most of the field will definitely have to make sure that they get the hurdles and they use properly, because some area we see it as they use it for goalposts and it's very expensive. So we definitely have to go back to see how we could get some of the programs where we get the support for the equipment in the outer parish.
Right. So while they get ready for the next preliminary in the under 13, it seems as they're ready now. Immediately following this race, we will take an update from Jason on the high jump for the Octathlon that would have just been completed. As we see, the young ladies are getting ready for their high jump as well. But Jason is going to give us an update on that following this race. So this event, that's the second of the two preliminaries or the three preliminaries, in the 100-meter dash under 13 boys. They're on the marks now. And we have Klein, Simon, Roberts, Wint, Murray, Marshall, Cornwall, and Blackman. Wint in lane 4 is one to look out for. He already medaled in the 200 meters. And so he would be one of those who would be looking for an automatic qualifying position into the finals. Looks like a false start here. They will be recalled and asked to restart.
I guess the excitement, of yeah.
Let's see, there we see it. It would have been the athlete.
Lane number 6.
In lane 6, that would have been Christopher Marshall of Speed Zone. That's the athlete here who would have been credited to the false start. They're going to have a restart to this one, the second of the three preliminaries. 100-meter dash under 13 boys. So the entire field has been credited to the false start here. They're on the mark one more time. 100-meter dash under 13 boys. 2 of 3. Top 2 automatically qualifies into the final. Good start this time. And let's see what DeAndre Wint in lane 4 has to offer here from the South City Rising Stars. It's actually Wint is struggling a little bit. His Wint, you see the grimace on the face. He's limping a little bit here. Has some challenge on the outside in lane 6. It looks as though it was Christopher Marshall from Speed Zone. With a close one here as we see Wint in some bother here. Some trouble to the thigh. Not sure if he was really warmed up or must have been kept too long on the starting line. But we saw him limping from about the 50-meter mark. He appeared to be in some trouble very early in the event. As we see the grimace on the face there for Winter in 4. But a good run here by the athlete, Peyton Cornwall. Out there in lane 7, he was given good challenge on the outside. That's Cornwall. And Winter here limping to the finish line. May have still won the event.
Yeah, he's been limping for over 20 meters, eh?
But managed to complete. Let's hope it's not too serious and he can compete in the finals. So it'll be Wint and Cornwall, who will be the automatic qualifiers from this, the second of the 3 semi-finals, or preliminaries. Jason, we are about to get an update now for the Octathlon Javelin. Let us know what happened down there.
All right, Leslie, hi. Yeah, here's what we can tell you happening down here at the Boys Octathlon. Now, we're into just about 1.70 meters, yes. It's not completed just yet. We started a few minutes ago with a height of 1.60, and that was cleared by a number of the athletes, jumping pretty well. But as it is now, they're jumping 1.7. But the interesting thing about this is that Cale Lewis, who is out in front in the event at 3,328 points going into this event, he is closely followed by that's Kaden James. Now, the thing about it is that Kaden James is he's still in the high jump, but Lewis is out. He dropped out at 1.65. Now, the interesting thing to add here as well is that from Fusion Athletics, Jermaine Donald, he is down at the bottom as it relates to the points in the event, but he has been showing some really good form and some good technique in his high jump. So that might just be something for the coaches to look at here, because he seems to have that kind of technique. He has the height, he has the skill, and he has the zest to go with it as well. So something to look for there for him. But in the top 3, I don't think the results coming out of the high jump is going to interfere with the top 2 or top 3 positions. We've got Kay Lewis, Kaylon James, and Ronell St. Bernard. It's 1, 2, 3. Who has cleared 170? Just Jermaine Dolan. Anybody else cleared 170 just yet? Yes. It looks like Jordan D. Lewis. He is from St. Andrews. And of course, Shamar Fleming, he's from the unattached. So those 3, they've cleared 1.70 meters. And the high jump in the boys' octathlon continues. Thank you so much. And we're going to get some more details and come right back at you.
Thank you very much, Jason, as we get ready for the third of the 3 preliminaries in the boys under 13 100-meter dash. A false start called here.
Yeah, you look like lead number 2. Get up a little taller, you could have sitting for me.
Christian Niles of the St. David's Track Blazers.
So I guess they will go the same rule, you know, they will
just
won the
credit the entire field.
Yeah, it's mean that anyone after that will be disqualified. Yeah. They will get a red card.
So Cale Lewis continues to lead in the boys' octathlon. Akedan James is in second, and earlier this morning, Lennon Williams was in third. So at the completion of the high jump, we will try to update you on the point standing in the boys' octathlon and also in the girls' pentathlon. We'll try to get some updates on the point standing for you in those 2 events. The under 13 boys, they're going to have another go at it in the 3rd preliminary. The top 2 automatically goes through to the finals, and then the next 2 best times will be selected to join them. We just saw clearance there in the high jump for the octathlon. So they're going to have another go. We just saw the starters issuing the green card to the entire field. Means that everybody would have had a false start accredited to them here, and anybody false starts now may be automatically disqualified. So the youngsters would have to contain themselves and wait for the starting pistol. There they go. Nice clean start this time. Let's see who emerges first. Looking good is the athlete in lane 3. Cameron Bonaparte. Also looking good is the athlete in lane 7. Akel Briggs. It's indeed Akel Briggs. Akel Briggs from the St. Paul's Government School. The winner here. And the automatic qualifier to the finals. Akel Briggs. So Briggs in lane 7 maybe did not have the best of starts. Looks as it was the athlete from lane 3, Cameron Bonaparte, who came off flying. But Briggs, with a good form here and maintaining his form, really focused on the finish line, was able to move away from the 50-meter mark here and establish a good 7-meter gap on the second place, Christian Niles, to be the automatic qualifiers.
You look good. You look like you've been training. You know, he look firm on the lane there. You look comfortable.
Look very confident as well too.
Yes, yes.
13.05 from the St. Paul's Government School, and Cameron Bonaparte of South City Rising Stars, 13.75. So, Mr. Peters, let's look forward now to some of the events coming up. We have the National Primary School Games. We also have the Private Primary School Games. And, of course, Intercourse. All of these championships here basically is a contest between schools in these various categories. Intercol, we know, is the big one amongst the three, or maybe the biggest one amongst the three. But how are things from the ministry's perspective going in terms of preparation and the contribution that the ministry makes towards these events? We know, for example, the Grenada Union of Teachers manages one, the Private Primary Schools Association manages one, and the Secondary School Principals manages the other one. But I'm sure the Ministry of Sport has some involvement.
Before we give support in many ways, we may give support maybe to concessions, to coaching assistants in the different parishes where our coaches are available. Most of our coaches are all coaching individual in the clubs, to the association to make sure that the relevant equipment are needed, like here for the starting system, all that was done through the GA, through the Ministry of Sport. So government continue to give support through medals and through the stadium assistance, through contribution or through concession or through reduced costs to make sure that the facilities are ready and they could, to make sure everything is good so that the athletes can perform. So it plays a key role, and we have seen that the government make to refurbish the track. We can't get away from it. The resurfacing of the track are key within that support for the athletes to make sure that they be able to run on a proper surface. And we have seen so far for the last with the timing that have been produced by our athletes, which is wonderful. It shows that the track is fast, and we are looking forward to that the athletes will come out in the other games for the next 2 weeks and perform to the best of their ability. And what also you could notice here, if you look at the whole setup, it helps lead to assistance in performance and put the athletes like they're in an international setting. We look at one aspect with the identifying the athletes in the lane. If you look behind, you could see the running screen, showing the sponsors and stakeholders. So it's not too late for sponsors to come to get advertisement and to join with the associations and other bodies to make sure that the sporting is done properly at an international standard,
So we're going to come back to your column. We're going to talk Carifta and the track later on, but we're getting ready for the 100-meter dash on the 17 girls. Is the heat 1. And only 3 athletes in this one here. We have St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. We also have in lane 5, Rosemary Thomas. And other in lane 8, we have Nikaya Protein. It's a close one, but it looks as though it's Convent Grenville. Over there in lane 1. They were looking to make a 12.2. I don't think they look like that. But St. Joseph Convent St. Andrews, Sashid McCullum, the unofficial winner in lane 1. Saw holding on to her hip at the end of the event. So McCullum was there, Rosemary Thomas from Velocity was there, and also Nikaya Protein out there in lane 8 from Boca Secondary School. So it's under 17 girls. As we saw her leaning forward here, maybe a little bit too early.
Too early. Yeah. But the girls, we must say that for the last day, yesterday and today, the girls really look good. And
I saw, yeah, indeed, some very impressive times.
It's very good to see the ladies come out and they look really, really good. They look, you could see they look as the athlete that they're representing. You could see that they have been training. So we must say hats off to the coaches that come out and make this, and the parents and the school and everyone that contribute to the support so that they could train on an afternoon and reach to that level.
Well, we saw Shaffonia Houston, maybe not at the best yesterday, but we saw a very impressive run in the 800 meters, a sub 2 minutes time. There is no Shanti Augustine this time around. She's nursing a slight injury, and she's unable to compete. But these are some of the better known names in the female circuit.
And all that what you see is you see the number of them, a large number of them. So then you have to pick really teams, and which are very important. And as you say, leading up to KFT games and other school meet, you want to see the teams also. So it's the large number of them today, so we'll see the benefits.
As we get set for heat number 2 or 4. Well, there they are, getting ready for the event. Some of the lanes are scratched. Lane 1, lane 3, lane 7,
6.
and lane 6 as well. Looking for a place into the finals. The top 2 automatically goes to the finals. Well, a fair enough start here. Let's see who comes out early. Looks as though the athlete in lane 4 here, Shade John of the St. David's Track Blazers. Indeed, it's Shade John who's going to win this one easily over Lauren McIntosh of MVP. But Shade John, again, one of our standout athletes coming from the St. David's Track Blazers, and she's looking in ripping form this year as well.
Yesterday she looked very good in 200 meters, and she come out today, you know.
There we see Shade John from the St. David's Track Blazers in lane 4. McIntosh picking up the 2nd position and the automatic qualifying position to the finals. But an easy victory here onto the finals for Shade John. 12.34 Cullen under 17 girls, not a bad time.
Not a bad time at all, not a bad time. And this is hits, you know, so you expect them to do much better when you come on to the final with with some more competition.
And I can tell you the character standard is 12.2, so she's just outside.
She's just outside, yeah.
So let's see what happens in the final. I'm sure she would know what time she did in the semis and look to better that to make the qualifying mark to the character games. Colin,
I'm just asked to talk about the character standard. Someone called me this morning to say, Mr. Peters, what happening with the athletes if they don't make the standard? And they were, you know, they was thinking this character standard is set down by the character committee, but it's a local standard, and we most time we select the standard because we are traveling, and you want to make sure that the athletes that you select get. But when we are home, we try to get the best athletes from all of the categories so that you could give them the opportunity to compete against the best of the Caribbean.
So, Colin, this is a very important clarification that you're making here, because many people would believe that the character standard that we are calling has been set down by character as a pre-qualification to the games. But this is the Grenada National Character Standards. And you made another point which is very important. Because we have in the games here, it means that we can afford much more athletes because of the cost. The avoidance of cost to travel.
To travel, yeah. So we could, you know, they could get, and you know, the exposure with competing against better athletes, more athletes, different countries, it tends to help in your performance and give you additional motivation for the previous year.
You know, some athletes are just big on the big day.
On the big day, yeah.
With a home crowd behind them. Yeah. On the big stage, that's when they bring the A game, so to speak. As we get ready for the 3rd preliminary.
Riel Alexis. And in lane number 4, from 473 MVP, Egypt Regis Benjamin.
Well, Egypt Regis Benjamin is one of the athletes that we want to look out for. It's a familiar name in the track and field circle here from the MVP Track Club. She comes in with an impressive 12.57 seconds. We saw 12.4, I think it was
12.34.
12.34 moments ago. So these two would have their eyes set on the podium into the finals, definitely. And Egypt Regis and Shade John. But here Regis is coming up against Ariel Alexis. Yes. There they go. Egypt already in the lead here and pulling away, looking good, maintaining good form as well. Is Egypt Regis Benjamin. And we'll look to see what time she returns, but it'll be a good competitive time as what we saw from Shade John moments ago.
Yeah, you're set up for a wonderful final, yeah.
Yeah, she looks well prepared for the season as well, Colin.
She looked fit, she looked, you know, she looked the role.
And look at the level of confidence on her face as well, you know. Egypt Regis Benjamin, one to definitely look out for into the finals.
She have the character and the physics of a national, for international athlete already. See, they set up a time of 12.54 seconds. So she's definitely didn't run fast as the previous athlete, but you have seen without competition there. So we expect that,
So the stage is set for an interesting finals that will feature the likes of Shade John and Egypt Benjamin, and we still have another preliminary to go where we will see an Amaya Chandler, who looked good yesterday as well. Brandy Taylor is also going to be there, Kashanti Mitchell, and others as well who will be featured in the next preliminary. But Colin, very quickly if we can, a new track has been laid down. We've seen some impressive times. We anticipated that. Most of the athletes ran on grass throughout the season, and they come onto this brand new track here now, the first really major event on it, and some good times. But take us through the process of the rebuilding of this new track.
Well, basically, to make it just overview, it's you call it an embedded metal, where they enhance the previous surface. So they didn't remove the previous track. They build on it, and to finish with that lovely surface that we have seen here. The company is a company from Maryland with boasts over 50 years of indoor and outdoor track, and I must say they have worked very hard to make sure that they meet the schedule. It should be maintenance free as they advertise it basically, but it's a track that is wanted to last at least 5 to 10 years with proper maintenance, annual service of power washing and cleaning and preventing heavy equipment from rolling or pushing or driving across the surface.
So we know, Colin, we had a level 1 surface before because we started from scratch.
Yeah.
Now we have a level 2.
Yeah.
And some people may be thinking a level 2 would records established, with performances done here, be accredited and have the same weight as if it's a level 1. Help us to explain that.
Well, basically, as I mentioned, it's an embedded metal, so it is not a new surface. It's not a new track. It's a new surface, but it's not a new track, So that's why the reason for, and other factors that we can discuss.
Boca Secondary School, Kashanti Mitchell. And rounding out your field, lane number 8 from the Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Janelle Griffith. Your field for Heat 4 of the girls 100-meter dash under 17.
Well, there you have it, the final of the 4 preliminaries. First 2 goes on to the final. Samara Alexis in 3, Chandler in 4, Taylor in 5, in 6 we have Mitchell, and in 8 we have Griffith. Ready for battle, looking for a position into the finals. Nice clean start here. Let's see who comes out first. Looking good is the athlete in number 3, Alexis. But it's Amaya Chandler of Samara Alexis. And Chandler, the eventual winner here, as we suspected, athlete 201. And she's ready to see what time she would have returned. She would have seen the times of the previous winners. And Chandler is just as eager to see the time she would have done. But she came off the blocks nicely, a very short drive phase. She was up and running and not receiving much competition on her shoulders from the rest of the field, but she was very concentrated indeed, focusing on the finish line and looking for a good time into the finals. Chandler, automatic qualifier. That's Chandler from the Finish Line Sports Club. 12.53 Colin, very competitive. We had a 12.54 from Regis Benjamin and a 12.34 from Shadi John. So these 3
surely set up. But someone was asking why they had 2 persons running when they had spare lane. But when you precede the athletes by timing, so you try to get a fast person in each of the heats. All that is done to the computer system, to the timing system, finish line system. So it's and then athletes pull out from the events for whatever reason. It's better you have to take too long to go change it over because I want it to be able to set up like that.
So we're using the meet manager here, and everything is pre-programmed.
Pre-programmed, yes.
So even if athletes drop out, you have to continue as it is.
You have to continue as it is because you already set it. So that's something, people may want to know why, you don't look good, as they mentioned, the person mentioned, but it's something, it's just how it have to be, yeah. But you're talking about the track. So the track should last longer with that color, it should be more durable, with the system that apply in setting it down, with the pre-coated and the sealant to make sure that the water don't remain on the track, and it's so we are very satisfied with the company and with the track. And what is done, we have to make sure that the maintenance and use it for the proper purpose now is key so that it could last as long as possible within the warranty period.
I think that's a key factor. Huh?
Yeah, you were talking about the level. So one of the factors is because the embedded system is that we didn't dig up and we surface the whole thing as we have done in the warm-up area. So the certification with other components that will lead you to a level 1 or a level 2 certification. And if you look at this one with the Mondo track, which are a level 1, we go back to
representing the St. David Trailblazers, Andre Fletcher. Lane number 5, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tevez Lewis. Lane number 6, representing the St. David Trailblazers, Ronell Hosford. And rounding out your field, in lane number 8, representing Grenville Secondary, Kristen Sincere. Heat number 1 of the boys 100-meter dash under 17.
So there we have it again, not a full lane assignment. Lanes 1 and 2 are scratched here, but we have Andre Fletcher, a familiar name for us in the cricketing circles. Also out of St. David's, he's in lane 3. Tevez Lewis from SAS in 5. In 6, we have Ronald Hosford from Trailblazers. And Christian Sincere from the Grenville Secondaries in 8. So the character time here, qualifying time 10.8. Games record 10.62. And guess who? Anderson Peters.
Yeah.
Together with the national record held by, I think, Nazir John now. Used to be Sean Lambert. Well, there they go. The first of the preliminaries here in the under 17 boys, 100 meters. The athlete here from SAS, that's Tevez Lewis. Tevez Lewis is going to qualify onto the finals here. And I think Andre Fletcher from St. David's Trailblazers will pick up the next automatic qualifying position. So there are going to be 5 preliminaries, and what is going to be done, Colin, they're going to use the top 8 times.
Yeah, okay, the top, yeah.
To determine the finalists.
The finalists, yeah.
So we're not sure yet if Tevez is going to make it. It's not who wins the events now, but the top times.
Yeah, so if they go by that method, the top 8 times, that means you could place second in one of the heat and still be in the, if you hit it fast, and still be in the final, eh?
Or you could win your heat and not make the finals too.
Because you know the next method, you could say the winner of each plus the fastest finishes.
The next 3 fastest finishes.
But this time, if that's the method, then you know you have to make sure you run very good. Right?
Yeah, it says that the top 8 advance by time.
By time.
Yeah.
Guess it's fair. Yeah. But so you come back to the same thing basically, because if you are second place there in a race that is very fast, you will still automatically And if you so.
Right, so quickly, Colin, because we know we want to bring the events to the spectators. The Carifta Games back in Grenada. The last time Carifta was here, Grenada had a very impressive performance, maybe one of our best performances.
Yeah, and I remember that I had Josh Butang, like my last athletes, man. I had Josh Butang and you and Jeremiah in the short put and the discus, respectively.
So we need to create another set of Botangs and Jeremiahs and so on.
Yeah.
Because we're on home soil and the expectation is great.
Yeah.
The locals are expecting a phenomenal performance from our athletes. We saw Ethan Sam last year.
Yeah.
We saw that quartet with Telemac and Sam and the others, and we're looking to see how we can build those kind of teams. The juniors, the under-17s look very good for a relay team.
The boys are now at 1.5
and
meters.
I'm not sure how much you are aware, because I know that's an event of the GAA, but what is the level of preparation that has been going on for athletes for Carifta Games?
Well, I know that the athletes have been working with the respective coaches in a different area. I also know from experiences that with the preparation and the resurfacing of the track definitely affect the level of training and competition that are needed to go on to be at the Carifta Games, because they're one of the factors. We also, so the athletes have been doing the best, and the coaches have been working hard with them to make sure that they prepare them as much as possible. We have 2 other competition prior to that will give them the additional competition that is needed to pick for Carifta. So we give all the support, from the ministry, from the government to the government, to the athletes, to make sure that the coaches and the facilities and everything that are required are ready for them to go out and represent us properly.
Lane 4, Deron Sincere, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 5, South City Rising Stars, LeBron Granger. Lane 6, Top Flight Track Club, Jaden Knight. Lane 7, Kareen Sampson of Western Rockets. And lane 8, Boca Secondary, Jareem Bartholomew.
So we're getting ready for the second of the 5 preliminaries. Athletes again looking for position into the finals. Full complement of lanes here, except for lane 1. At least well composed and ready for. Looks like a nice clean start here, but somebody may have just jumped out here from the point of view of the starters, and they call back here for a restart.
And the reaction to the starting block, you just basically, you can't forget it. You will set up on the system that you move or you.
Yeah, the reaction time is under consideration here, so it's not just about the visual impact from the starters, but also the reaction time from the electronic starting devices that these athletes have to compete with. As we see the starters confer here to have a look to see what actually happened. Looks as though the athlete out of 7 color, in my opinion, Karim Sampson from Western Rock.
Finally sit back, I didn't find any.
So we wait on the verdict from the starters in terms of who the false start would be credited to. We want to say a special good afternoon to Michael Bascom, who is enjoying the broadcast, Cullen.
Afternoon, Mr. Bascom, what are you doing?
And to all those in the diaspora as well.
I'm happy to see that he been advertising and been putting up to his medium some of our standing performance yesterday. And that's the way to go, give the athletes additional support as they prepare for character games. So
absolutely, and it's not only this year Bascom has been doing that, but for over the years he has been.
Man, my first guy after Bascom was the journalist. So his history.
So Bascom is playing his part as well. But Colin, we saw some outstanding performances also from Caribbean athletes at the World Indoor Championship.
Yeah, it's St. Lucia there.
Julian Alfred,
6.75
I think it was, and we saw the athlete in the triple jump from Dominica, 15.01. She won a gold medal for Dominica. These 2 countries, their first international gold medal.
Yeah.
Some years behind Grenada, I would say as well, Colin. But I think we ought to join in congratulating those 2 countries. I mean, Julian Alfred has been phenomenal.
That's her name
last year.
Yeah, we've been following, we've been hearing it.
And she is the pride of the Caribbean, I would think, in terms of emerging track and field athletes. We are very familiar with the Jamaicans, but to see somebody from the OECS, somebody closer to us, from a smaller nation, smaller population, and the mark that she had created last year with world-leading times and continuing this year as well, as we see the green card being issued to the entire field. But
it's
I
good,
think
it's good to see the and CAFTA will be a great example of to see the other countries pick up, because they all be coming with the team and all. They love Grenada, which is a wonderful place to host such international games. And I know that the talent and the timing and performance will be great, and it will help motivate our athletes to perform, as we prepare for perform much better in previous years to come. So we're looking at the future talent there.
As they get ready one more time, it's going to be Lewis, Francis, Sincere, Granger, Jaden, Sampson, and Bartholomew. Looks like a clean start this time. They call back one more time.
And it's very hard to pick it up by the eye. It's not so easy to pick it up.
We see some expressions of frustration by some of the athletes.
So somebody
as well.
will be disqualified if not a mechanical problem or computer problem. Yeah.
It looks as though the athlete in lane 7, Colin, again. That was my call the first time. That's Karim Sampson. Let's see. He's from Western Rock. So you can get another look at it. Camera is on him.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he definitely
yes,
the athlete in lane 7.
Yeah. You know, very strange. You have to stand at the Jamaican on the 1700-meter guy who won 10.89.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won 10.8.
I mean,
so the standard day, you know, it's really high.
So a second false start. First false start was credited to the entire field. We expect that there may be some disqualification now, once it's not a mechanical error. You see the red card comes out now and has been issued to the athlete in lane 7. Indeed,
Western
it's
Shire.
Karim Sampson of Western Rock. Or Western Rockets, maybe. Yes, indeed, it's Western Rockets. And must feel a little bit disappointed. I've been trained for this event and come here to perform well, but that's the nature of the games, that's the rules of the game.
That is what helps build character. You have to wit.
We saw the famous false start by Usain Bolt several years ago. Only last year we saw Elisha Williams with a false start too.
So give you opportunity, the coach should go back and work on it. You know that definitely he most likely look at it as he had 2 false starts in the sense, but if you give you opportunity to look at the athlete and make corrections for future meet.
So we're going to take another update from Jason at the end of this event with what's happening in the field. It's been taking quite a while for this event to be run off, but let's hope they can get it right this time. There they go. This time it looks like a nice clean start. The second of the 5 preliminaries, under 17 boys, 100 meters. It's a close one to call here now, but on the outside, it looks as though the athlete in lane number 6, that's Knight Jaden of the Top Flight Track Club, and the athlete from SAS, Diron Sincere, would have taken the second position. Again, remind you that the top 8 times will go through to the finals, not necessarily the winners, but the top 8 times. As we look back here again, it was an even run from the beginning of the race. But Knight Jaden from Top Flight Track Club, just about maybe the 80-meter mark, really pulling away from Sincere from SAS, and Knight, the winner of the second preliminary. So Jason is somewhere down on the track, and we're going to segue to Jason now for an update as to what's happening on the track.
All right, hi Leslie. All right, keep this name in your mind, Jadani Lewis. Don't forget that name. He's up now. Look at this. Now, the reason why he's in play is because Jadani Lewis, he has just won the long jump in the boys Octathlon. He cleared 1.80 meters, just edging out Donald. That's Jermaine Donald, representing Fusion Athletics, a presentation by the scholar student. So Donald coming in second in the boys Octathlon high jump, but Jadani Lewis clearing it with some confidence, 1.8 meters, and he decided to go up to 1.85 just to try and put some more accreditation to his name, basically. So he's going to try to get up to 1.85, and he has brought it up now. Has he brought it up? To 190. So he's decided to go even further, 1.90. So let's see what's going to happen. You've got to stay with us on this one. The boys high jump in the Octathlon.
Right, Jason, thank you so much. Jadani Lewis, at the beginning of today, he was in 8th position in the Octathlon on 2,232 points. I'm sure you have a points update as well, maybe as soon as you can, to give us in terms of where they were before the high jump. But Jadani Lewis, as we heard moments ago, winning the high jump in the Octathlon Open for boys. We move back to the track to the third of the 5 preliminaries in the under 17 boys 100-meter dash. We only have 3 competitors here. We have in lane 4, Jaden Pear. We also have in lane 6, Jevo Lewis. And in lane 8, we have Omarion Richardson. So they're up and running. It appears as though it's a false start. It looked like that from here, Cullen. The gun maybe was a little bit late on the recall.
On the recall, yeah. Just look at it again.
The athlete in lane 4, that's Jaden Pear, was the one who jumped out first. So they're going to have a restart here. The red card has been issued to the athlete in lane 6, so it was actually Lewis of Altitude who started here, Colin. So again, the naked eyes would have seen one thing, but the electronic starting system here would have picked up, based on reaction time, who would have moved first, and so the starters are guided by that as well. So Lewis has been DQ'd, and so we're down to 2 athletes in this preliminary. That's Jaden Pear and Omarion Richardson. There they go. Good start now for these 2 athletes looking for a place into the finals. Jaden Pear and Omari Richardson. Pear on the inside, but it's Richardson on the outside who's going to win this one in lane 8. And we look to see what time he returns, but he's looking for a top 8 qualifying time into the finals. Omarion Richardson, and he's running for Classic Lighting Westerhall Secondary. So we've not seen any very impressive time so far, Cullen, in the 100 meters for the under-17 boys. We still have 2 more preliminaries to go, and one would feature Xavier Williams, Rishon Daniel, Terrell Williams, etc., Jaron Phillip, Joshua Lewis, Ethan David, still to come. But we're seeing like 11.5, 11.6 thereabout for some of these athletes. I mean, at under 17, we expect much faster times.
And at 17, you expect faster time, you definitely have to go to 11.1, 11.2 around there, even 10.8 something.
Colin, let me ask you this question. As I look on the screen to see the athletes preparing the starting blocks, how available are these blocks for them for training purposes, not just to come into the finals at the stadium? Are these starting blocks made available for training purposes?
No, I think, well, in most schools, they should have starting block. It's not a new thing with the starting block. It's just here. I think...
but I mean, interfacing with the electronic system.
With the coaching, with the interface with the electronic system, no, only here you will see that, basically. But it's the same procedure in preparation and execution in the start. You wait on the gun. Definitely, but there are starting block in all the centers, basically. Most of the schools are having individual athletes. It's not something that is scarce on the island. The others may be a little more, you may say that, I'm not all field, but the starting block is available, basically.
And it's pretty much standard in all sports now, even on the grass track.
You need the additional support to the starter, so it's basically will come down to training and preparation. But as I said earlier, this is the first time they have been for the last 4 months on this track. So it's kind of maybe a little practice. Maybe they've been using it at Tantine or in Grenville or in Carriacou to practice. But coming here now is a whole different setting.
Colin, I want to go back to Carriacou because I know you've been involved with the Athletics Association. A lot of the times we know that the team has been chosen. And then we have intercall, and some new athletes emerge with impressive times. And people say, well, how come this athlete is not on the Carriacou team and they've done so well at intercall? Walk us through the submission of names and selection of teams and deadlines for which athletes have to be submitted, etc.
Well, I know that the GA definitely have their mini-meets. So it's not only at this meet you get to be selected at Carriacou Games. At the standard, they had developmental meets from all years, October, November, which you get the opportunity. So definitely you will see the rise in talent from there. But in all saying that intercall time, you will see someone that come out outstanding and they will not present or perform well at the national championship. But but I think the allocation have been made because I know for
Rayburn of McDonald College.
Let's look at the race. And we'll continue on the
So there they are on the starters orders. Kanik Nixon is there from Fusion. He is definitely one to look out for. He's in lane 2. The Presentation Brothers College too. He was very impressive throughout the season so far. Ethan David, Joshua Lewis, Jaron Phillip, Aiden Samuel, Riley Forrester, and Raheem Reuben. Nice clean start here. So it seems again, but again the electronic system is just having me to eat up my words up with a clean start, Colin.
Yeah, and then someone right there, they see that previous race that nobody, the team didn't get a yellow card. You know, and it's
so I didn't want to comment on that, Colin, but we saw some green cards.
Some, you know, so it's
we saw some green cards being issued. Let's look at what happened here. Yeah. Number 6, lane 6, looked a little bit early. That's Aiden Samuel.
Right, so what we could say maybe with the thing, if the system show up more than one person, and you can then you give the green card to the whole field, or if it's the problem is from the system, but the previous two maybe it was a open false start.
It was clear.
It was a clear false start. So most likely if they decided that more than one person had actually react within the time, they might give the whole fleet a yellow a warning. A green card, or
so let's see what happens on this occasion.
And I must say they just come out from training. And if you look at it, we'll see the man with them. He's the facilitator for the training, so they give the whole fleet we just the same fear, you know.
But the coach or the trainer, the instructor is there, so I guess he's guiding the process.
He guides in the process, yeah. So maybe so it's maybe one or two persons or more than one that actually within that reaction time to deem illegal. So
they're gonna have another attempt at it. Anybody who falls that now would be disqualified. Kanik Nixon, Ethan David, Joshua Lewis, Aiden Samuel, Riley Forrester, Raheem Reuben. McDonald College, Reuben. Kanik Nixon again, one of the featured athletes this event in lane 2 for Fusion Athletics, also a student at the Presentation Brothers College. Look good. The 200 meters has been having a very good season as well. Well, they're up and running this time here. Let's see what Nixon does in lane 2. Up already and moving good is Nixon in lane 2. Kanik Nixon wins this one easily, and I'm sure he would have returned an impressive time to get that automatic qualifying mark to the finals. Yeah. We saw a best so far of 11.59. I'm sure Kanik Nixon would have done slightly better than that. We saw him easing down to the tape as well, but getting up very quickly from the dry phase. Very high knee action as well.
Was a 200 meter.
11.58 Cullen, still just marginally better than previously, 100 of a second. Okay. Previous to that, we had 11.57, but 11.58 by Kanik Nixon. That will take him into the final.
Some information before I leave. Just the project manager for the resurfacing of the stadium, Mr. Gott Bailey, had returned to his home place, but he's here in the stadium now. He come back because we still have to complete the warm-up track prior to KFT, and so he's in his stadium. So once I do get him, maybe you could have an opportunity to say hi to him.
Well, I think that's important because actually seeing a live performance and being here to see the surface that he has put on and how he's reacting to the athletes and how the athletes are. So it's good to see that he's back. I know he's back for the warm-up track preparation, but to be here in time to see that, so that's good. So thank you, Colin. We really appreciate what you have done. We know that we would have loved for you to stay on to help us with the comments and so on. But the information that you've provided in terms of the ministry's responsibility, your expertise as a coach and as a former national athlete has been invaluable. And we thank you for being with us here with TNR Communications at the Ariza 2024 National Championships.
Thank you very much. Anytime, man. Okay.
So, folks, I'm sure you enjoyed
Running
the
out of lane number
expert
3,
comments that Colin was
representing
providing.
Altitude Track Academy, Delron John. Lane number 4, representing 473 MVP, Xavier Williams. Lane number 5, representing 473 MVP, Rashawn Daniel. Lane number 6, representing Classic Lighting Subsidy Rising Stars, Terrell Williams. Lane number 7, representing 473 MVP, Theo Street. And running unattached, lane number 8, Ethan Frederick.
So there we have it,
the final heat.
Lineup
Heat number
of
5 of 5.
the competitors
The boys
in
100-meter dash.
the 5th preliminary. Looking for a position into the finals. The top 8 times would gain position into the finals. So it's not necessarily who wins the respective heats, but who returns the fastest times. This is the under 17 category. If we look, I just want to welcome back Jason. Jason is back up in the commentary position. He has been roving the track, bringing us updates on the various events, and now he's back in the nice and comfortable chairs, the air-conditioned ambience as well. Jason, welcome back up to the studios, and your impressions of what you saw down on the track, being up close and personal with the athletes.
Ask me if I want to go back down again.
I would think for the finals you may.
Keep thinking. It's nothing short of blistering outside there. It does feel like about 36 degrees, and with the sun blaring down on the open skies, a UV index of 10, 11, that's nothing short of unhealthy. And I give full credit to the folks who are outside there working all day, and I want to tip my hats to them. It was really nice working along with them, but they're not going to see me down there for the rest of the day, hopefully. Not in this kind of sun.
Well, you're always welcome here, Jason.
All right. Well, it's any little shade that you see on your screen, I could guarantee you they're not feeling the slightest bit of it outside there. It's open air, hot sunshine, and a whole lot of speed in these heats. It's been particularly impressed with the previous run there by Canik Nixon, with about 80 meters completed. He sort of like locked in cruise control and then went into full compression gear after that. So he's looked good. He's looked confident, good form on the ball of his feet, and he's allowing the track to do the work. I'm glad you mentioned that, because as we said yesterday, the track is going to be fruitful to those who are technically sound.
Absolutely so, absolutely. Jason, I want to draw your attention to the athlete here in lane number 3, Delron John. He was the intercol champ at the sub-junior category last year, so he's actually a first-year junior in the under-17 category. Yesterday, he was involved in the javelin. So he's not been having the best of seasons as a first-year junior, but he has an opportunity now to go on to the finals from this preliminary and maybe reassert himself.
Well, that's generally the case unless you find something extra special. That's generally the case when an athlete moves up, because you've moved up into a different category, so you've moved up with the bigger boys, so to speak. And you can understand why he may not be having the very best of seasons. But this could be a good run for him, Delron John. He's out quick, out good, looking good, coming down straight. He's ahead of this one. Maybe he heard the commentary, maybe he heard our comments, maybe he heard Leslie. And Delron John, in his good form, has decided to lock in compression gear when he got to 85 meters, and he crossed the finish line, and he looked nothing short of magnificent.
So Delron John running here today for Altitude Track Club, really showing some experience to Jason by shutting it down and saving some for the finals. He was out in a flash and really left the rest of the field in the dust by 50 meters. And there he was all by himself here, maintaining his form and then shutting it down just about now and coursing over the finish line to return an impressive time of 11.55, the fastest we've seen today so far in the under 17 boys?
He was Mr. Showbolt from last year into call. And yeah, I mean, with good reason, of course, because he was on top. He was on the top of his game. And yeah, so he was Mr. Showbolt. I remember him really well from last year into call. And he's done pretty well so far in this event. Yeah, he had a rough day yesterday. But I think that had to do with the fact that, you know, as we said, he's coming up to the bigger boys. So he's realizing, you know what, I need to put some pep into this step now. So he's done pretty well. I like his stride. He reminds me a lot of Justin Gatlin when he's on the straightaway. He goes chest up first and allows the momentum to pull him forward. He's always gripping and pulling, and I like that about him.
Yeah, so Delron John with the fastest time from the preliminaries, 11.55. We saw an 11.59 and 11.58. And so he would be expected to be among maybe the podium finishers in the finals later on this evening. So the spectators have journeyed here to the stadium, the ardent followers of track and field. And we know there are some who are home who are maybe contemplating coming on down here to the National Stadium. Jason, we can tell them that the stage is set for some very exciting finals later on this evening.
Oh, of course it is. Let me tell you something. I'm particularly looking forward to a couple of the relays. If I check my schedule, I would tell you that there are a couple of events I'm looking forward to this afternoon. One of them, of course, is the 4x100 meter relay open boys and the girls, the 4x4 100 meter open boys. I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to the boys 4x100 meter under 20. That is going to be something spectacular. Those races are going to be something spectacular. The boys 200 meter finals are up this afternoon as well. And all categories, under 15, under 17, 20, under 20 and 20 and over. So the 200 meters are up this afternoon as well. So yeah, look out for some fire, look out for some speed coming around the bend.
So I was trying to get a prediction from some of my colleagues in terms of what to expect for the under 20 boys 200 meters, which would feature the likes of an Ethan Sam and others. Ethan Sam, as we know, would have been a silver medalist at Carifta last year in the 200 meters in the under 17 category. And he did a 21.90 something, I think it was last year. He's in much better form this year, and so the expectation is that he will lower that mark in 2024. So the predictions are out, the jury is out on that one. Nobody wants to make any prediction at this stage, but I'm expecting Ethan Sam to do well. He will get some good challenge from some others in the likes of Joshim Sylvester from SAS if he decides to compete in the 200 meters from the Ace Track Club. And then there is also the Samuel Green who won the 100 meters. He's expected to do well too in the 200 meters. He's in ripping form. Sam used to get the better of him over the years, but we see Green now having the better of Ethan Sam. So they're going to have that clash into the 200 meter finals again, I would think.
I like Sam. I like Sam. I like his temperament. I like his focus. I like that he doesn't let the noise around him distract him, especially when he gets to the top of the starting blocks. He's always, you can always see him zeroing in on his prey, which is the finish line. He wants to get to that. But I do believe that Green technically and subliminally has the edge on him in this event. And I'm saying that because I've seen Ethan Sam yesterday, and I think he is much better than what I saw yesterday. Right? I think yesterday he was a little bit, too cool, too cucumber. Right? Well, I think he was a little too cucumber yesterday. And Green came out blistering in the 100 and really showed out and showed up. And so I think psychologically Green has the advantage if they're going to clash in the 200.
Well, Green had an impressive 10.51 seconds yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And Sam at 10.69. That's been Sam's best time for the season. At the GPSS Sports, I think he did a 10.84. It was not at his best. But he had an injury last year from the intersecondary school games. And maybe he's still recovering, but a good time for him at 10.69 in the 100 meters yesterday.
Yeah, so he's been doing pretty well, this Green, and I'm quite sure that he is going to continue in that vein, because when you come into the 200, and I think the 200 is probably one of his favorite events.
Well, that's the one he placed second at Carifta last year.
Yeah.
So he was third in the 100 meters and second in the 200 meters. So maybe it's indeed his better event. Let's wait and see this afternoon.
All right. Well, we've got a break coming up, which they're going to take in just a little bit. I think it's going to come in a few minutes. If we look at the schedule will give us the details. We've got the girls 150 under 9 happening now, and it's a final event, the girls 150. So we've got, what, 5 athletes participating in this one. Leslie, do you know any of them? Tiana Gibbs, that name rings a bell to you at all? Or Louison, Esme Wilson Louison?
Not quite familiar with these youngsters.
2,433 points. St. David Trailblazers.
These under 9s yesterday, Leslie, when I saw them, both girls and boys, when I saw them yesterday, I think myself and Rondell John was here yesterday, and we both agreed instantly on one thing, that the future for athletics looks awesome. I mean, and I say this with no disrespect to anyone, when you look at some of the techniques from the younger ones, especially the male athletes, they were running with the right form, with the right technique. They're very coachable at that age. So they're like sponges, yeah? And so they lap it up. And you could have seen the evidence of them lapping up, that soaking up what was given to them. You could have seen that yesterday. So credit to the coaches who are working with these under 9s. You've been doing a great job.
Well, Colin and I commented on that this morning. We saw the focused attention. We saw the techniques. We saw them in the spikes. We saw them with the blocks. And they were all well prepared and eager to go. As we see, the first of the 2 finals for the 150 meters under 9 girls about to be started. So it's going to be a timed finals. The 2 events are going to be compared, and the fastest times would emerge as the winners. So let's see what happens in this first of the 2 finals. They're up and running here now, 150 meters under 9 girls. And we have Houston, Joseph, Gibbs, Wilson Louison, and Charles here. But it looks as though it's Tamaya Gibbs of sprinters. It's Gibbs from sprinters. Look at how the arms are pumping here. She is very, very focused. She's going to win this one here. She's going to wait for the time in the second one to know if she's the overall winner. But a good run by Tamaya Gibbs. In second, looks as though Janaya Charles of one of the classic lighting teams here. But Jason, Tamaya Gibbs of sprinters, comfortable winner here.
I have absolutely nothing to add to what you've just said. Absolutely nothing.
Take us back through the race.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly, from the time she came off the curve, she was in front. Notice she's not looking to her left, she's not looking to her right. She's got one thing in focus, the finish line. Pumping, you can see look at her arms, you can see all the tension there, and she's pulling herself forward. Even with that kind of distance, she knew she was ahead of the pack, but her head never moved to the left or to the right. She stayed focused, crossed the finish line, and then look at the determination on her face. Even after she won the race, she was like still ready to go another 50 meters.
Well, Tamaya Gibbs has set the bar very high here, and she would wait to see what happens. She just delivered just over 21 seconds in that event, and she would wait to see what the second finals bring to know if she is the overall winner. But I love how she maintained her form throughout, and she was so focused, very consistent in her strides and her arms, and really, really ran through the finish line in that manner.
The National Athletic Championship. Look for that name as you go through the years, because I'm quite sure she's going to be around for some time.
Second of the 2 finals. They're getting ready.
No, they ran the the 100 yesterday. I thought we had some results from the 100 yesterday, but need to get that from downstairs.
It's a false start to the second of the two finals for the girls' 150-meter dash on the 9. These youngsters are still on the 9, Jason, but looking well composed and well prepared. I'm sure they would have emerged from their own school sports and maybe their parish sports as well. They still have the primary school games to go, the national primary school games, as well as the private primary school games. As we see, the green card being issued to the athlete in lane 5.
That's Campbell.
And that's Jemiah Campbell of finish line. Look how concentrated they are. The athlete in lane 3, Anaya McIntyre, South City Rising Stars. They're going to have another go at it. They have a good start this time and go up and running. Amaya McIntyre of South City Rising Stars coming around the turn in the lead here. It's McIntyre of South City Rising Stars. Amaya McIntyre. She's looking good. She's maintaining her consistency and stride here. She's all by herself, running for a good time to win this gold medal in this event, running against the clock, so to speak. Amaya McIntyre wins it, and we'll wait to see what time she has returned. She will want to beat a 21.16 to get a gold medal, but a great run indeed by Amaya McIntyre from South City Rising Stars.
Yeah, she came off the curve ahead of everybody. I mean, she was ahead of them even on the curve. And again, look at the focus. Not drifting, not swaying, head staying focused. That's one of the major things you've got to do as a sprinter. Your head has got to remain steady. And she has kept a steady head and lunged herself forward. Nice stride being maintained, not slowing down, and going all the way over the finish line, and then she locks it down. That is the making of a superb athlete. 25.16. It doesn't get her the gold medal. I'm not sure if it got her to the podium at all, because that's some time here. When they do the calculations, of course, we're going to know. But she's going to be encouraged by the race that she just ran.
I just want to recognize at this point, Jason, the efforts of Lee Coffey, who is the coach of the South City Rising Stars. Over the years, we've seen this club grow and produce great athletes, and they continue to do well at the national circuit, even at the Carifta Games. And we ought to show a lot more recognition for the efforts of Lee Coffey and others, and the whole rebirth of the club structure within Grenada. For example, St. George's have quite a number of clubs now. We see a second club emerging out of St. Andrew, but we come back to that as we go trackside for the boys under 9, 150 meters. So the boys would have 3 timed finals. They're up and running, and we have Webster, Bain, Wilson, Dolan, Peters, and Tyson coming around the turn here, completing their first 50 meters. Looking good is the athlete in lane 2, Jaheim Bain. Bain is looking, but on the outside, athlete 104, Khalid Tyson of Altitude. But he's getting some competition here from MVP. Tyson, MVP. It's a close one. It looks like Tyson in the end. Khalid Tyson of Altitude over Kalani Peters of MVP. And look at the camaraderie here, Jason. We don't even see that amongst the senior athletes. It only augurs well for the future of these youngsters.
Well, the innocence of these children, and it's a good thing, yeah, because they only know love until we show them hate. That's the funny thing about this life. Everybody came off the turn pretty much even here. I mean, look at that. It was a straight line. You could have used a ruler to measure this one. But then the separation started to come with about 60 meters to go. And here we have in lane 5 and 6, yeah? That was the close one right here. Even when it got to the wire, you got to pause it, and we've got to do some serious photo finishing work here, because even with the replay slowing it down, we still can't tell. Maybe our friends over in production, they're going to bring us almost to the edge of the tape so we can at least get some kind of clarification on it. But even with the close finish, they didn't mind that. All they knew is that, hey, we made it, we did well, a hug, and now let's wait. Basically telling the officials, well, not even
It's
from
the
there.
torso. It looks as though it's Kalani Peters here. But that's what we call a photo finish. Indeed, it's Khalid Tyson who won in 24.61. Peters was second in 24.61. So the torso, the photo finish had to make the determination.
Let's look at it again.
So Tyson, the eventual winner, 24.61. And the same time for second for Kalani Peters of 24.61. So it's being judged by the torso. And the photo finish is not the same camera that you're seeing, so we could use that as our yardstick, but the photo finish camera is obviously a different camera. 24.61, that's the time to beat by the others. There are going to be two other timed finals, but the bar is well set here by Khalid Tyson and Kalani Peters. And they knew they were joint winners. They hugged each other at the end.
Well, just at the bottom of your screen, you're seeing the boys on the 17 getting ready for their short put throw. The picture on your screen there, Stefan Strawn. He won the boys discus by some distance earlier on this afternoon. So we're getting ready for the short put now. And of course, Strawn of the MVP track club going into this one as the favorite.
So the under 9 boys are getting ready for the second of finals out of their 3, 150 meters. Occasion modest. And they're up and running here. Let's see, it's only 4 of them in this one. Coming around the turn here. It looks as though it's Mitchell, Jace Mitchell here. Jace Mitchell indeed it is from the St. Andrews Holy Innocents, I think it is, but Jace Mitchell looking around for the competition. He has to keep his concentration. It's going to be another photo finish. But I think Jace Mitchell may have just edged out to Winston Church of the South City Rising Stars. But again, Jason, very competitive indeed from the under 9 boys. They're taking us down to the wire.
Who would have thought that the under 9 boys would have given us the thrill that we've been looking for all day? Look at that. I mean, Jace, he knew he was under pressure. And was he fighting? Yeah, he was fighting. I think he lost a little bit of focus when he started to look around him. But in the meantime, the athlete right next to him, that looks like
Wilson Church.
Wilson Church. He never let up. He never let up. And he's lucky that it's a 150, because had it been a 151, we would have been singing a different song.
So I think just got the better of him there with the dip. I think Church may have dipped a little bit too early. But this is good competition. This is great competition, as a matter of fact, to see these youngsters battling for the finish line like that.
Yeah, well, the officials in the photo finish room and the timers, they've got some work to do. They're finally getting the work for their day's pay. So I don't envy them. I'm not envying them.
Finish,
not this time.
Jace Mitchell, 24.53.
But remember, somebody in the girls on the 9 ran 21. Was it a 21? Somebody in the girls?
Yeah, so that was obviously a mistake. It was like a 26.
Or 26.
So 24.51 has been registered, 24.53, 24.61, 24.55. It's going to take another photo finish. The officials would have their work cut out for them in determining the overall winners. It's a time final, so 24.51 from my records here is the time to beat, which would have been returned by Dorland or finish line. So we're down to the third finals.
All they want to do is get out and run. I mean, they've got the the support of just about everyone here. And all they want to do is get out and run and have a good time.
Let's see if we get another photo finish. That would make it a hat-trick of photo finishes. They're up and running now again. A nice, good start here. Looking good on the inside is Tevon Joseph of Runners Athletic. But on the outside is Holden Batiste of Sprinters. Holden Batiste of Sprinters in the lead at the moment. There they go. He's grimacing. He's giving it all he's got. He's running for a good time. He's looking for the gold medal. Batiste of Sprinters wins it now. We await the time. The second position would have been Abraham Clark of Classic Lighting.
Yeah, I think he just did it. I believe he just did it. It looked like an early 24 to me, and I think he just propelled himself to the top.
Well,
just
he didn't have that kind of competition that we saw in the other two events, but he was out there all by himself. I don't think I hold a contrary view to you. I thought the other two were quicker, but we will see momentarily when the time is posted on the screen.
Well, we're holding our breaths here. If there's ever a tense moment, this is it now. I mean, would you believe these on the nines are giving us this?
25.05. So that would not give him a medal position. We've had at least 4 times that were 24, sub 25, but a good run indeed by Holden Batiste of Sprinters Athletics Club. And so these youngsters have really delivered on the day, Jason. They came to the stadium, they delivered, they entertained us, and they provided great competition.
Yeah, well, the excitement came from an unlikely source, but the excitement we did have. So this is what you pay for. This is what you want to see. When it comes down to athletics particularly, this is what you want. I mean, who wants to see somebody running out to the front and finishing all by themselves? Who really wants to see that? You want to see photo finish stuff.
Great indeed. These youngsters have delivered when it matters most. We're going to see them again in the coming weeks in the National Primary Schools Championship and also the Private Primary School Games, Prep Sports as we call it, as we get set for the 200 meters coming up. It's going to be in the under 15 girls category, so a lot of action on the track. Still preliminaries. And we're going to have a break coming up, and then we get ready for the exciting finals later on this evening. Some impressive runners in this under 15 girls category. We saw some of them yesterday. Tishona Bascom is in the upcoming preliminary from the St. David's Track Blazers. She's one to look out for. There are some other field events going on. We see some action across there in the discus area. We see some action in the high jump area as well.
Next up
also
on the
short put
the girls 200-meter dash
and the javelin areas. So I'm sure the jumps have some action as well.
Yeah, well, we have some results that we need to share. We're just waiting on them to bring it up from the boys Octathlon and the girls heptathlon, because there were 2 events completed while we were down on the field bringing you some updates. So we've got that coming in just a little bit. If it doesn't come as fast as we want, I may have to
go back out there in the ambience of the beautiful athletic stadium.
Yeah, Leslie. Maybe you should use the opportunity to stretch your legs. All right, we're going to work on that in just a little bit. Have no fear. What have we got coming up here now? We've got the girls 200-meter dash under 15. It's a final. Let's run through the list. Basically, it's a heat. It's a heat, yeah? So we've got, how many heats on this one, Leslie? Walk us through it.
So this one has 5 preliminaries. And so they're going to advance by time. So the 8 fastest times will advance to the finals. And we were making the point earlier on, you could actually win your heat and not make it onto the finals. Or you can place 3rd or 4th in your heat and still make it onto the finals, because the best times will be used for determining the finalists.
You've got to pay attention to the clock while you're running. It's not just to play running for positions. It's running with the clock in mind as well.
So slowing down for the tip might not be under consideration.
Lane number 4, St. David Track Blazers, Tishona Bascom. Lane number 5, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Kyria Gibson. Lane number 6, Top Flight Track Club, Micaiah Frederick. Your field for heat number 1, the girls 200-meter dash under 15.
So there we have it, the starting lineup for the first of the 5 preliminaries The games record 24.99. Kina Thomas out of Carriacou. She was a good athlete over the years from the primary school. She graduated into the secondary school and continued to do well. She holds the games record at the moment. So you're going to see Smart, Liquish, McIntosh, Bascom, Gibson, Frederick, Nelson, and Welsh. Tishana Bascom of the St. David's Track Blazers. In lane 4, she is one to look out for in this event. One of the up and emerging stars out of St. David's. Nice clean start to the first of 5 preliminaries in the girls under 15 200 meters. Already making a mark is Tishana Bascom of St. David's Track Blazers in lane 4. She runs the turn in the lead here and heading into the home straight. Tishana Bascom stamping her authority on this one here. She has to pour all the way to the finish line because the fastest time will determine the overall winner. But Tishana Bascom is going to win this one comfortable and stake a claim for the gold medal as well. What a great run indeed by Tishana Bascom.
Yeah, I like the way she ran. I mean, she never let up on her stride. As a matter of fact, at some points her stride even got a little bit longer. And that shows confidence to me. Here she came around. When she came around the curve, she was ahead of everybody. Daylight. Absolute daylight. Nothing in her way. Just the finish line. And kept focused. Never looked to the left. Never looked to the right. Torso is moving a little bit too much to the left and right, but once she keeps that in focus, then she will register a better time in the future. But she's going to win this one, and we're going to wait to see what time is returned, and that, of course, will determine who gets what on the podium.
Well, you made an interesting observation because I was speaking to one of the coaches from the St. David's Track Blazers, and that was the exact same comment she made, that they just have to do some fine-tuning on her technique, and she'll be a great athlete to the future. So, Tishana Bascom, congratulations on that victory. We are with the times of the other 4 timed finals, and you would know where you stand on the podium most likely.
26.23. 26.23. Is that good enough at this level? Leslie, you tell me. It's girls under 15. 26.23 in 200 meters?
Well, it's what I would call an average time. She has a best time of 26 flat. And a sub 26, a sub 25 would have been something that we would have been, we feel better about, but 26.23 at that level at this stage is quite acceptable.
And after that, nothing to write home about. 28.01 by Angel Lewis. 28.01 would require something really slow after this, some really slow stuff after this to get it to the podium.
Lighting, Western Hall Secondary, Anaya Cumberbatch. Lane number 3, Velocity Track Club, Ariella Henry. Lane 5, from Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Kylie Williams. Lane number 7, Boca Secondary School, Sarana Hall. And in lane number 8, from the St. David Track Blazers, Michaela Phillip. Your field for Heat 2, 200 meter dash under 15.
Who are you looking for in this one, Leslie? We've got 27 flat from Brianna Charles and 28.77 from Kylie Williams. Those are the 2 times that we have registered here. I'm not sure if anybody did better than 27, but that is what we've got here. And they're in the middle of the pack, so it means that when you've got 27 and 28 and 4 and 5, it means that anything on the outside of that is generally higher. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to wait for the end of the race, Jason, because I really have not analyzed them properly yet. So let's see what happens here.
Well, they're out, up and gone. Let's see what we've got here. Still pretty much even, too close to call. It looks like South City Rising Stars and Kaylee Williams. Kaylee Williams, they're coming off the turn. She's challenged, good on the outside in lane 8. It looks like a Ned, not 8 but 6, or less, lane 8. Michaela Phillip. But Williams, she's shutting down. It might be to her detriment. She's shutting down. Williams gets to the finish line first. Phillip just moves in second. And that looks pretty slow, Leslie. I'm not quite sure if that's better than what we just had in 26.23. I think it might be slower.
It appears to be much slower here, and as a matter of fact, she came in with a much slower time as well. But if you look towards the end of the race, she was really tiring up. She was slowing down. And I think what we saw from Tishona Bascom is a much more impressive time than we saw here from her. So Kylie Williams, that's the athlete here for you from South City Rising Stars, who won this second finals. And she was not given much competition by the others, but slowing down towards the tip, which would not be in her favor because these are at time the finals. 28.50, Jason, and she came with a best of 28.77. Is not good enough for the gold medal at the moment.
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, what that does is that it gives Angel Lewis hope, because Angel Lewis ran in the first heat and she clocked 28.01 and came in second. So this gives her some good hope.
She's sitting in the silver medal position at the moment.
Yeah. Good afternoon to our friends in Good Hope. It's a village in St. Andrew, Grenada.
So just to let you know, to Jason, that Tishona Bascom actually won the 100 meters yesterday. So already she has the best time of the two finals that have gone, and she's poised to do the double here. So she ran at 12.77 yesterday to win the 100 meters, and already doing a 26.23 in the 200 meters.
Oh, well, let's go down to the house announcer for the lane assignments for heat number 3.
Lane number 2, Boca Secondary, Jamaica Campbell. Lane number 3, Runners Athletics, Camilla Lewis. Lane number 4, Finish Line Sports Club, Sarah Sandy. Lane number 5, Finish Line Sports Club, Tiana Marie. Lane number 6, representing Carriacou Combined, Kayla Allen. Lane number 7, from the McDonald College, Sanaya St. Louis. And rounding out the field from St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Malia Barry Lewis.
So there you have it, the assignments, the lane assignments for the competitors in the third of the 5 preliminaries for the under 15 girls 200 meters. The best 8 times goes on to the final. Issues there with the starting block, it seems, and the lane markers. Campbell, Lewis, Sandy, Murray, Allen, St. Louis, Barry Lewis. This time they have a nice clean start here. Let's see who emerges nicely. Lane 2 is looking good in Jamaica Campbell of Boca Secondary. I'm sure the Boca fans in the audience here will be thrilled by that. But look at for the athlete in lane number 6. It looks as though it's Kayla Allen from Carriacou in lane 6. Indeed, but also in lane 1 and looking good is Aliyah Campbell from Velocity Track. But Kayla from Carriacou is going to win this one. It's indeed from Carriacou, Kayla Allen in blue. We are with the official result on that, but Carriacou's in the house, and she did a good job here representing and winning this preliminary. Once she's in the top 8 times, she'll go on to the final and contest for a medal. Jason.
Yeah, well, she ran a smart race. Right? She didn't put away too much too soon. And coming down the straightaway, there still was no clear indication, but she's got physical strength. And I think that's where she edged out Aliyah Campbell based on physical strength, because you saw her knees lifting a little higher as opposed to Campbell's knees, who was a lot lower in this one. And by the time she got to about 10, 15 meters to go, she was clearly ahead. And I think she shut down just a little bit. I'm not quite sure if that's going to work in her favor. Is it faster than 26? I think it's 26 something.
It was a competitive one, but what's interesting, she's actually running with a knee brace. So she's nursing some kind of injury as well. And to come out here and do so good, I think hats up. She did a 27.6. That's Kayla Allen.
Yeah, so 27.6 for Kayla Allen, and Sanaya St. Louis of McDonald College, 28.44, and Sarah Sandy, Finish Line Sports Club, 28.53. 27.60. That's the one to look at, 27.60.
I think that could take her to the finals, definitely. It's a faster time that we saw for Kylie Williams of South City Rising Stars, who won the previous preliminary. But still with the best time is Tishona Bascom of the St. David's Catholic, of the St. David's Trailblazers.
Oh, 27.60 gets her into second position already. So she can't get up to the gold medal. That's Tishona Bascom still has one hand on the medal.
Well, they have to go to the finals. That's just to take them to the finals. So it's woman v woman in the finals, and whoever brings the A game, but definitely Tishona Bascom is an obvious favorite.
All right, patrons, don't forget when you come to the National Stadium, our friends at Ariza, they're inviting you to scan the barcode. There are barcodes posted on the wall as you go through the stadium. Scan the barcode and you'll open the door to your financial freedom, your future.
Finish Line Sports Club, Michaela Patrick. And rounding out your field, in lane number 5 from the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Rihanna Thomas.
Well, Jason, I can tell you Rihanna Thomas, who is in lane 5, she would be one to look out for in this particular preliminary. She was actually second in the 100-meter finals, 13.05 yesterday, and now she's up looking for a place into the finals of the 200 meters.
We're going to keep our eyes on her. She's in the middle of the pack in lane number 5.
There they go. The fourth of the 5 preliminaries. And up front already is Rihanna Thomas of South City Rising Stars out there in lane 5, very close to us here on the screen. Coming around the turn, she's maintained her lead on this one, and into the home straight now. It's Rihanna Thomas of South City Rising Stars. No challenge whatsoever coming from the rest of the field. And she's running for a good time and a good lane into the finals as well. Rihanna Thomas, South City Rising Stars, wins this one very comfortably indeed.
Now, this one has to be closer to 26. This one has to be a lot closer to 26 than the previous one. She was out like a rocket from the start, never let up. She led from the beginning. She made up the stagger very early. And even when they were approaching the bend, not even coming off the bend, even when they were approaching the bend, you know she had it. 27.90, that's what she's just recorded. 27.90 seconds. That's what she's just recorded.
Well, she came in with a 27.14. She has the 3rd fastest time so far. So Kayla Allen from Carriacou did have a better time than her as well. Michaela Patrick of Finish Line placed 2nd with 29.86. And Deja Charles of Convent and Andrew with 30.02. So Rihanna Thomas, although placed in 2nd in the 100 meters, she will have a work cut out for her. Kayla from Carriacou has a better time than her, and also is Bascom from St. David's. So I think these 3, and maybe Sophia Stephen, who would be featured, I think, in the next preliminary, would have that showdown in the finals.
Sophia Stephen is not in this one.
Jamila Martin. Lane number 5, representing H Track Club, Jazara Bola. Lane number 6, representing the McDonald College, Samaya Andrew. Lane number 7, representing Grenada Christian Academy, Rishana Charles. And in lane number 8, representing the St. David Trailblazers, Eliza Rose Benjamin. Your field for heat number 5 of the girls 200-meter dash under 15.
So there you have it, the lineup as they've been called on the marks by the starters. They're looking for a place into the finals. They're running against the clock, so to speak. Not necessarily who wins this event goes into the final, but who has the best times of the 5 preliminaries. We have Augustine, Swan, Martin, Felix, Bola, Andrew, Charles, and Rose Benjamin. Events are going fast and furious now. The officials are really caught up with things and progressing in a very organized manner now. Athletes are all been marshaled expertly, on time. And there's no need to blink, no need to get away from your screens. You're going to miss some real action.
Well, the athletes in this one looks a little bit more tense than the others. When you look at the reaction on their faces, they seem to be a little bit more cautious. Everybody's looking over their shoulder. And you anticipating something faster in this one? We've got a best qualifying time from Jemiah Felix of the Sprinter Sports Club. She came in this one at 27.09.
So I don't think so. None of the athletes here were into the finals of the 100 meters, so I'm not expecting a faster time. So there they go. It's the start of the final preliminary in the girls under 15 200 meters. And let's see who comes up the turn here. Looking good is the athlete out there in lane 7, who is Rishana Charles. Rishana Charles in lane 8. We have Rose Benjamin. Rose Benjamin from St. David's in lane 8 is in the lead at the moment, and she's going to win this preliminary here. We're going to see what time she returns. It looks as though McDonald College would pick up the 2nd position, but Rose Benjamin of the St. David's Trailblazers, the unofficial winner.
Yeah, well, Rose Benjamin ran a strong race more than anything else. It required a lot of power from her. Look at the athlete in the middle of the pack. That looks like the athlete in lane 5. Is it Bola of Ace? She came out of the blocks very sharp, picked up the stagger very quickly on the athlete in front of her, but still wasn't able to power through. She lost away. But in the meantime, look at lane number 8, Rose Benjamin, showing comfort, looking strong, lifting her knees and striding forward and pulling away from the pack. What time has she registered? That is going to be the determining factor here now to get into the finals.
So just as everybody else, we await the time that Rose Benjamin would have returned, and to know 27.62 for Rose Benjamin. That would take her to the finals as well. And Samaya Andrew of McDonald College, 28.52. So Eliza Rose Benjamin would join her teammate, that's Tishona Bascom, into the finals. We'd also see the likes of Kylie Williams, Kayla Allen out of Carriacou, Rihanna Thomas, and there might be just a couple others to join them onto the finals.
Yeah, well, what's going to be interesting in this one is that most of the athletes, save and except Tishona Bascom, who went under 27, everybody else went over 27. It means that Bascom is going to find herself in a good inner lane. She's going to be lodged somewhere in lane 4 or 5, mostly 4. And her mate in this one, which is Rose Benjamin, is probably going to be right next to her, based on the qualifying times, either to the left or to the right. She's going to be right next to her either way. So that in itself is motivation for the both of them going into the finals.
She's going to be sandwiched between Rose Benjamin and Kayla Allen out of Carriacou, so she would have good momentum and good competition and motivation on either side of the track.
It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out. All right, well, we're just bordering on 25 minutes before 4 o'clock local time, and it's a hot, sunshiny Sunday. We were expecting a little drizzle, according to our friends at the meteorological office. We were expecting a little drizzle between 3 and 4 to cool things down, but that didn't happen. It's more sunshine. Let's go outside on the track for the lane assignments.
In lane number 2, representing 473 MVP, Devontae Henry Paul. Lane number 3, representing Altitude Track Academy, Keon George. Lane number 4, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Giovanni Green. And rounding out your field, lane number 5, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Philip Mitchell. Your field for Heat 1 for the boys, 200-meter dash under 15.
So there are going to be 4 preliminaries in this category. And again, they're going to be selected based on best times to the finals. The top 8 advance by time. So we see Alexander, Henry Paul, George, Green, and Mitchell. They're up and running here is the boys 200 meters in the under 15 category. And looking good is the athlete here, Giovanni Green. In lane 4 is Giovanni Green here from MVP. He's running by himself here. Giovanni Green off finish line. Wins comfortably here. Second looks like the athlete Keon George from Altitude Track. But an easy victory here for Giovanni Green off finish line.
Yeah, he came off the curb there ahead of the pack. He's still running a little bit flat-footed. That's the only thing that worries me about him. He's not on the ball of his feet. He'd do a whole lot more on the ball of his feet. Look, he's planting his foot even as he comes down the track, and that's not good for his lower back later on. It would affect him sooner than later. He's got to get on the ball of his feet. It's just sheer strength. Look at the muscles in his leg. It's just sheer muscle strength, and he's pounding into the track. And if he goes on the ball of his feet, this young man is going to be something spectacular.
Guess what, Jason? He was the winner of the 100 meters in 11.53. So it's working for him at the moment, but I guess if he can refine the technique, he can go a lot further, as you alluded to.
Yeah, well, at this stage, at age under 15, he's still coachable. And I'm quite sure that his coaches are going to be looking at that and showing him, because if he doesn't correct it very soon, he's not going to get past under 20, because he's going to start nursing injuries. When you're a sprinter running on your heels, you're running into injuries.
So his time 23.43. Giovanni Green. The game's record is 23.06. Ethan Sam in 2021. So 23.43. He can lower that into the finals if he's given some more competition. He already won the 100 meters and would be an obvious favorite for the 200 meters later on this evening.
Introducing your field for heat number 2. Running out of lane number 2, representing the McDonald College, Malric Rubin. Lane number 3, representing 473 MVP, Xavier Alexander. Lane number 4, representing the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. In lane number 6, representing Fusion Athletics, Trey Sparks St. Bernard. And ladies and gentlemen, in lane number 7, representing 473 MVP, Tyler Hackett. Your field for heat 2 for the boys 200-meter dash under 15.
Well, another exciting event up for us here, the second of the 4 preliminaries. And one to definitely look out for here now is the athlete in lane 4, Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars. He was second in the 100 meters in a time of 11.59 seconds. And he would look to stamp his authority here on the way to the finals. So they're up and running here. There they go. The start of the second of 4 preliminaries in the boys 200 meters on the 15. And already Nathaniel Alfred making his mark here and emerging ahead of the pack as they round the turn and enter into the home straight. It's Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars looking for a good time and to get a good lane as well into the finals. Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars wins this one. It looks as though in lane 2 is McDonald's College Malrick Rubin, but a good run indeed by Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars.
Yeah, I like his run. I like his run. Full of energy, never letting up. I mean, he was ahead of the pack early. There was no doubt in it.
Well, the name Alfred continues to stir a lot of emotions in the Caribbean. Julian Alfred of St. Lucia winning gold medal in the 60 meters in the Indo World Championships yesterday. 6.95, I think it was. St. Lucia's first international goal. And now we see Nathaniel Alfred, and Alfred of a different sort, I must add as well, winning the heat here in a time of 23.83 seconds.
Oh, that's not a bad time. 23.83. That's a good time for him because he came into this event clocking 24.07. So he's lowered his season's best by just about a second.
And we saw the winner of the previous heat running 23.43. That's Giovanni Green. So that's a showdown already for the finals, Jason.
Giovanni Green. Keep your eyes and your ears on him. This young man means business.
Well, it's an event for the Greens, it seems. We have Samuel Green in the under-20 boys who did an impressive 10.51 yesterday. And Giovanni Green doing 11.53 yesterday as well in the 100 meters. This time in the under-15 category.
Samson Phillip. Lane number 3, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Jazani Bartholomew. Lane number 4, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Delron Dumont. Lane number 5, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Kendon Worm. Lane number 6, representing the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Allion James. Lane number 7, representing Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Antonel Daniel. And rounding out the field, representing the MacDonald College, in lane number 8, Michael Aberdeen. Your field for Heat 3 in the boys' 200-meter dash under 15 division.
Well, in this particular heat, Delron Dumont comes in with the fastest time of 25.0 seconds. And some 2 seconds or maybe 1.5 seconds away from what we saw being returned. So let's see what Delron Dumont can do in this one. Looks like a false start. Indeed, it's a false start. Seems as though the athlete in lane 5, Kendon Worm, I make it from my eye shot here. And what we've noticed is that they're using these electronic blocks that monitors not only what we see from the naked eyes here, but the reaction time from the starting blocks as well.
Yeah, if you're moving up, you've got to do so with zest and style. As a good friend of mine would say, it can't be low-tech and high-tech time. Good afternoon to our friends over in the VIP lounge. Our sponsors are over in the VIP lounge taking in the commentary on the games. They're doing that, and at the same time, seeing...
Indeed, it was the athlete Jason in lane 5 from the GBSS who has been disqualified. So my eyes did not deceive me here.
You've got an extra pair. That's Kendon Worm. So disappointment for Worm. Obviously, you can see it on his face. He's not happy. So Kendon Worm has to depart the field. And funny enough, we were looking at him as one of the favorites to win this one because he's clocked 25.30 coming into this one. He's a whole lot better than 25.30. That much we know. But it has left the door wide open now for Delron Dumont to run with less pressure and register something fantastic here on the clock.
Well, time will tell. In the next 25 seconds or so, we will surely know as the event, the third preliminary has started here. And Delron Dumont of Stars emerging on the turn in the lead here. He has some competition on the outside from lane 7 from Antonel Daniel of Boca Secondary. He's tying up now, he's slowing up. It's going to be the athlete in lane 7, Daniel, who wins it. And Delron Dumont slowing up to the finish line, having to settle for second. We look to see what time Antonel Daniel have done, but he was the winner of this preliminary.
Yeah, well, Dumont came off the curb ahead of everybody, but tenacity was the driving force there from Aberdeen. Was it Aberdeen or was it Daniel? Daniel. Yeah, Daniel was never letting up. So even when it looked like if Dumont was surely having this one in the bag, Daniel, he came out of the lion's den and delivered winning heat number 3.
So we'll update you on the time he returned. He's looking up to the screen just like us to see what he would have done. And notice he's with the long tights. A long time we haven't seen the athletes return to the long tights. Jason?
24.79. 24.79 for Anton Daniel, and Delron Dumont 25.08. He locked up early, Delron Dumont. Maybe he just exerted a little too much at the start of it, even before he came around the bend. Didn't have sufficient in the tank to propel him through. And the tenacity and the willpower of Anton Daniel out in lane 7, running a good lane, lane 7. That was a good race from lane 7. It's one of the more difficult lanes to run. And they're registering 24.79, Leslie.
I think the two athletes would make it onto the finals based on what we've seen in the other events. The distance between the first place and the second place was huge in the other events. So I think both Antonel Daniel and Delroy Dumont would emerge from this particular preliminary onto the finals. We're down to the final preliminary for the boys 200-meter dash on the 15 category.
Lane number 4, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Cachet Stephen. Running out of lane number 5, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Dante Oliver. Lane number 7, representing Altitude Track Academy, Olafemi Gill. And ladies and gentlemen, rounding out your field, in lane number 8, representing Sprinters Athletics Club, Jensen Mitchell. Heat 4, the boys 200-meter dash under 15.
Well, they're getting ready for the final preliminary here now. The lane assignments have been called. The athletes are now on the starters orders. Cachet Stephen of the GBSS comes in with the best time for this particular group, 25.2. And then we have a Dante Oliver from SAS, 25.3. Let's see how they match up on the track now. The atmosphere continues to be electrifying, and we can only get better later on in the afternoon when we get down to the final events on the track.
It would have made for so much more excitement if Wormer did not get himself DQ'd in the previous one. But it's going to open up the door here for this one. This one is Dante Oliver. He is registered the best time coming into this one. Is it Cachet Stephen? Cachet Stephen, 25.20. There's some spaces in the field. Your pick on this one, Leslie, who you're thinking looks to be more...
It's going to be a very close one between Cachet Stephen and Dante Oliver. I saw Dante Oliver at the school sports. He looked pretty good. If he has improved on what he did at school sports, he could eventually be the winner in this particular preliminary. See an interesting style here by the athlete in lane number 7, Jason. On the set, he has his arms way up. Normally, we see both hands on the track. But I want you to look again at Olafemi Gill from Altitude, I think, who's running out there in lane 7, and his unique style for the set position.
Yeah, well, I think what is going to be happening is that he
was actually asking them to hold up, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there they go this time here. Dante Oliver looking good. He's been chased down here by Stephen from the GBSS. The both of them are going to lead this pack here. Coming into the straightaways, Dante Oliver and Cachet Stephen. Oliver on the outside, Stephen on the inside. GBSS SAS. Cachet Stephen moves into the lead. He's going to win this one over Dante Oliver and looking to secure a position into the finals as well. Cachet Stephen, GBSS. Dante Oliver, SAS. the two top finishers in this preliminary.
Yeah, well, you predicted that right. But what's more interesting about this one, Leslie, is that it came across as if we were into like a hype semi-final kind of thing here. Because, I mean, these two athletes, they went at it as if we were like the final spot available for the semi-finals. And that brought the excitement. The only excitement we've seen so far was from the under-9s.
Well, let me tell you, let me make it even nicer for you. Kashe Stephen is actually the son of one of the production crew.
Yeah.
So he's
Gary,
right here.
Gary Stephen, he was smiling from ear to ear when he saw that.
So as you rightly call it, Jason, it was almost a final between these two athletes. And we know the rivalry between these two schools as well. And they really took it out on the track here moments ago.
Yeah, well, I remember Kashe Stephen being, even at the prep level, he has come through and he's been consistent even at the prep level. He went to the first choice junior school, I think it is. Yeah, so he has maintained his athletic form over the years. So great things in store for him as well. So
a lot of support from the family as well.
Yeah, friends in St. Paul's and St. David's, they're going to be liking this.
So 24.83 would get him into the finals as well. Maybe with the fourth best time, I would think. So congratulations to Kashe Stephen. As we move fast now, we go into the 200-meter dash for the 20 and 20 plus. Jason, some fireworks on the track is expected.
Oh, well, without a doubt.
For the girls 200-meter dash under 20 plus. Running out of lane number 2, representing Ace Track Club, Brunel Thomas. In lane number 3, representing the St. David Trailblazers, Selena Felix. Lane number 4, representing the Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Shiffonia Houston. Lane number 5, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Cassidy Mitchell. In lane number 7, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Kajina Joseph. And rounding out your field, in lane number 8, representing the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, Jadine Batiste. Your field for heat number 1 of 3 in the girls 200-meter dash under 20 plus.
Yeah, well, the girls 200-meter dash under 20 plus, immediately Shiffonia Houston, she comes to mind outside there from the South City Rising Club, 24.68. Any other competition that will come from her will probably come from Jadine Batiste, even though Batiste is out in lane 8. And Selena Felix, of course, is in lane 3. But in my mind, it looks like Houston is running out of lane 4. Immediately, Houston from lane 4. She's caught everybody. Look at Houston in lane 4. She's out like a rocket. This is a business, all business by Shiffonia Houston. This is all business. All business from Shiffonia Houston. She has something up her sleeve. She's locking it down now. She's going to slow it down, lock in the compression gear. And Shiffonia Houston has sent a warning to the rest of the field.
Well, Shiffonia Houston is a national athlete. She was on the Carifta team last year. The flash time, 24.5. We are with the official time on this one. But she was in a race by herself here, coming off the turn. There was only some competition coming out there from lane 2. But Shiffonia Houston here, not maybe in top form yet, but getting there, and another impressive performance from her.
Let's see what the clock says. It's about to come up now, Shiffonia Houston. The clock is about to come up now. She goes at 25.05.
25.05 for Shiffonia Houston. She has run faster for the season already. Her best for the season at 24.68. But she's one of those phenomenal athletes with great willpower, great determination, great strength, and the sky's the limit for her, really.
Number 2 of the girls 200-meter dash under 20 plus.
So there are going to be 3 preliminaries.
So we're scheduled to have 3 heats.
The winner of each heat
For the
will
200
emerge to
meter
the finals,
dash
and then the
under
next
20
5
plus.
best times.
Introducing your field for heat number 2 of 3. In the girls 200 meter dash under 20 plus. Running out of lane number 3. Representing the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, Kayla Williams. Running out of lane number 5. Representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. And running out of lane number 8, representing the McDonald College, Francesca Henry. Your field for heat number 2 of 3. In the girls 200 meter
only
dash.
3 competitors in this one. A
20 plus.
notable absent here is Shanti Augustine. She was scheduled to be here, but she's nursing an injury at the moment. And I'm sure many persons would have loved to see Shanti on the track here at Ariza National Champs for bright and promising young female athletes. But there they go, the second of 3 preliminaries, 20 and 20 plus girls. There they go. McDonald College looking good on the outside. In Francesca Henry. It's Francesca Henry from McDonald College. The folks in the north, Crown City. Here is your girl. She makes her way onto the finals as an automatic qualifier. Convent Grenville picks up the second, and Kayla Williams. And I think it was Tiana Joseph of Grenada Christian Academy who picks up the 3rd position.
Yeah, well, she was out even from out in lane 8 and never let up. She knew the lane she had to run. I'm quite sure she knew the difficulty associated with lane 8. And so when she got off the blocks, not even the official on the edge of the track could have stopped her. She just kept on going.
Well, she would get a much better lean into the finals, I would think, having win her heat. We look to see what the time is, 26.22 for Francesca Henry. So Shafronia Houston had a 25.05. Henry, 26.22. Kayla Williams from Convent Grenville, 28.78. And from the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph, 28.86.
The girls 200 meter dash under 20 plus.
These young ladies are showing good signs, good
Declared
competitive
1.5.
signs.
Ladies and gentlemen, St. David track, please. As you prepare for heat number 3 in the girls 200 meter dash, introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 3, representing the St. David Track Blazers, Kishona Phillip. Out of lane number 4, representing 473 MVP, Elena Dicoto. In lane number 5, representing 473 MVP, Ria Flanders. Lane number 6, representing the McDonald College, Peaches Panchu. Lane number 7, representing Top Flight Track Club, Keontae Williams. Rounding out your field in lane number 8, representing the St. David Track Blazers, Rihanna Frederick.
So Aliana Dicoto is in lane number 4. And I think that's where we've got to look at.
Well, we also have to look at the Rihanna Frederick here. She was 5th in the 100 meters, but Dicoto, and I'm sure Leon Dicoto there in St. John's would be beaming here and on the edge of his seat if he's not here in the stadium. That's his daughter. She was on the Carifta team last year as well, so she's a favorite in this particular preliminary. And let's see what time she returns to get a good lane going into the finals. If she has 50% of the speed that Leon had in his day,
Please don't remind me. Please don't remind me. I've been a victim of Leon Decoto's speed. Please, no reminders. I'm
So
still
were you in
traumatized.
that race with Ashton McSween and Leon
I am
Decoto?
still traumatized. I'm still traumatized. That was a huge one. Ashton McSween, Leon Decoto, Leon Francis.
Win Redhead.
Oh my goodness. Please don't remind me.
Let's look to see what happens here. Decoto is up in a flash and looking good on the inside in lane 4. Alina Decoto. As she comes round the turn here, Decoto already established in command on this one here.
This looks like Philip, not Decoto. This looks like Philip. Decoto is out of it. She's struggling to get back.
Kishonna Phillip of St. David's Trailblazers. It was indeed Kishonna Phillip of St. David's Trailblazers. Decoto on the outside did not have a good one here.
Well,
So too was Rihanna Frederick.
If we go back to the start, I'd love for us to go back to the start of the race if we can. What happened was she was left on the blocks because the start of the race shows you that she came off the block, and by the time she came off the block, she was caught within the first 5 or 6 strides from Philip. Philip caught her early, and that sort of pegged her back. So she was always playing catch-up from the curve. But in the meantime, a strong, good form by Kishonna Phillip showed nothing but power. Look at her feet. She's on the ball of her feet. She's striding forward, and she's pulling herself. And that's good form in the 200. Head steady, head focused, not letting up. And that's what we're talking about. So Kishonna Phillip running a good race and clocking 25.58.
So we did some injustice to Kishonna here, the overall winner of this preliminary, and a good time of 25.58.
It's going to be interesting to see what the final list would look like because Aliana Decoto is much better than what she did here, 26.17. I'm still thinking that something happened while she was on the blocks, but that's behind her now. She's got to hope and pray.
So the fastest time that we've registered here, 25.05 by Shaffonia Houston. And then we had a 25.58 by Kishonna Phillip. These are the top 2 times, and they would make it to the finals, of course. The winners plus the next 5 best times as we get set for the boys under 20 200-meter dash. And here's where the expectations are high. There we see him on screen, Ethan Sam, Carifta silver medalist in the under 17 category in this particular event. He's here up and ready to run in the first of 4 preliminaries in the boys under 20 200 meters.
The boys 200-meter dash under 20 heats.
I tell you something, truthfully, a lot of expectations on this young man at the Carifta Games coming up. He's also got a lot on his shoulders, even for the Intercall Games. What advice would you give to him now?
I think he just needs to stay focused. I had a conversation with his dad, and there was a little concern there. He also has to be careful about injury. We saw him pulling up in the inter-secondary, the Winwood Islands inter-secondary school games last year.
Introducing
during
your
the
field
summer.
for heat
So
number 1
once
of
he
4
can
in the
remain
boys
healthy,
200-meter dash
we can expect a lot from him.
20. Running out of lane number 2, representing Fusion Athletics, Rickson Jokes. Lane number 4, representing 473 MVP, Ethan Sam. Lane number 5, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Emilio Bishop. Lane number 6, representing Western Rockets, Nashon Sylvester. And rounding out your field, in lane number 8, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Daniel Mitchell.
This is going to
Your
be a fast
field
one.
for Heat 1
Jason,
of the
this
boys
is an
200-meter
interesting
dash
event.
under 20.
Emilio Bishop is also in this one. At the GBSS Schools Post, Emilio Bishop had a better time than Ethan in the 100 meters. But in the 200 meters, it seems that is the better event, in my opinion, for Ethan Sam. But he's going to be pressured here by an Emilio Bishop. The good thing for Ethan Sam is that Bishop is ahead of him. He can actually gauge, if you want to call it that, the Emilio Bishop, who is in lane 5.
Don't count out Nashon Sylvester of Western Rockets. Please don't.
And we also have Tyreek McSween of ACE.
And Tyreek McSween.
So this is actually a finals before the finals.
Oh, let's see what
and
we've
they
got
advance
here.
by time into the finals.
They're on the starters' orders. Out and away. Good, clean start. Immediately, Stagger started to make up. Bishop is looking to establish himself, but Sam is right on his heels. They come around the curve pretty much even. Even Stephen. There's some tussling here. Sam is pulling away now. Yeah, this is Ethan Sam, all right, in good form, showing why he's the champion, of course. Bishop trying his best to pull back, but this time here is what's going to be critical. Ethan Sam still doesn't look bothered, still looks like if he's got something more in the tank. Maybe this is what he has been saving for at the start of the weekend, to get to Sunday and show this off. Ethan Sam.
Well, it was not
good.
the fastest race, Jason. I make it at 22.1 on the flash time. We will see what the official time is. But coming off around the bend, they were even Stevens. But I think the experience and form of Ethan Sam, as he had maybe 80 meters to go, that's where he really made a distinction over Emilio Bishop. But it's just the preliminaries, 22.11, so the flash time was just about there, 22.11 for Ethan Sam. And Emilio Bishop did at 22.44.
All right, well, this is setting the stage for an epic final. I can already feel it. The tension in this 200-meter boys under 20 is going to be real. Who's we got in this one? Let's go down for the lane assignments. Leslie?
So the second of the four
heat
preliminaries.
number 1 of 4.
We're going to see the likes of Michael Redhead from St. David's.
Michael Redhead still to come as we get set for heat number 2 in the boys 200-meter dash. Introducing your field for heat number 2. Running out of lane number 3, representing the Velocity Track Club, Kevin Martin. Lane number 4, running unattached, Tyler Abraham. Running out of lane number 5, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Antoine Aline. Running out of lane number 6, representing Carriacou, Randy Jones. And rounding out your field, lane number 8, representing 473 MVP, Joshua Richard. Your field for heat number 2 of the boys 200-meter dash under 20. Chasing Carifta standard at 21.50 seconds.
Well, Leslie, tell me who you're looking forward to in this one. We've got some pretty decent names in this one. And Antoine Aline.
Antoine Aline, definitely. There's no Michael Redhead here. So Antoine Aline in lane 5 is one of the favorites here.
Talk to me about Randy Jones.
And here we go. Heat
They're
number 2 is
out
off.
and running.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, immediately, this looks like Aline from
Tyler
GBSS. This looks like Aline from GBSS. It looks like they're coming around. Aline is starting to lose ground. Randy Jones from Carriacou. This is a tough one. Right there, here comes Tyler Abraham. It's Abraham and Jones. Where is it going to go? I don't even know where it's going to go. Who's going to call this one? Well, that was what we call a nail biter right on the tape. Leslie?
Well, another photo finish seemingly between Randy Jones from Carriacou and Antoine Aline from GBSS. As we look back here now, coming off the bend, it was even Stevens, we can see here. Randy Jones from Carriacou looking good here with the white headband and the blue T-shirt. And then we saw a move being made here by the athlete from the GBSS, and also there was Tyler Abraham. It was actually Abraham and not Aline. Tyler Abraham unattached here, chasing down Randy Jones from Carriacou. As we look back here now, it's going to be a very close one. But it looks as though it was Carriacou here with the torso just ahead of Tyler Abraham. A good run here for Randy Jones from Carriacou for advancing to the finals by virtue of winning this event.
22.44. That's the time he registered. 22.44. So good one there for Randy Jones out of Carriacou, and Tyler Abraham coming in right after unattached, 22.45. Pretty close one. So by the time we get to the finals, well, it's going to be a showdown. We've still got one more to go. But as we're getting ready for that heat, of course, we've got Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletic Association. He is the man in the hot seat right now, and with a whole lot of things taking place, a whole lot of things happening in the world of track and field here in Grenada. Who's the better person to have in the hot seat right now? He's going to get us 21 questions from Leslie Smith. So, Leslie, you've got Conrad in the hot chair. Make him sweat.
Thank you, Jason, and we welcome Conrad. We're going to chat with Conrad momentarily. The events are going off in quick order now and rapid succession, so we have to keep up with that. We're getting ready for the third of the 4 preliminaries in the under 20 boys 200 meters. We've seen some crackers so far, and this one is going to be just as fast. We have the likes of a Kyle Ned from ACE. He's going to be featured here. But we go trackside for the lane assignments.
Number 3, representing ACE Track Club, Kyle Ned. Lane number 4, representing Fusion Athletics, Samuel Green. Lane number 5, representing Grenville Secondary School, Junior Alexander. And in lane number 6, representing Bolt Track Club, Joshua Greenwich. Your field for Heat 3 of the boys 200-meter dash under 20.
Well, definitely keep your eyes on the track. And lane number 4, we have there the likes of Samuel Green. Had a very impressive time of 10.51 seconds in the 100 meters to win the gold medal. And here he's coming up for the 200 meters. We just saw a throw there by Anderson Peters. He's actually competing here today in the javelin event. And we're going to touch a little bit more on that with Conrad momentarily. But we go trackside for the third preliminary in the under 20 boys 200 meters. Simon Green is there. Kyle Ned from SAS is also there, running for ACE today. They're up and running here. Let's see what Simon Green can return here. Samuel Green running for Fusion Athletics Club. Coming around the turn. It is indeed Green. Kyle Ned on the inside is not going to catch him. Samuel Green coursing over the finish line and securing a spot into the finals. It looks as though Junior Alexander from Grenville Secondary would have picked up the second position, but an easy effort here for Samuel Green to secure a position into the finals. We're going to give you the official time momentarily, but Conrad is here. What a way to introduce Conrad to the microphones of TNR Communication to witness a phenomenal athlete in 2024. 10.51 in the 100 meters and looking very composed in the 200 meters, Conrad. Welcome.
Well, thanks very much, Leslie.
So we get to the questions about Conrad, yeah. But again, I just want to look back to Samuel Green, 22.19, and slowing down for the tape as well. So we expect maybe a 21.7 thereabout, maybe if he gives the full effort later on in the finals. But 22.19. A comfortable win for the finals. He has run 21.78 before, and it looks as though we can get that maybe into the finals. My prediction is a little bit lower than that when he matches up with Ethan, Sam, and the others, but time will tell. So again, I want to welcome Conrad Francis, the president of the Grenada Athletics Association, the man not in the hot seat, but the man who is responsible for the games today from the GAA, and who has a very pivotal role to play also with the Carifta Games and the readiness of the Grenada team as well. Conrad, a very condensed and compact track season with all of the schools the meet here today. I'm sure you have some other meets coming up as well, the relays. And then you have Intercall. I'm sure the association has a part to play. And then the big one, Carifta Games. How prepared is the association and how has things been going in terms of the preparation for all of these meets throughout the season?
Yeah, well, this year, as I said, is a very intense one. A lot of activities. And if I may also say that this year we are celebrating our 100th year anniversary. This is no easy feat for a federation, so it shows that we have the mettle in which to organize these big games, and this year is no different. It is very, very challenging, especially due to the fact that we did not have the availability of the stadium earlier on in the season. We ran a couple of our mini meets, but then that has to be curtailed because of work on the resurfacing of the track. So therefore, most of the games were held at Tantine and in outer parishes. In fact, one of the mini meets we held it at Bouchejoux, and we were pleasantly surprised that the track in Bouchejoux is very good. There's a 400-meter track there, and we got some very good times.
Right, so we're going to come back with Conrad Francis, president of the Grenada Athletics Association, because we have the fourth preliminary here, and we have some big guns here. Joshim Sylvester, who ran a 47 plus in the 400 meters yesterday. We also have a Tegan Peter King, and they're up and running here now. Peter King is there in lane 5 for MVP, and Joshim Sylvester is running there for ace on his inside. So it's Sylvester and Peter King. Joshim Sylvester, and some good competition from Ian George in lane 1 as well. But Peter King and Sylvester, Peter King getting the better of Sylvester. Tegan Peter King, Joshim Sylvester for second. And again, these under 20 boys are really putting on everything on the track. And the finals is going to be an awesome one, an electrifying one later on, Conrad. It looks good for a good team effort from these under 20 boys. Tegan Peter King no longer in the secondary school circuit, but no doubt a force to be reckoned with still. Joshim Sylvester had his work cut out here for him as they come around the bend and head into the home straight. It was stride for stride between the two of them. Maybe a little more experience and strength from Peter King got him past Joshim Sylvester. 21.92 by Tegan Peter King. And that's the best performance he's had for the season. 22.03 by Sylvester. Sylvester did 22 flat at his school sports to equal the record earlier on this year. So I think there's a lot more from Joshim Sylvester, but he seems to be preferring the 400 and 800 meters, stepping down to the 200 meters today and running 22.4 seconds. 22.03, I beg your pardon. So Conrad, getting back to you in terms of the intensity of the season, the availability of grounds or tracks to conduct all of these events, and that too must have affected the preparation of the teams, for the Carifta Games as well.
Yes, definitely. We were only able to have 3 of our planned mini meets, and one was cancelled because of the fact that exactly what you mentioned, availability of grounds. So it has affected our meets, and some of the secondary schools did have their school meets in as early as December. So in terms of getting the Carifta team together posed a Herculean task in doing that, because most of the schools were preparing their athletes for the seasons, and we didn't want to force competition after them, because that could cause problems down the road, burnt out and other issues. So we had to ease a bit. So that in itself, the athletes, some of them are not that well prepared because of that, because the more you compete and rest is the better your times will get, and your performances will improve. So what we are seeing here today is a very, very good effort on behalf of the athletes, knowing exactly that some of them are not as fully prepared as they should be. But it could be a signal that they are about to peak, and we hope that they will peak at Intercall and hold the peak for 2 weeks after into Carifta Games.
So Conrad, this is an important situation here, a very complex one as well, because coaches tend to prepare their athletes for different events. So we have national champs this weekend, for example, and some coaches may want to pick their athletes here to gain a berth on one of the national teams. Then we have the prestigious Intercall Games, which athletes want to pick for as well. And we also have Carifta Games. And so the coaches have to be very delicate now in how they manage these athletes' preparation. Likewise, we have the GAA, who is also preparing athletes for national competitions. And you want to get them at the best as well. So all these combination of factors between associations and coaches and facilities have to come into focus. The question I want to ask you now, in terms of the preparation of the athletes for the Carifta Games, notwithstanding what you've just mentioned, with the availability of fields and so on. Do you think that you have sufficient time to get them in that state of readiness, competition ready, so to speak, for Easter weekend?
Well, as I said, the coaches have to be very strategic. And we as a federation, we have to take that into consideration, and we certainly have. So what we have done is sort of allowed the athletes to train within the clubs and schools and do not try to interfere too much with the cycles of training, because that can cause overloading and burnt out down the road. So we have given them guidance. We had a couple sessions earlier on, sometime last year. We could not do that this year because of the tightness of the schedules, so we did not want to interfere with that. But following these games tonight, the character team will be selected, and we will again give guidance to them and do not try to interfere too much, because the big one is intercall. So they are preparing, all the schools are preparing their athletes for intercall. And there isn't much that we can do as a federation and putting a team together. What we are hoping that the 2 weeks that we have between intercall and character games, that we can bring the team together and work on the aspects of discipline, work on the aspects of mental preparation, and also with the relay teams. So that is the work that we are expecting to do with them. And in the more technical events, just to help them polish up a little. You would not want to change anything much, because any big change now could really affect their performances. So that's what we are working on, and we'll continue to work on the selection of the team.
So I want to add a slightly different dimension here, Colin. I'm not Colin, but Conrad, sorry. With regards to the mental preparation, because I can tell you there's a huge expectation from the Grenadan sporting populace for these athletes at Carifta in Grenada. There is expectation of the coaches, expectations of the association, and that in itself can put a lot of additional pressure on all these different layers. What efforts are in place now to prevent that from happening and for the athletes to perform with that emotional readiness that they would need?
Yeah, well, as I said, we'll be working on them in terms of the mental preparation with the 2 weeks that we have to prepare them for that. However, as you correctly said, that there's huge expectation. Yes, you're hosting. You spend a lot of money in terms of facilities, equipment, and so on. But as our senior citizens would say, you cannot make blood out of stone. So we are working with the talent that is available to us. Carifta in 2016 is different to 2021, right? In 2016, we could have said, okay, look out for Anderson Peters, look out for Josh Boateng, look out for Candisha Scott. We do not have those kind of athletes for 2020, for 2024. However, we are expecting that the performances that is on show today, that our supporters will come out and support these athletes, because I have seen some quality performances, and it shows that there is talent in the team, and by right, yes, our fans should look for good performances. And we are urging them to come out and support these athletes so they can lift their standard of performances during Carifta.
Well, you've heard the clarion call for support from the entire Grenadian populace for these athletes. Well, Conrad, I want to segue a little bit now, moving away from the athletes and looking at the organization for Carifta. We wanted, obviously, to have a Grenadian flavor. We just come from a 50th anniversary of independence. And I'm sure the GAA is doing a whole lot behind the scenes, because a lot of the times people are not aware of what is happening behind the scenes, all the different layers of preparation that is required. How are things going with that? Are there any challenges or bottlenecks that you have seen at this time before Easter weekend?
Oh yes, there are numerous challenges, And as you know that the Games is run by an LOC, local organizing committee, appointed by the Grenada Athletics Association. And these folks are working extremely hard to ensure that we have one of the best games thus far. And everyone is expecting that we put on a good show. People in the Caribbean, they always like to come to Grenada to compete. The past two versions of character we've had here, they've always said that it is the best. And by all indications, what we are seeing is that people will be coming to Grenada in their droves, right? All people coming with charter flights, all the hotels are booked up. So there is expectancy. There is expectancy in terms of our organization, because we have a very high level of organizing meets in Grenada. Most people may not see it, but when we go to other islands, to competitions, and we compare it to what we have, is chalk and cheese, right? And people talk about it in the region. So they are coming. Our LOC is working extremely hard to ensure that those expectations do not fall below the level that is expected by the region and ourselves. So a lot of sleepless nights are going in. Daily meetings,
and in lane number 7, classic lighting.
So I can understand the pressures you guys are under.
That is happening.
And the rest of the region and the world is looking to see what Grenada can deliver on that big stage. So I know that the pressures are there. But we're going to come back to that, Conrad. We have a 4x100 meter relay about to start. It's a finals event in the under 13 category. We have Westerhall Secondary, St. David's Trailblazers, South City Rising Stars, Sprinters Athletics Club.
Will ascend the podium.
We also have MVP, the other in lane 5, and Velocity Track Club in 6. We're going to talk about the track as well. Conrad, you mentioned some impressive times have been returned. We heard a lot about the surface and the bounce and the speed it can deliver. And we've seen some manifestations of that already. We have the Intercall Games coming up, the Character Games, and that in itself can set the tone for what could happen down the road with this particular track.
Velocity Track Club in 6.
This seems not to be ready yet for the event, Conrad, but maybe we could just talk about the track a moment. Colin gave us a full scope in terms of how it was laid down, how it was prepared, and all of the processes involved. But from what you've seen in its outlook, its makeup, the results so far, your overall impressions.
Well, I just want to see that from the very outset, the Grenada Athletic Association was very clear that this is the track that we want, and we made the recommendations. We brought in the company, and we were able to convince the government through Ministry of Sports that this is the best option. This is the best option for us, and so far we are not disappointed. We've always been in contact with the company, and they assured us that they will give us a very fast track. And from what we are seeing presently, it definitely is a fast track. Because in fact, this is the same surface that has been laid in Oregon, where the World Championships was held 2 years ago. And if you follow track and field, you know that we had some very, very good times there. The same track that has been laid in Birmingham, but I see we are getting ready to start the 4x1.
Yeah, so we'll come back to you, Conrad, as we look at the start of the finals in the girls 4x100 meters, under 11 and under 13. So it's a combined event here for the under 11s and under 13s. Making the first handover now. It's difficult to tell you who was handover first, but it looks as though it's out there up front. It looks as though it's the Velocity Track Club out there in lane 6. Another smooth batter exchange here by all of the exchanges. But it looks as though it's Velocity Track Club and MVP who are really challenging here. MVP on the outside, Velocity on the inside in lane 7 and 6 respectively. The final handover. Let's see who is hungrier for it here. Velocity Track Club is looking good here in lane 6. MVP is also there. And on the inside too, it looks as though it's sprinters, but it is Velocity Track Club. Velocity is it who wins it. And the MVP looks like picking up the second position. Relays are always exciting, but again, the transition of the batter around the track is very important. I was not too very much impressed by the youngsters here actually standing up and looking back for it. But it was a good and keen rivalry, a battle between these two clubs. Velocity Track Club looking for the goal here. In the end, it was Velocity Track Club that won the 4x100 meters for the under 13 girls championship. So going back to you, Conrad, yeah, we were talking about the performances, the track. It has been done internationally, and so far we've seen some very good timings here. We just saw a 21.90 something a while ago in a preliminary, and the stage is set for intercall, and now Carifta to return good times. We must ensure that the athletes are well prepared. We must ensure that the organization level is good. And we must ensure that the promotion of the event is good as well. I'm sure there is some overseas support and ministerial support that is provided. Mr. Peters was here earlier on and he mentioned some support provided by the ministry. But how satisfied are you with the level of support received from other bodies and agencies in ensuring that we have a top Carifta Games here on Easter weekend?
Well, I would say that we've had good responses from everyone. I mean, from government to the business sector, people are supporting us. In some instances, it could be more, but I think a lot of people are on board, and they are aware that the Carifta Games, the significance of Carifta Games, and they are giving us the necessary support. It doesn't mean to say that we are totally satisfied, but I think we are getting there. We still have some weeks to go, so we are encouraging those of the business places and so on who have not come on board. They can. It's not too late. It's not too late to do so.
Number 3, Velocity Track Club.
In terms of performances and meets to come and so on, yes, the intercall is a very crucial game where the athletes would polish up their art and to see exactly how fast they can go, how far they can throw, how long they can jump. But I just want to admonish here that this is the games where we select the Carifta team and not intercall.
Right, so I wanted to come to that, Conrad, because a lot of people don't understand what is required and how it's done. Yeah. So this weekend here would be the basis for selecting the national team for the Carifta Games.
Yes.
Because people often, and Colin and I, we had the discussion, think that an athlete who performs well at intercall should automatically be selected as well. And then Colin also mentioned some of your development meets, you also use that to gauge and to look at athletes for selection. But we come back to that as the race is about. It was a false start here from lane 2. The race has been called back. So guide us through the process. We know this is going to be used. Give us like an idea of the deadlines in which you have to submit these names to the body that is organizing the Carifta Games. And what changes can be made, if any at all, along the process.
Okay, so I will start from the deadline, right? And the deadline for final entries is on the 18th of March, right? So we have to submit our final entries. If you go to that, then before that we have intercall. Intercall is just a matter of about 3 weeks after that. That's not sufficient time for us to process all our entries and to deal with the preparation of our team. So the national championships is used for the selection of the team. This is our meet. This is the meet run by the federation, where we put out all our stocks, all our technology is involved in these games, and we will come to that. I will specify to you some of the new technologies we have on show here today. All right. Then we have the mini meets, which took place before. So we are looking at the performances of these athletes from our mini meets. As I said before, we only had 3. We were supposed to have 4. All right. And so the times and distances thrown in those meets, we are sure that these are valid because we again use all our technology in that meet.
Right, so we're going to come back with Conrad. We have some interesting developments happening in the javelin. We have Anderson Peters, our Commonwealth champion or world champion. He's here participating. So we go over to Jason, who's going to give us a quick update before we go into the relay event. Jason?
All right, Leslie. Well, I'm going to give you this one really quick because we're speaking here now about the boys' javelin throw open. And yeah, we've got some big names in this one because Anderson Peters is here. He's using it as his warm-up, he says, for greater things to come. His first throw, which was a huge one here in the National Stadium, went for 79.48. And well, that was the warm-up because he went to 80.69 directly after that. So he has gone over 80 already, and that's just the warm-up. Elvis Graham from Jamaica, he went for 65.10, and of course after that we had someone showing over 60, I think it was. Yeah, it was Rayvon Telesford. He threw over 60 and he went to 62.22, and 62 is above the character standard, so he's inside. That's the details from the javelin down here. Anderson Peters out there in front with 80.69 meters.
Well, we just witnessed here a victory for St. Paul's Government School in the 4x100 meters under 11 and under 13 categories. We also saw a good performance from the South St. George Government School out there in lane 2. But our winner here is St. Paul's Government School, doing a good job here and winning the 4x100 meters for the under 11, under 13 category. South St. George was second, it seems, and St. David's Trailblazers in third. But an easy victory here for St. Paul's Government School. Trailblazers actually picked up the silver medal, and the South St. George placed in third. Yes, so Conrad, we can continue now. We just got a report there, Anderson Peters 80.69. Maybe we could comment a little bit on that. Yeah. Anderson 90 plus has done in previously. Seems to be struggling now. The last few international meets he was in the 80s, and here today a sort of a demonstration event for him, I would think. 80.69.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good start for him for the season. Open up with 80 meters is a good start, and it seems that it's a good indication of what is to come. So I will think that he can build upon that, and we probably will see some bigger distances for him as the season progresses.
What is the value, the real value of Anderson Peters coming back and competing amongst secondary school students and other athletes in the javelin here? Just not only for the performance, but what added value do we get from that? Yeah,
but that is huge. That is huge because our athletes have the opportunity to compete among a world-class, together with a world-class athlete, double world champion. You know, they can use him as a role model and really try to lift their performances also. It also has the effect of encouraging other people, other athletes to get into the sport of throwing a javelin. So it is huge.
And it also speaks of the humility of the individual, because he could opt to say, I'm a professional now, I'm big, I'm mighty, I don't have to come here and compete among these youngsters. Yeah. And if my memory serves me correct, this is the second consecutive year that he's participating. He was here last year as well. And you see him having conversations with the other competitors. You see, I'm sure he's offering advice. I'm sure he's sharing his experience with them. So that too is immeasurable and invaluable that he's able to impart amongst the youngsters. But I think it shows a lot of humility. A lot of professionals wouldn't want to come back and be amongst, people of maybe lesser ability. And he is here, a world champion, competing at the national champs, which is great, you know.
This is exceptional, and part of that too is because, you know, we can consider him a homegrown athlete.
As we witness another throw here from Anderson Peters, world champion javelin event. The crowd is showing a lot of appreciation for what they've seen from him. I think he's opted to take a no throw on this one. So, Colin, there seems to be, I keep calling you Conrad, some further work that needs to be done on the infield by the Stadium Authority. I see they've planted some grass there and trying to do some work on the infield. I guess to improve on the aesthetics as well, the javelin is going to be using that area as well.
Yeah, but that part of the field, over the last couple of weeks, it has shown tremendous improvement. What people probably don't know, that whole middle sector was relayed with sand, and I am pleased to see the improvement that it has made over the last month, you know, and hopefully in the next 3 weeks it will be completely covered with grass, you know. So we are hoping that, you know, the good conditions and good preparation will see it significantly improve come Carifta Games.
Let's touch, Conrad, another area that you mentioned moments ago in terms of the technology and the innovations that we will see for Intercall and for Carifta Games in terms of equipment and whatever else goes with it. Bring us up to date on what's going to be happening.
Yeah, well, I can speak about Carifta. I am not too sure if Intercall would venture to use all the technology that we have available, but we will make it available to them. You may or may not know that presently we just concluded a photo finish workshop. In fact, the gentleman is out there. You may have seen somebody of a different, you know, a stranger. A stranger is there walking along with our athletes, with our photo finish people, right? Okay, we have Anderson on the runway. That is.
So Anderson was there. I was about to show you the Honorable Minister for Sport, who is also here today.
Okay, yes. You know, well, he is a sports enthusiast, you know, and he's a person who sometimes do not like to sit too much in the VIP area. He gets among the masses.
I recall when he was principal of the Harpeel Secondary School, he was that involved as well.
Yeah, that's the kind of person he is, you know. And just to mention, he got that initial training from the Boca Secondary School, where the love for sports started there. Yeah. Okay, so...
okay, we want to go down to Jason Skeet, who is on the ground, to give us an update on that last throw from Anderson Peters and what else has been happening in the javelin. Jason? So we're going to get back to Jason in a while as the javelin event continues. And Conrad, we were speaking about the innovations and the technology to be employed.
Okay, so what we have done is that we have acquired another photo finish camera. So we have 3 cameras. And with these 3 cameras, we're able to have 2 focusing on the finish line, and then another one, which is a backup camera. So in case any of the cameras on the field fails or we have a power cut or something, the third one is being run on what you call them is UPS, right? So that will still have the timings. We also have the field links, where you will notice that no longer the officials measure with tape line. All right, you use a surveying sort of thing that they use. So that is an advance in the step, and you see they measure. They don't pull any tape no more. So that speeds up the whole event, the time that the event will take. We have acquired another piece of equipment called the VeriLinks. The VeriLinks is at the long jump, so that it picks up the no jumps, right? So you don't depend on, before you put the putty on the board,
Plasticine,
the
yeah.
plasticine on the board, right? So you don't depend on that anymore, right? The camera is there, and you have the technology and so on there. So it picks it up and it can be shown to the athletes. It can also be shown on the scoreboard, right? Then we also have the Identity Links camera, which is at the finish line for the distance races, right? Because the normal photo finish can only pick up the 8 lanes, right? The 8 lanes. But the Identity camera picks up if you have 20 persons running, it picks up everybody, right? So you can go back, watch the video, and assign the times to the particular athletes. So we are moving on in terms of the technology, and we have the scoreboard, we have digital boards. We sort of moving away from the regular advertising boards, yeah.
Digital boards.
Yeah, but we still will be using a combination of it, because some companies, they are still not fully sold on the digital boards. But we're hoping that with this display here today, that some of them will come on board with the digital boards.
Okay, so we're going to get ready for another javelin throw. We have an athlete here from Jamaica who is also participating in the javelin. So momentarily we'll go down to Jason and our camera crew down there for Elvis Graham from Jamaica's throw. And we'll come back to Conrad, because Conrad, I want you to tell me, in addition to the... Okay, so we go over to Jason and then we come back to Conrad. Jason, it's over to you.
All right, well, yeah, Elvis Graham, he is representing the Unattached Club. He's from Jamaica. Here he goes. And that was massive. As he crossed 60, his best throw was 65.10. Let's see where he's gone now this time. Oh no, it was a foul throw. He just stepped over. Momentum taking him over the line. Unfortunately, but that was huge. But as we said, his best distance was 65.10 meters. Went down to 63, but he's providing good encouragement and good support for all the younger ones here. And this javelin is really taking off here, especially at the Kirani James Athletic National Stadium. Anderson Peters is out in front. He's done with his segment for the first part. He has a distance of 80.69, so that's going to propel him into first position, leading the event going into the final round. The top 8 will come out, and when they choose the top 8, then of course we're going to come back at you and bring you up to speed when we get to the final 3 throws in this, the men's javelin open. Leslie?
Thank you, Jason. It'd be good if we can get an interview maybe with Mr. Graham from Jamaica to get a feeling for his understanding and his motivation for wanting to participate. But he let us know that it's possible. What we're going to do now, we're going to go down trackside. There's going to be a medal presentation. But very quickly before we do that, I would want to hear from Conrad in terms of what can we expect to happen differently at this character games that would give it the Grenada flavor.
Well, in Grenada, we are noted for good crowd participation, and we are hoping that
we invite Her Excellency the Governor General, Dame Cecile La Grenada.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to you, Conrad. Let's go down trackside for the medal presentation that is about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we start with event number 47, the girls 100 meters dash under 11. In third position, Jazion Johnson, Velocity Track Club, 15.20 seconds. In second position, Zaria Abraham, Velocity Track Club, 15.14 seconds. And our winner, Carissa St. Clair, South City Rising Stars, 14.61 seconds. Well done, ladies. We move on to event number 48. The boys 100 meters dash under 11. In third position, Dequan Descent, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School. 14.91 seconds. In second position, Kristen Samuel, Finish Line, 14.85 seconds. And our winner, Ronan Lessie, St. David's Track Blazers, 14.49 seconds. Our medalists in event number 49, the girls 100 meters dash under 13. In third position, Rayana Greenwich, Velocity Track Club. In second position, Leah Rose Charles, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School. And our winner, Leah Campbell, Velocity Track Club, in a time of 13.59 seconds. Event number 54, the girls 150 meter dash under 9. In third position, Janaya Charles, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government. In second position, Tania Gibbs, Sprinters Athletic. And our winner, Amia McIntyre, South City Rising Stars. We want to thank Her Excellency Governor General Dame Cecile La Grenade for assisting us with this round of medal presentations. Congratulations to all our medalists. We invite the President of the Grenada Olympic Committee, Mr. Bernard Wilson, to assist us with the next set of medal presentations. Boys 100 meters dash under 13. In third position, Christian Thompson, 473 MVP. In second position, Cameron Bonaparte, South City Rising Stars. And our winner, Akel Briggs, St. Paul's Government. Event number 55, the boys 150 meter dash under 9. In third position, we have a tie for third between Khalid Tyson of Altitude Track Club and Kalani Peters of 473 MVP. In second position, Winston Church. Winston Church, South City Rising Stars. And our winner, Jace Mitchell, St. Andrews, Arisa, 24.53 seconds. Event 63. The boys shot put under 17. Boys shot put under 17. In third position, Ilian Roberts, finish line. In second position, Nicole Abraham, South City Rising Stars. And our winner, Stefan Strawn, 473 MVP, 11.97 meters. Event number 64, the Discus Throw Girls Open. In third position, Tabitha Francis, St. David's Trailblazers. In second position, Shania Thomas, Ace. And our winner, Akeda McSween, St. David's Trailblazers, 30.24 meters. Event number 66. The girls 4x100 meter relay under 11, under 13. In third position, Sprinters Athletic Club. In second position, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government School. Our champions, Velocity Track Club. Event number 67, the boys, 4x100 meters under 11s, under 13. In third position, Classic Lighting, South St. George Government. In second position, St. David's Trailblazers. And our winners, St. Paul's Government School, 55.15 seconds. Congratulations to all our medalists. And we say thank you to the president of the Grenada Olympic Committee, Mr. Bernard Wilson, for assisting us with the medal presentations.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it. accessed using your debit card, and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card, and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Just a clean start in event 71. Girls 1500 meter run open. A very large field as a quest to become the 1500 meter champion at National Champs 2024. We'll obviously keep our eyes open in this one for Arisa. She's representing finish line in this event. One of our top athletes in the recent years in this event. She has already taken an early lead in this one. 1500 meters. 3 3/4 laps of the track here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Just about 400 meters completed by the leaders in the event. Just to give you some historical data on this event, the games record 5 minutes 1.47 seconds, set in 2019 by Kenisha Pascal. Just about 700 meters completed by the leader in this event, Annalisa Brown. She still has 2 more. Two more laps to go for the leader in this event. She'll be one of the athletes that we're looking for at Intercall Games 2024. She's representing Boca Secondary. It's all Annalisa Brown out front. She has just about 600 meters left in this event. She enters the home straight once again. And she hears the sound of the bell indicating that there is 1 lap left in this event. Leading by over 60 meters, Annalisa Brown of and she extends the lead as she storms down the back straight for the final time in this event. Lengthen those strides, just about 200 meters to go. National Stadium. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Let us welcome home our 2024 Ariza National Champs, Event 71, 1500 meters champion, Annalisa Brown. What a special run there by Annalisa Brown. Let us show appreciation once again for Annalisa Brown.
All right, well, there you had it. There's no surprise there. Annalisa Brown in 4 minutes, 58.25 seconds. No surprise there. She annihilated the field, and she did exactly what she was supposed to do. The girls' 1,500 meter open. Annalisa Brown. Ariana James coming in second of Fusion, but the afternoon belonged to the Finish Line Sports Club in Annalisa Brown, doing very well here, 4 minutes 59.25 seconds and picking up the gold medal. All right, well, we had the coordinator for youth and sports in the Ministry of Sports, Curlin Peters. We spoke with him. We also had the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, Conrad Francis. But the afternoon and the proceedings, the activities here over the last 2 days would not be complete if we didn't have the Minister for Youth and Sports with us, and of course, the Honourable Jonathan Lecret, Senator the Honourable Jonathan Lecret, the Minister for Sport. Mr. Minister, welcome to the commentary booth, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me, sir. Much appreciated.
We've been having some long hours over the last couple of days, of course, but the good thing about that is athletics is winning. Are you pleased with what you've seen thus far?
Oh yes, I'm extremely pleased. We must ensure that even with the development of youth and the development of sport, we must also have simultaneously the development and the upgrading of our sporting facilities.
You've made the transition from Minister for Health into the Ministry of Youth. Now, health goes with youth and living a longer life and sports.
Wellness, yes.
So there's a combination there.
There is.
You still feel at home in the Ministry of Sports as you felt in health?
Oh, most assuredly. Would have rather stayed in health, but nevertheless that ship has sailed. But as I did allude to in the reassigning activity that we had, that I am in my niche where youth and sports is concerned. I'm no stranger to intercall, no stranger to secondary school sports, no stranger to youth, because I have worked with the Ministry of Youth and Sports before, prior, and I'm extremely pleased to be at this particular place when it comes to the development of our youth in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, we've got the national champs taking place, and of course we've seen some fantastic runs, but more importantly, everybody's speaking about this new track that has been laid down. And I know you've been monitoring this from the very start, because I've seen all the photos, even when the folks are working and they're doing the checks and all of that. Talk to us about the process dealing with Binan. Is it Binan, the name of the organization?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, from a leadership perspective, I believe that you just don't only tell, you also have to show some degree or some semblance of action as well. So I always want to be on the ground, even though my technical team, they would report and report well. At times you have to be on the ground with them to show them that they're valued and to give them the necessary support as a leader. So I always ensure that I am on the ground. I want to see firsthand, I want to shake the contractor's hand firsthand, get his perspective and point of view as it relates to time frame that we're going to be completed, etc. And they have been extremely professional. In fact, that particular company in question has been relaying tracks for over 50, 60 years. And as a result of that, their track record in the region and internationally did lead us to them so that we will contract them to do our tracks. And they completed in time because we wanted to ensure that we were able to run off national champs on the new tracks and also be ready for national primary school games next week, Intercall, and thereafter Carifta. And we're still, as you can see, working on the warm-up track so that we can get that complete for Carifta 2024. So we were really pleased with the work that was done, and I believe their level of professionalism speaks to their craft.
Is there an assessment that has to be done by the folks involving Carifta, and if that assessment has to be done, how are things progressing in readiness for that?
Oh, well, they have been looking, because for the pictures that we have been posting on our Ministry of Youth and Sports Facebook page, you will see some comments by certain persons in the region and certain ministers for sports across the region, etc. So they are monitoring, and they know that Grenada is definitely in full gear preparation mood for Carifta 2024, and they're extremely pleased about that. So I think that we're looking forward to an excellent level of sportsmanship being displayed at all of our sporting meets coming up, especially Carifta. Intercall and Carifta thereafter.
Yeah, well, I was going to get to Intercall because everybody is going to be talking about Intercall, especially.
Intercall is going to be.
Yeah, on a track like this.
In fact, I think Intercall this year would be open. There's no telling who is going to emerge, the male champions and the female champions. I think that Intercall is open this year because you are looking at national champs and you're recognizing that there are a number of schools, be it Boca Secondary School, the famous and incomparable McDonald College, the SAS, the PBC, the whatever, the what have you, and you're recognizing that there are a number of schools that are emerging. And I believe if we are fair in terms of our assessment over the years, we have seen a number of underdogs coming up and getting really stronger on the athletic track. So the prize to the one who earns it, I don't know if that sounds familiar to you.
Well, I still wear my PBC ring after 30 years, but I could understand where you're going with that. However, you did mention a couple of underdogs coming up, and one of the things that we noticed last year, coming out of Intercall particularly, is that, while we see it, we pay attention to the school that came first and second in both categories. Boca Secondary School in particular was very good in the field events, and they placed fourth, I think, in the boys and fifth in the girls, or something along that.
National champs now, they have a few athletes that are really performing very well. I'm looking forward being a past Boca Secondary School. You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know that. I couldn't tell. I didn't know. But and if I had known that, I wasn't going to make that comment because I didn't want you to have an easy time in the chair.
I actually led you to the trap, so it's good that you are you are very honest in your assessment. So.
Yeah. But they have been doing pretty well, especially last year. I think was one of their best showings.
Correct.
Yeah. Talk to us now about additional facilities, because one of the things that folks mention is that even with a facility like this at the National Stadium, it would be a great thing in the not too distant future to have a mirror almost of the National Stadium, because if you're going to attract more international games, of course you need to have the facilities to do it without interrupting the flow of what we do here to produce what we've been producing, the Anderson Peters, the Kirani James, the Rondell Bartholomew's, and on and on and on. So there needs to be some sort of additional facilities that should be brought up to standard, so at least we can, get to the next level. What are your thoughts?
It's funny you should mention that, because this week, I believe it was Friday, I met with all the presidents of the various federations, various sporting federations. I believe there were about 25, 26 of them in the room, and I felt it necessary to meet with them because sometimes you kind of recognize federations compete for space, and federations, they compete for budgetary allocation as well. And in order to curb that, you want to be able to bring them together in one room. And if you have a strategic direction for the Ministry of Youth and Sport, you want them to be able to be part of that strategic direction moving forward as it relates to the development of sports, as well as the outfitting of facilities that would lead to the development of our athletes. And one of the things that came up is that one of the mandates, because I asked them at the ending of the meeting, what are 3 mandates that you will give me as the minister, the permanent secretary is sitting here, the coordinator of youth and sports? What are 3 mandates that you would give us out of this meeting that we can go back to the drawing board from a strategic perspective to see how best we can more collaborate with you as federations so that we can raise the standard of our athletes as well as our sporting facilities? And the number one thing was a multi-purpose sporting center. Yeah, so we have to go back to the drawing board and see where we can find land. Maybe the possibility exists, as one suggestion came to the fore, is the current youth center where it is, and the land at the back thereafter you demolish and then you reconstruct, because Paralympic want their space. They want their athletes to be able to train. Swimming would like to have their own national general pool, because the one at Good Hope is not really. It's just a private pool that's, that is being used, but it's not really a national pool with a national space. And as a result of that, the dialogue was extremely fruitful. And we will go back to the drawing board. We promised them. Let's see what happens for our next budget cycle, whether or not we can find space by then and budget for such a facility, so that cycling would like to have their own space. And sometimes you have all these non-traditional sporting activities coming to the fore, and you recognize that there are a lot of things we can do from a sports tourism perspective. But if the facility is not there to develop the athlete, then we're always going to stick with the traditional sporting facilities. And as not just the traditional sporting activities, but the traditional sports. And as a result of that, as Youth and Sports Minister, you want to be fair across the board and be equitable. And as a result of that, I listened, I gave my brief remarks, and I made a commitment to let's see how we can work together to see that come into fruition.
Fantastic. One of the things hot on the agenda now is the introduction of the sports policy and the parish councils and the national executive. Talk to us about your enthusiasm about that, because that's going to be huge for sports and sports development in general.
Extremely enthused. When I came in, I had a page-to-page, cover-to-cover read of the sports policy. There were some things that I flagged with the team and that I asked to be amended, etc. Because as a policy person myself, coming from a policy background, I wanted the policy to be at a very high standard, because we will not be the only ones reading it. You will have persons in the region as well as internationally. And when someone in the region or internationally picks up the policy, you want them to be able to say, wow, Grenada really knows what they're doing as it relates to sports development.
Or we can take a page from it.
Of course, or we can take a page from what Grenada is doing, because the policy is forward thinking, it's relevant, it's on the cutting edge. And I've sent the team back to the drawing board. I believe that they're almost finished with that. And we are in March, so as soon as most of the major sporting activities are out of the way, we're going to start the parish nomination for the presidents to be able to, the various presidents that will be nominated from the parish perspective to sit on the council. The team is extremely excited because we know that this council is really going to be the engineering team behind sports development and sports empowerment in Grenada.
It's going to be huge. I can feel it.
It's going to be extremely huge.
It's going to augur well. I think it's also going to take off a lot of the pressure from the Ministry of Sports as it relates to the whole organizing and running of these games that are primarily played in the parishes, and put the weight of it on the parish councils.
The management of playing fields, the management of playing fields as well would be under the auspices of the council, of course in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, because we don't want the council to function
in isolation.
Divorced from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but very closely to and with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, so that we can have that synergistic, symbiotic relationship moving forward. The policy has many different aspects to it based on my recollection of reading, and the different aspects, I think all of it points strategically in the direction of youth development as it relates to sporting activities. And that is why we declared the years 2024 to 2027 the years of global youth leadership and succession planning, because that council really does speak to some degree of succession planning thereafter. And when we come to the parishes and when we are doing the voting through a democratic process, of course, for the various presidents to sit on the council, we want the parishes to take it very seriously. Elect persons who love sports, who have a passion for sports, and not just passion for sports, but a passion for sports development and the development of young people on a whole, so that you can get the best out of that president in that parish. And we would like to see that as a common thread throughout all parishes.
All right. I know, Leslie, I know you promised us 5 minutes. You've been here for more than 5 minutes, but I can't bring you upstairs. And I know Leslie may have just one or two questions he'd like to get in. Leslie has always been, right there on the ball. But just before I go and pass the mic to Leslie, because I want to keep you sitting in the chair comfortable, there is a component in that broadcast policy, in that sports policy, that speaks to the broadcast and the broadcasting of these games and how we deal with, how we sell our sports to the rest of the region, the rest of the world, how it is broadcast. We've moved from just running around with one camera and sending details to now having an outfit like TNR Communication that does that with a high level of broadcast. We want to be able to know how we can improve that kind of broadcast, improve that kind of coverage, and what role does the broadcast, does the policy play as it relates to the general broadcast of our games?
You are correct. I mean, even apart from that, right now we are training a group of young people in the broadcasting field for Carifta, so that we can have more persons trained in that area, especially from a youthful perspective, so that we don't have a gap where that is concerned. So that is critically important, and it does form part of the policy, and we're happy about that.
Mr. Lacquette, a pleasure to have you up here with us. I hope you can join us to do commentary as well. But we know you are a relatively new minister to the Ministry of Sport. And the Ministry of Sport et al. Has a lot of challenges that comes with it. a lot of pleasures as well.
Yes,
How
it does.
how has that experience been for you thus far?
Extremely exhilarating. As I was saying to my very good friend a while ago, that sports is not new to the minister. I'm coming from a teaching background and a principal background, and I was also the vice president of the Grenada Association of Secondary Schools of Principals alongside Mr. Jeremiah. So intercall, as well as community sports, as well as sporting from a secondary level is not new. It's just that this is the policy level of sports, and you get an opportunity to really sort of champion the kind and types of national policies that would speak to youth as well as sport development, and that is really an exciting experience.
So today we speak in track and field because, you know, sports is multidisciplinary.
Correct.
And facilities is a major issue that people always talk about, having access to facilities through the length and breadth of Grenada, not only here at the National Stadium, but the other smaller playing fields in the rural communities, the athletes in Sauters, the Progress Parks, the Lasages. What efforts have been made by the ministry now to ensure, for example, that we have all of these facilities in tip-top shape and the equipment that is needed for the athletes who are in those rural areas as well? So, for example,
go ahead.
hurdles is coming to Intercall this year. The athletes in Gove, in Victoria, in Sauters, do they have access, or is the ministry playing a part to ensure that there is equal opportunity for the athletes with regards to access to the fields and to the equipment?
Oh yes, they always have access. Them and their coaches. I know that lighting is an issue for a lot of people, especially when it comes to our major playing fields. The standard of the field as well is also a major issue when it comes to community playing fields. And one of the things that we did, I think about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, myself and the technical officer, we went around and visited all playing fields, whether they be major playing fields, secondary playing fields, and minor playing fields, as we have categorized them at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And from a policy perspective, we are prioritizing right now all our major playing fields, because these are the playing fields that are consistently and constantly used by communities that surround them for cricket, football, netball, if there's a court close by, etc. Ensuring that all the lights are properly working, ensuring that the field is up to standard and it's not substandard, ensuring that when it needs to be fenced, it's fenced, etc. And just keeping it at a particular standard so that communities can feel a sense of safety and a sense of pride in the playing field that they use constantly. So that work is done, and then afterwards we're going to move to the secondary fields, and then like Malmont, etc. Yeah, and then afterwards we're going to move to the minor fields, yeah, like Ford, and so on and so forth. So I can list them for you because they're all in my head as we have categorized them. So we do have a plan, but it's going to take some time. Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear Ford is on that list because that's my community where
Minister Lennox Andrews ensured.
But I want us to move to the big one, Carifta, and we want to give it that Grenadian flavor. We just had a very successful independence celebration.
Yes.
Carifta is coming to our shores, and the ministry, I'm sure, would want to ensure that we deliver an excellent production for Carifta.
Correct.
The Athletics Association with the local organization committee, we know they're spearheading.
They are,
the technical and all these things, but I'm sure the government has a stake in it.
Correct.
What from your ministry or from government are you going to do to ensure that this Carifta would be a most memorable experience?
Well, you do know that Carifta is under the auspices of GAA, right? We, as a Ministry of Youth and Sports, we provide the technical assistance for them, really. So wherever they need all of our coaches, we ensure that they are readily available, and they assist in whatever way GAA may need them. But apart from that, as it relates to the opening ceremony, cultural presentation, and all these other things that are a part of the package so that we can wow our Caribbean counterparts that are coming in, and a number of my ministerial colleagues from the region, especially Minister Sean Malcolm is coming in from Tux and Caicos, etc. So I'm excited to see him and his team come in and perform. And as a result of that, we're partnering. And I just think it's a holistic as well as a multi-sectoral partnership that is taking place at this particular point in time to ensure that Grenada is not just put on show, but we give the Caribbean a memorable Carifta to remember.
Right, and maybe the final thing I want to ask you before you go is speak to the people, the Grenadian people in Grenada, in the diaspora, in order to promote this Carifta event that we're going to be having, to get as much participation, corporate support, and everything that is required for a successful event.
Well, I always say that the, the development and youth and sport, the development of youth and sport is not just a sector. Youth development is not just left up to one sector. And as I was just saying to a few coaches down at the starting block, that it almost seems as if, from my vantage point, that a lot of institutions and organizations, they have left youth development and sports development up to government. In some regards, you're not really seeing that kind of multi-sectoral approach that you would really want to see around youth development. And youth development also, sir, entails sports development. It entails various aspects of development. And as a result of that, I want us to really continue to work together as a nation, as a diaspora, as corporate entities, as public sector entities, as NGO entities, so that so that the young people who are involved in sports can really be developed the way that they ought to. Because Kirani James should not just be our number one, or Anderson Peters, or Kurt Felix, or Lyndon Victor, and the list goes on and on. Yeah, I want us to be able to really develop more athletes coming out of Carifta this year, coming out of Intercol. We should really see some star performances, some records being broken, some students being targeted, and as a result of that, receiving scholarships. And it is the holistic approach, sir, I believe, that's really going to bring that degree of national success that we're looking for.
So I want you to help me to do the commentary on this race. I know you're a former student of Boca, you're a former principal of Happy Hills Secondary, and
also Wester Hall.
And Wester Hall.
I was at Wester Hall for 2 terms.
Right,
yes.
so you're fully enshrined in the school system, and you're the sports minister as well. So this is actually, I think, the 1,500 meters. Mm-hmm. It's an open event, I think it is. It's the boys' 800-meter run, actually. And we see a very large field here. And they're actually going after a record time of 1 minute 56.81 seconds.
That's event number
74. So they're actually on the final 150 meters here. And it's an athlete from Fusion. I'm not sure who is here. But just about 60 meters to go here.
Yes, just about 60 meters to go. And the athlete is finishing quite strong, extending the lead as he nears the finish line. And he has cleared the finish line successfully, and the other athletes are coming in very strong as well. And we see excellent sportsmanship being displayed. I like when athletes are finishing and they don't fall down on the track.
Well, you seem to have a career in broadcasting already, Minister. I just put you on the spot here, but you did an excellent job to bring home the winners of this event number 74. It's on record, actually. So your colleagues in the BVI or Tux and Caicos, TCI,
as
right?
well, yes.
They will get a chance to hear you doing commentary. I'm sure you'll be interviewed during the games as well.
I'm quite sure.
But it was a pleasure having you here and for
Thank you
sharing
very
from
much,
the ministry's perspective and your own perspective as well.
Thank you, Mr.
And the
Smith.
plans that you have, the sports council is a big one, we know.
The pleasure was mine.
And Carifta around the corner.
Yes.
Truly appreciate it.
And thank you to our sponsors, Ariza, as well, for taking up this kind of corporate initiative, as well as Nexa as well, for the championships that they held sometime last week or week before also.
Yeah, the corporate Grenada does have a very important role to play.
They do, and I think that they have recognized that, and they are doing well where they can. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. So viewers, we heard a lot from our Honorable Minister, Honorable Lacrette, who is the Minister of Youth and Sports. And he's going to go downstairs and enjoy the rest of the games today. He's going to remain for the entire games, I was told. And so we wish him well and we thank him for being with us here. We're going to go back trackside momentarily to get some more live action. In the meantime, we ask you to stay tuned right here at the Ariza National Champs 2024. We'll be right back.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987 New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Of the Ariza National Championships right here at the Grenada James Athletics Stadium, downtown Spice Capital, St. George's. Pristine conditions indeed for track and field. Quite an appreciable crowd has built up here to witness this national championship, an event that will be used to select Grenada's character team for the character games on the Easter weekend. We've seen some fantastic performances. Moments ago, we saw a record-breaking performance by Annalisa Brown in the 800 meters open, and she continues to do well. We saw how impressive she was yesterday, and no doubt she'll be on that character team vying for a medal come Easter weekend. There has been a slight lull in the proceedings as we see some of the athletes warming up for one of the javelin events that will be coming up later on this afternoon into the late evening. A number of the final events are also going to be taking place. The sprint events, we're going to see a number of 100-meter events. The triple jump open for boys will also take place. The girls 800-meter dash open for the Octathlon. The boys 200-meter dash finals for the 20+. The Octathlon boys 1,500 meters, that's their final event. The girls 4x100 meters relay. The boys 4x100 meter relay. The 3,000 meter run is also scheduled for later on this evening, as well as the 5,000 meters. And then we have the exciting 4x400 meter relays to bring an end to the proceedings later on this afternoon. We can tell you we've seen some very, very good times from the boys in the under 17 category. It's going to be a real showdown when they come to the finals later on. So too are the boys in the under 20 category, who will be running the 200 meters later on today. And that is going to be something you won't really want to miss later on this evening. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break again because there is nothing really happening on the track or on the field at the moment. And as soon as the action resumes, we'll be back to bring you more live track and field action here at the Grenada James Athletics Stadium for the Ariza National Championships 2024.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.
Coming back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the evening session of the Ariza National Championships 2024. It's going to be a number of 100-meter events, 200-meter events, 400-meter events, and relay events. As we see the athletes for the girls 100-meter dash under 17 getting themselves all ready for the event. They're trying to achieve a character standard of 12.20 seconds and the national record of 11.18. Sherry Fletcher, she also has the games record of 11.80 seconds. So we expect to see in this one Sushin McCullum from St. Joseph's Convent, Rosemary Thomas from Velocity, Egypt Rose Benjamin from MVP, Anila Chandler from Finish Line, Shade John from St. David's Catholic, Lauren McIntosh from MVP, Brandy Taylor from Finish Line, and Kashanti Mitchell of Boca Secondary School. Jason, the stage is set now. The 100 meters under 17 girls. Egypt Benjamin Regis. Regis Benjamin is one of the athletes to look out for. So too is Amaya Chandler. And of course, Shade John. Shade John with a 12.34. She comes in with the best time. Is in lane 5.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to come from. It's going to come from somewhere between lane 4 and 5. Even when you look at the qualifying times, 12.53 from Chandler and 12.54 from Shade John. Don't count out Regis. They're up, out, and immediately off. And this looks like trouble. Here comes Regis and Chandler. Regis and Chandler, but coming out of lane 5. Look at this. This is Shade John.
Shade John, indeed. She came in with the fastest time and she delivered when it matters most.
Shade John. Out of lane 5, representing St. David. Yeah, she came like a rocket from behind. Took everybody by surprise when we thought the fight was between Regis Benjamin and Chandler. Shade John delivered.
So they had quite an even break here, but just about the 60-meter mark is where Shade John really expressed her dominance, her power, and her speed, and won comfortably in the end. And a good run here for Shade John as we await the final, the time that she has returned. But the gold medal is ready to be placed around her neck. Shade John, I think it might have been Egypt Regis Benjamin who may have picked up the second, but 12.28. And it was Amaya Chandler who came in second with 12.49. And Egypt Regis Benjamin placed third with 12.59. So 12.28, the winning time. She did better than she did in the preliminaries. And congratulations to Shade John, the winner of the 100 meters for girls under 17.
12.20, that's what was required to get her over the Carifta line. And she just came out. Yeah, a hairline.
There we saw Dennis Williams, one of the coaches in the St. David's area, offering congratulations to Shade John. But I believe 12.28, 12.20, that should earn her a position on the Carifta team. And who knows what will happen from here.
She did very well coming from behind to just eclipsing everybody. She was nowhere in it in the first 40 meters or so, 40, 50 meters. But then good form, and that propelled her all the way to the finish line to pick up the gold medal. Now we're getting ready for event number 53, the boys 100-meter dash under 17. Now here's the story. Coming out of Jamaica, there's a young man, I'm going to get his name for you. He ran 10.4. Yeah,
right, that's
under
right.
17, 10.4. Only from Jamaica.
Yep, 10.4.
Well, we're going to go down to the...
And that's fantastic. So Shade John has done the double, Jason. She won the 200 meters yesterday, and she's returned today to win the 100 meters. So she's had an excellent meet, I would think. And she did a 24.81 yesterday, just outside of the character standard, but winning 2 important gold medals.
Rishon Daniel. Lane number 3, representing Top Flight Track Club, Jaden Knight. Out of lane number 4, representing Altitude Track Academy, Delron John. Lane number 5, representing Fusion Athletics, Kanik Nixon. Lane number 6, representing St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Deron Sincere. Lane number 7, representing the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, LeBron Granger. And rounding out your field, representing the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Tevez Lewis. Lane number 8, your
Jason.
field for the boys 100-meter dash under 17 final.
Well, Leslie.
Sorry, Jason. Well, what is interesting here, there is no Cameron Mathlin in this race, the winner of the 200 meters, and one who recorded some impressive times throughout the season, sub-11. And so it's a race that's wide open now between the likes of Delron John, Jaden Knight, even a Kanik Nixon from the, well, we say PBC, but he's also for the Fusion Athletics Club. He's in this race here in lane number 5.
I think he is probably in the best position because he's got everyone else that would challenge him on one side to his left when you look at it, because he's in lane number 5. Yeah, Deron Sincere is dangerous as well.
But Delron John is the one to look out for as well.
Delron John, and
he comes in with the fastest time.
Yeah. So Kanik Nixon is in 5, and to his left is Delron John. They're on the starters' orders. Good clean start. Everybody's out. This is going to be dangerous here. Immediately, somebody needs to come forward. But this looks like Delron John. This looks like Delron John. Delron John is looking over his shoulder. But here comes Kanik Nixon. Oh, Delron John just edging out. He stopped for a second to do what?
Well, Delron John, we spoke about him earlier on, the sub-junior winner from Intercourse last year. And he came in with the fastest time of 11.55. Looking back now, we saw it was a good clean break, but he got a very good start too, a better start than Nixon. Nixon was struggling from the start, really picked up his momentum maybe about 90 meters. Delron John looking to his right again, Jason, something that maybe we don't see too often in a 100 meters. But Nixon had his work cut out for him and maybe needed another 10 meters or so to catch up with Delron.
I think Nixon I think he needed a better start. Delron John had an awesome start. The only how you can describe Delron John's start is awesome. He came off the blocks, he kept low, and he stayed on the ball of his feet and allowed the track to do the work. He stayed. Now he's getting ready to come up. Look at the knees lifting now, and he starts to pull forward. He's pumping. To do what? He looked to his right, didn't realize that Kanik Nixon was right there. He thought he had a clear cut. But Kanik Nixon was right there. But Delron John coming out on top of the Altitude Track Academy, 11.36. Kanik Nixon of Fusion right behind him, 11.43. And Jaden Knight of Top Flight Track Club, 11.55. That's your top 3 in the boys under 17. 11.36, Delron John.
Well, there was no Cameron Mathlin of South City Rising Stars, so it was an opportunity for Delron John to stomp his authority on this event, and so he did. Gold medal to Delron John of the Altitude Track Club, 11.36 seconds, and Kanik Nixon with a terrible start has to settle for the silver medal in this event with 11.43.
Well,
the girls' 400-meter dash under 17 is the next event on the track, and we're getting ready for that. But the excitement continues here with some great final events, which has started in the evening session of the Ariza National Championships 2024.
We're getting ready to wind down, and there's no shortage of excitement, I can tell you this much. The girls' 400-meter dash that's coming up. The boys 400-meter dash is on the corner as well. And then we go to the 200, boys and girls under 15. So we've got the 400 meters under 17, male and female, boys and girls coming up.
I'm telling you, don't move a muscle, don't go anywhere. These are going to be very fast and exciting events. We've heard Mr. Conrad Francis talk about the track earlier on today, and the level of performances that the athletes are returning. He's not surprised by it. The track is quick indeed, and the athletes have really lived up to expectations. And those boys in the under 17 and under 20 categories are so competitive that anybody who brings the A game into the finals can win. These are events that can go anyway. It's just who bring the A game. A while ago we saw a terrible start by Canik Nixon, and that allowed him to have to settle for a second position, not taking away anything from Delron John, but a great start should give you a good race, should be able to give you a good medal position as well.
We spoke about Delron John and his showbolting, and maybe it's just in him. It might just be the next, Bolt, or something close to, because he's a show-off, isn't he? He has the talent to back it up, mind you.
Yeah, we saw him last year at Intercol, maybe with 80 meters to go, already thumping the chest and so on. And we can see some of the comments coming in from some of the viewers, you know, asking for somebody to talk to him about the showbolting, because he can do much better if he focus on his race and showbolt afterwards, you know.
Until he gets the penalty for showbolting in the middle of the race. He's going to keep on doing it until somebody comes from out of nowhere and decides, hey, you know what, I'm going to teach you a lesson on the track. Until he learns a lesson on the track, he's going to continue doing it, and why not?
So we're going to continue, as you mentioned, Jason, with the 400 meters for the under 17 girls. And this one should be a good one again. We have the likes of Samara Noel, Emma McIntosh, Rikalia Charles, Denaya Modest, Annie Logie, Shabina Lewis, Kaylin McIntyre, and Talia Nayak, all competing in this event. It's been a day, Jason, in my opinion, that we've seen very good competition, very good rivalry, very good camaraderie between some of the athletes, especially the smaller kids. We've seen the hugs and so after the events, and it augurs well for what is going to happen down the road with these athletes, because there would come a point in time where they would be on the same team, either representing their parish, either representing the country, and so they would have to relate and interact, and we see a lot of that coming out from the games today.
Yeah, kudos to them. I think the rivalry back in the day, yes, we had some camaraderie and all of that, but I think 20 years ago we were more fierce competitors.
That would not have happened.
We were more fierce competitors.
I couldn't see that happening.
When we're talking intercall and we get to a certain, there's a window of communication. 2 weeks before intercall, we are not friends. We're going to talk
Not
after.
Just now, I want to go back to an event we were talking about briefly earlier on, that era of the Leon DeCoto, Ashton McSween, Wayne Wagiti Redhead, Jeffrey Neptune, and you call your name as well, Jason. But I don't think many people would remember if you were in that race. But certainly the Leon DeCotos, the Ashton McSweens, Neptune, etc.
I had my run-ins with these guys. Let me tell you something. I had my run-ins with these guys, and I suffered the pain of losing to these guys. I suffered the humiliation of losing to these guys. And as I say, it was so fierce that at one point, even though it never did, you would have thought that it was going to come to blows. We were so like, hey, listen, we're not friends, die, don't talk to me. You know, it was that fierce. But at the end of the day, I mean, we still met, you know, when intercall is over and done. We lick our wounds, and after about a week or so, everything is back to normal until the next year.
I can still see vividly in my mind Leon DeCoto with a bald head, with his shorts tucked into his underwear, with some massive legs.
Massive thighs.
And
massive thighs.
On that starting line.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, those days, it was huge.
I also
Leon
recall,
Francis.
Yeah, that's Ding.
That's Ding.
That's right.
Maxween, as you said, the tall figure of Maxween. Maxween was a little bit taller than the rest, but let me tell you something. This guy was smooth. His leg turnover time was impeccable. And then you have Jeffrey Neptune.
I was about to call Jeffrey Neptune. I recall him pulling up in that event. Some people believe that that's the fastest they've seen an athlete take off, and that's why he had to pop a hamstring in that race. But Jeffrey Neptune was just as good.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, and the funny thing about all of this that we want our younger viewers to know now is that all of this was taking place on grass. Not the synthetic tracks.
At the nostalgic Queen's Park.
At the nostalgic Queen's Park, where the bleachers would have been broken down, and I mean, only the grace of God would prevent someone from getting like seriously hurt. But sometimes we didn't even care. We didn't even see that. When the high school would come full to support GBSS, when Convent was supporting PPC and vice versa, and SAS, and when GBSS lost to SAS, then the girls from high school will say, well, don't worry, even though GBSS lose, high school win because SAS win. I mean, it was innocent, but it was fun.
Do you recall the days of Richie Oliver running?
Well, that was before.
That was long before.
That was long before. Richie Oliver, Godfrey Augustine, Eugene Licorice.
Livingston
Nelson.
So that was the early 80s.
That was the very early 80s. These guys have some calendars under their belts.
Well,
They've seen some
Licorice,
calendars.
to me, has been the most graceful athlete I've seen. On that bend in the 200 meters.
This guy was
like butter,
oil.
as we say.
This guy was like oil.
And then Livingston Nelson was a multidisciplinary athlete, you know, both on track and in field. And I recall times when he had to just maybe take one jump in the long jump and had to run back onto the track. And not even knowing the result of the long jump, knowing that he would have won
in any event.
Hearing it on the announcer's microphone. So those athletes were really, really tough and endured a lot. Remember, Intercol was on one day as well. Huh?
Yeah, and back then, there weren't many athletes participating. The numbers in the school were a lot smaller. Thankfully, now we've grown to where schools, over the last 20, 30 years, schools have expanded and the numbers have increased, and we've seen more student athletes now, more opportunities for scholarships and all of that. You know, better times because of the introduction and the availability of equipment and the technical advice and training and all those things. So we've come a long way.
An extremely long way. So we spoke a lot about the male category. But you know, there was a lot of rivalry in the females as well.
Oh, I'm going to get to that.
We remember the stretch of victories for SJC St. George. Then there was the Anglican High School. And then there was the St. David's Catholic Secondary. And the St. David's Catholic Secondary would have had maybe the longest stretch of victories because they had these phenomenal athletes.
Well, St. Joseph's Convent had a stretch of about 10. It was 7, 8, 8
we may have to refer to the books, but St. David's Catholic
But St. David's Catholic Secondary had a stretch. And that's the thing about these female schools. When they win in blocks. It's not like you're going to win today and this year and then next year somebody else is going to win. And that shows that there's a plan, maybe, and a plan that drops off maybe every 5 years or so. So that's something to look and try to rectify, because what you're finding is that the competition is tight for 1 year, and then after that, everybody runs out. Let's go down to the house announcer. He's got the lane assignments for the girls under 17
Convent Grenville,
400.
your intercall bronze medalist, Samara Noel. Lane number 4, representing 473, MVP. She's the 2023 Ariza National Championships bronze medalist, Emma McIntosh. In lane number 5, representing Grenville Secondary, Rakayla Charles. Lane number 6, representing 473 MVP, Denaya Modeste. In lane number 7, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Annie Logie.
Well, there you have it, the lineup for the 400 meter under 17. And the athlete coming in with the best time here is Samara Noel of the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrews, I beg your pardon. She is in lane 3. Samara Noel. Emma McIntosh is one to also look out for. She came in with the second best time. And then we have Rakayla Charles of Grenville Secondary with the third best time. So lanes 3, 4, 5, that's where the real competition will come from. And the seeded number 1 for this event is the athlete from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Samara Noel.
Yeah, well, Samara Noel has a lot resting on her shoulders. A lot is expected from her. She's in lane 3. Here's McIntosh in 4. They're up, out and running. Gone immediately. McIntosh has made up the stagger. She's caught 1, 2. Is she pushing out too much too soon? Let's wait and see. But she's coming around and still looking strong. With about just over 200 meters to go, she's already established herself. Starting to fade off just a little bit now because this looks like Samara Noel now that's starting to advance on her. That's Noel and McIntosh. Noel and McIntosh out there in front. Here they come now on the final straight, coming around the final curb. Here they are on the final straight. And Noel is pulling away. This is Noel, Samara Noel. Samara Noel of St. Joseph's Convent. Samara Noel is going to win this one easy, comfortably. McIntosh is going to have to settle for second. But the afternoon in the 400 meters belongs to Samara Noel. And a comfortable run for her. I was expecting a little bit more, Leslie. What are your thoughts?
So Emma McIntosh would obviously be where the competition would have come from. And I think she held her own for most of it, maybe just for the last 70 meters or so. No one was able to pull away from her. But it's an impressive time, I think, that would have been returned. I'm thinking that would be a sub 60 seconds time from Samara Noel from SJC Grenville. But even up to this point here, with 80 meters to go, they were going stride for stride. But, as though Samara Noel changed again just about the 60-meter mark, and then pulled away from McIntosh to win comfortably in the end. And a good win for St. Joseph Convent Grenville, stomping the dominance on the 400 meters in the under-17 girls category.
I believe whatever time is returned, she could have done a whole lot better, even with some more competition. Maybe McIntosh went out a little bit too early, too soon. She made up the stagger and was ahead of everybody, even with just completing about 175 meters. She was way out in front of everybody and then started to lose her stride around 200, 250 meters complete. And then by the time they got to the final curve heading to the straightaway, it was all over because the energy that she was hoping for, she couldn't find.
What was also instructive is that Noel was running behind McIntosh, so she really gauged McIntosh well for maybe the first 200 meters, and then she went alongside her, didn't opt to pass her, just maintained stride for stride, and I guess she knew her strength down the home straight and really pulled away just with about 60 meters to go. So a good run indeed by Samara Noel from SJC Grenville.
Well, the time has not been posted just yet, but we're getting ready for the next event, event number 46, the boys 400 meters under 17. And that's coming up. That too is going to, we're expecting something spectacular in that one, Leslie.
Yeah, these events are all going to be exciting events. In the under 17 category, the under 20 category, even the 20 plus categories, because these are all final events, and we've really took out the creme de la creme, so to speak, and put them together in 8 lanes and put them to battle against each other for that gold, silver, and bronze medal.
All right, well, still have to say good evening to our friends tuned in around the world, viewing this on social media, the Party Grenada platform, the TNR Communications, the Facebook and YouTube channels, also on the Grenada Athletic Association's Facebook page, and wherever else is streaming. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the National Champs Grenada. Leslie, we've got times now on the scoreboard.
So Samara Noel won in a time of 60.41. 60.41 seconds, yeah. Emma McIntosh, 61.93. And Talia Nayak from Grenville Secondary was third in 62.77.
We've got the late assignments coming up now for the boys under 17 400 meters. Let's go downstairs because we're going to get that.
For event 46, 400 meters dash under 17. In lane number 2. Lane number 2. Tyreek Thomas, McDonald College. Lane 3. Kimal Murray, Grenada Christian Academy. Running out of lane number 4. Josh Thomas, South City Rising Stars. In lane number 5, Caden McQueen, Fusion Athletics. The athlete in lane number 6, Cameron Matlin, South City Rising Stars. And in lane number 7, Doral Daniel of Grenville Secondary School. Your athletes for event 46, boys 400 meters dash under 17.
Well, Jason, this is going to be another cracker. We have the likes of Cameron Mathlin here, who won the 100 meters yesterday. We also have a Josh Thomas from South City Rising Stars. The Grenada Christian Academy's Kimmel Murray, he's also there in lane 3. And Caden McQueen from Fusion. So the fastest time coming in here was by Cameron Mathlin of South City Rising Stars, 49.47. The only sub-50 time in the preliminaries. And he must be an obvious favorite, having already won the 100 meters in this event to come back to win the 400.
Oh, here we go. They're off and up and running. And let's keep our eyes on lane number 6. That's Mathlin in lane number 6. Let's see. Mathlin has already established some kind of dominance. It's still too early to call. It's still too early to call. South City Rising Stars, that's Mathlin out there in front. They're coming around now, the top of the 200. And here comes Mathlin now on the straightaway. Well, clearly he's gone. He's left everyone as they come off the final curve. This is Mathlin. Cameron Mathlin of South City Rising Stars. Everybody's trying to catch him. There's going to be a fight for second, but there's no question who's going to win this one. Cameron Mathlin, we're going to pay attention to the time because this was a good one, Leslie. Cameron Mathlin of South City Rising Stars wins the boys under 17 400 meters. And he did a good run, immediately picking up the stagger from the minute time he got around to just about 75 to 100 meters. He was already establishing his dominance and came around the final bend ahead of everybody. And by the time he hit the straightaway, it was automatic.
Well, I make it a 49.4 on the flash time. We await the official result. But having run at 21.97 in the 200 meters, I thought it was a very impressive run here by Mathlin to come back to win the 400 meters with maybe over 30 meters lead on the second place winner.
He ran a beast of a race. He left everything out on the track, and it still looked as if he had something else in him. I don't think that's his best timing. I believe he can still do a whole lot better than what we've seen him done here. We haven't had the times just yet, but he wasn't pushed at all. 49.76. Leslie?
A good team for an under 17, a good time, sorry, for an under 17 athlete. And Josh Thomas was second in 51.74. Murray from Christian Academy came in third. And let's maybe can hone in on Kimmel Murray from the Grenada Christian Academy, a relatively new school in a rural area, and coming to national champs, earning a bronze medal. I think it will speak wonders for that school in Pearl St. Andrews. The Grenada Christian Academy picking up a bronze medal in this national champs. A few years ago, they had a couple great long-distance runners that picked up gold medals. But for Kimmel Murray to pick up a bronze medal here with 52 seconds flat, I'm thinking that the people of the Grenada Christian Academy must be extremely proud of this achievement.
Oh, they've got to be. I mean, he ran a brilliant race. It's just that he was up against it with Thomas and Mathlin, but he ran a good race.
So the excitement continues to build up here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the Ariza National Championships 2024. We're getting ready now for the 200-meter events, some more exciting events, and that's going to resume in the under 15 girls category. As you see a cross-section of the spectators who are here, the ardent track and field followers in Grenada, they're always here to witness good, keen athletic rivalry amongst the athletes, amongst the schools, amongst the clubs. And they've turned up in the numbers here this afternoon, a Sunday afternoon, as a matter of fact, at the Kirini James Athletic Stadium. The cruise ship is still in the harbor, Jason. I'm wondering if some of the tourists are here just to take in a little snippet of the national champs.
Oh, no, I haven't seen any of them, but I hope they had the opportunity to visit some of our national sites and sample a whole lot of our local food and drink. I know of one place where they can go to get that. The producers may charge me for
ambush
promoting,
marketing.
for an ambush marketing. They might charge me. I'm wearing my earpiece, so if I'm allowed to say it, then they'll tell me, okay, Jason, you can go ahead and say it. If not, I'm just going to keep quiet. But I'm trained enough to know not to say what.
So as the sun goes down, the lights have been turned on. We expect, I think, a much earlier finish to today than we had yesterday. Notwithstanding the late start yesterday, but we've had a very brisk and swift flow of events today, Jason, particularly before the break. I know that we resume, the same thing is happening as we get set, as the blocks have been moved to the other side of the field, of the other side of the track, for the start of the 200-meter events. It's a good time maybe to take a short break and come back when the action resumes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more live track and field action right here. As a matter of fact, there's going to be a medal presentation. So we go over to the stadium microphone for the medal presentation.
We welcome to assist us with this presentation, Mr. Lyndon Bob, President of Ariza Credit Union. We begin with event 51, the boys long jump under 17. In third position, Jaden Pierre, South City Rising Stars. In second position, Golden Joseph, Altitude Track Club. And their champion, Christophe Kellis of St. Andrew Anglican Secondary in a distance of 6.23 meters. Event 71, the girls' 1500 meters run open. In third position, Annie Logie, finish line. In second position, Montisha St. Bernard from Carriacou. And our champion in a championship record, Annalisa Brown, finish line, 4 minutes, 59.25 seconds. Event 73, the boys 800 meters run under 17. In third position, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. In second position, Jaylon St. Louis, Grenada Boys Secondary School. And our champion, Adriel Mitchell, Fusion Athletics, 2 minutes, 0.5 seconds. Event 74. The boys open 800 meters run. In third position, Romel Charles, Top Flight Track Club. In second position, Kyle Victor, South City Rising Stars. And our champion, Antoine Blackett, Fusion Athletics, 1 minute, 57.9 seconds. Event 52, the girls 100 meters dash under 17. In third position, Egypt, Regis Benjamin, 473 MVP. In second position, Amaya Chandler, finish line. And our national champion in the under 17 girls 100 meters, Sade John, St. David's Chalk Blazers. Event 53, boys 100 meters dash under 17. In third position, Jaden Knight, Top Flight Track Club. In second position, Kanik Nixon, Fusion Athletics. And our national champion in the 100 meters dash under 17, Delon John, Altitude Track Club, 11.36 seconds. Event number 70. Boys Javelin Throw Open. In third position, Rayvon Telesford, St. David's Chalk Blazers. In second position, Elvis Graham from Jamaica. And the national champion, 2 times world champion, Anderson Peters, St. David's Chalk Blazers, 80.69 meters. Event number 75, the boys triple jump open. In third position, Golden Joseph, Altitude Track Club. In second position, Christophe Kialis, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. And your national champion in the boys triple jump open, Shaquan Toussaint, is 13.5 meters. Event 45, girls 400 meters dash under 17. In third position, Talia Nayak, Grenville Secondary School. In second position, Emma McIntosh, 473 MVP. And your national champ in the 400 meters dash under 17, Samara Noel, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 1 minute, 0.41 second. Event 46, the boys 400 meters dash under 17. In third position, Kimal Murray, Grenada Christian Academy. In second position, Josh Thomas, South City Rising Stars. And our national champion in the 400 meters under 17 boys, Cameron Matlin, South City Rising Stars, 49.76 seconds. Congratulations to all our medalists, and thank you to Mr. Lyndon Bob, President of Ariza, for assisting us with the medal presentations. This is an announcement for the following athletes. You're asked to report to the medal ceremony, to the ceremonies room. Akira Morin, St. David's Trailblazers. Ziana Bain, Finish Line. And Jemmy Neptune, South City Rising Stars. Please report to the ceremonies room immediately. Akira Morin, Ziana Bain, and Jemmy Neptune. Please report to the ceremonies room.
Viewers, we welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's. It's the Ariza National Championships 2024. We've just had a medal presentation, and we're getting ready for the remaining final events that are going to be taking place this afternoon. We see you already getting themselves in place. The athletes in the 200 meters for the under 17, for the under 15 girls. And any moment now we will see the start of that event. The games record 24.99, Kina Thomas Karaku. She holds that record, a record she established in 2017. But we can tell you the likes of Rose Benjamin, Makaya Frederick, Tishon Bascom, they're all here. They're going to be challenging that record. The fastest time coming into the finals is from Tishona Bascom, who already won that 100 meters and the 400 meters in that age category. And she came in with a time of 26.23. Next best time was 27.60 by Kayla Allen of Karaku. And then we had 27.62 by Eliza Rose Benjamin from St. David's Trailblazers. So it's going to be a close one, especially for second and third. I think that Tishona Bascom would win this one by virtue of the form that she has and the victories she's had so far. With the knee brace there is the athlete from Karaku, that's Kayla Allen, and she was impressive in her preliminaries as well. She would really love to break her own Karaku counterpart record, Kina Thomas, but she would require a huge effort today. Her best time some way away from that record. And then Eliza Rose Benjamin is there as well to give very, very good challenge.
Out of lane number 4, representing the St. David Trailblazers, Eliza Rose Benjamin. In lane number 5, representing Top Flight Track Club, Makaya Frederick. Lane number 6, she comes in with the fastest time today, representing the St. David Trailblazers, Tishona Bascom. Running out of lane number 7, representing the Boca Secondary School, Angel Lewis. And running out of lane number 8, your national champs 2023 bronze medalists, representing Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Rihanna Thomas. Your field for the girls 200 meter dash under 15 final.
What's your pick in this one, Leslie? I hear you calling names.
So my pick obviously would be a Tishona Bascom of the St. David's Trailblazers. not only because she came in with the best time, but she has been in ripping form. We commented on her this morning, just a little bit of work on her technique, and she can become a very great athlete. And she's in lane number 6.
All right, well, they're on the starters' orders. Out and away they go. And immediately, Tishana Bascom has picked up the stagger. She's running out of lane 6. Look at her right there in the purple right in front of you. And here she comes on the final straightaway, coming around the curve. She's ahead of everybody here now. And she's got some work cut out for her because guess what? Somebody is coming at her in lane 2. This looks like Rose, but not enough. Here we go. Tishana Bascom, St. David's Trailblazers, comfortably with a whole lot of daylight, winning the girls 200 meters under 15.
Well, after doing a 12.77 in the 100 meters to earn gold, she has returned to win the 200 meters with a very impressive run, with no real competition on the home straight, running all by herself against the clock, looking for a good time. Tishana Bascom of the St. David's Trailblazers doing the double here, 100 and 200 meters.
She was clearly the superior athlete in the bunch here, Tishana Bascom. Let's see what kind of time she's going to return, because she's running and winning these races without anyone on her shoulder.
Well, there was always going to be also a battle for second and third, but we saw Kayla Allen really fading towards the end and may eventually have picked up the 4th position because she really didn't sustain all the way to the tape. No. Tishana Bascom, 26.38. She had a better time in the preliminaries. Eliza Rose Benjamin picked up the silver medal and Rihanna Thomas the bronze. Kayla eventually came 3rd, as I suggested moments ago. But a good run again by Tishana Bascom of St. David's Trailblazers. Some work to be done on the technique. The arms are not yet well coordinated, Jason. They're not moving high up as she may want to. But again, it's her own style, and that's what she's comfortable doing, and that is bringing great success to her at the moment.
You know, they're going to have to work on it because, look, she's still flat-footed. Even when she comes around the bend, she's still flat-footed. That's where you want to leap forward a little bit. So once they work on her technical stuff, she's going to be awesome. I mean, she's got the stride, and her stride doesn't get any shorter, if you notice. She maintains that stride, and the turnover on her stride speed is very consistent. So
yeah, the rhythm and form is good with the legs. I think the arms just need to be worked on a little more.
Not using the arms allows the upper body to move in all different directions, and you don't want to do that. You want your arms to guide you. So once they work on that, she's going to be all right. Let's go down to the lane assignments now because we're getting ready for the big boys.
Delron Dumont. Lane number 2, representing the McDonald College, Malric Rubin. In lane number 3, representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Giovanni Green. Running out of lane number 4, representing the Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. Out of lane number 5, representing Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Antonel Daniel. Running out of lane number 6, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Cachet Stephen. Out of lane number 7, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Philip Mitchell. And rounding out your field, in lane number 8, representing the Altitude Track Academy, Keon George. Your field for the finals of the boys 200-meter dash under 15.
Well, Jason, Giovanni Green is in there. He was the winner in the 100 meters in 11.53 seconds. He's here also with the fastest time, 23.43 seconds. He's in lane 3. He would get good competition in lane 4 from Nathaniel Alfred from South City Rising Stars, and of course from an Antonel Daniel of
Classic Lighting.
But the race has begun. Let's see who wants it more. Nathaniel Alfred is there. Giovanni Green. Giovanni Green is already looking good there for South City Rising Stars in lane 4. There seems to be some mix-up or the other there. And on the inside is Malric Rubin. But here comes Giovanni Green. Giovanni Green for South City Rising Stars. Finish line, I beg your pardon. The eventual winner, the favorite in this race here, Giovanni Green.
Well, they was up in good form, and take a look at this because Daniel got out, Nathaniel Alfred got out nice and quick. But Giovanni Green now, if we go back a little bit, you'd realize that he was somewhere on the line at one point, so I'm quite sure that that's going to be an issue. They're going to pick that up. He did step on the line from what we can see here. Whether or not the officials will pick that up, well, then that's a different story. But they've been pretty good at this. So just maybe he has stepped himself out of the gold medal.
What is interesting is that both Giovanni Green and Nathaniel Alfred, who came in 1 and 2, stepped on the line. If you look at Nathaniel Alfred, he's actually trying to regain his balance when you recognize he was going over into the other lane.
Let's take it again. Let's take it again.
Maybe another look would confirm just that for us. Look at Nathaniel Daniel. Maybe it was just before that. We may have to go back just a little bit more. But there we saw Green on the line moments ago. There goes Nathaniel now. So both athletes may be penalized once they were not impeding the other. So that's another consideration that has to be taken, whether or not they would have affected the performance of the other athletes in the lane. But on the inside, once you encroach on the inside, you can be disqualified because it's an unfair advantage.
Spend all your time.
23.23, the time for Giovanni Green. And as we look back here, our producer really wants us to zero in on that. There we see Green is on the line 1, 2, 3 times, 4 times. Actually,
5.
He's in the other lane. That's a disqualification 6. In my honest opinion. So 6. Green has to be careful about that. Several strides were on the line and on the inside lane as well. And so too was Nathaniel Alfred. We saw him even trying to regain his balance when he was encroaching. So let's see what the final decision will be made by the officials.
Lane 5, Kishona Phillip, St. David's Track Blazers. Lane 6, Shafania Houston, South City Rising Stars. Lane 7, Brunel Thomas, Ace. And in lane 8, Alina Dikoto, 473 MVP.
Well, the ladies in the under 20 category, they're on the track and getting ready for the event. Rhea Flanders is there. I can tell you the athlete coming in with the best time would have been Kishona Phillip of the St. David's Track Blazers, 25.58. Sorry, it was Shafania Houston of the South City Rising Stars, 25.05.
All right, well, this one, in my opinion, is too close to call.
That should be an easy victory for Shafania Houston.
There's 2
in lane 6.
Everybody's up, out, and running. Here we go. Shafania Houston immediately picks up the stagger on 1, 2, but here they come, getting to the bend. Everything still looking even except Shafania Houston, who lunges forward now, striding, pulling away from the pack. This is Houston. The challenge is coming, but it's all in vain. Shafania Houston is going away with this one. Surely she's going away with this one, Shafania Houston. Kishona Phillip is there in second, but a distant second. Shafania Houston wins. Kishona Phillip is second, and it looks like Francesca Henry, who picked up third, but Shafania Houston, easy, picking up the gold medal in this one. Leslie, you called it correctly.
And the flash time looks like a 24.5. Let's see what the officials would return. She did a 25.05s in the preliminaries, but we've grown accustomed to Shafania sub 25, and she came out with a real mission and a purpose here in the finals. As we look back here, she was out in a flash. She made up the stagger very quickly on the athletes on the outside, but she had some good competition in the early stages from Kishona Phillip from the St. David's Track Blazers. But by the time they rounded the bend and head into the home straight, it was Shafania Houston, 24.70. I knew this was going to be a sub-25 time. Kishona Phillip was second with 25.61. But there she goes, powering her way from the rest of the field to return an impressive 24.70 seconds.
Shaffonia Houston of the South City Rising Stars taking gold in the girls under 15.
Under 20.
Under 20. Getting ready for
the big one.
The big one.
I have my own predictions on that, Jason. We saw Tegan Peterkin with the most impressive time in the preliminaries. But inside of this 8 athletes, we have Samuel Green and another name by Ethan Sam. Ethan Sam, a silver medalist at the Carifta in the under 17 category. Samuel Green has had the better of him throughout the season. And we saw an impressive run by Tegan Peterkin in the preliminaries, 21.92.
Here's what I want to find out. Tegan Peterkin came into this one with the best time, 21.92. But he's out there in lane 6.
Yeah, I've seen that happen in a few of the previous races, the best time getting lane 6. There must be a reason for that. But Ethan Sam has ran sub 22 this season already. He has been doing that since last year. And Samuel Green has also ran sub 22. So we saw Samuel Green really easing up in the preliminaries to conserve some energy for the finals. And I believe it's going to be a real showdown between the athletes in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Because Joshim Sylvester of ACE
in lane 4, our 100 meters champion, Samuel Green, Fusion Athletics. Lane 5, Joshim Sylvester, Ace. Lane 6, Tajon Peterkin, 473 MVP. Lane 7, Randy Jones, Kariku. And in lane 8, Emilio Bishop, Grenada Boys Secondary School. The fastest time coming into the event, Tajon Peterkin, 21.92 seconds.
Jason, this is going to be an extremely fast race. We ask the viewers to don't blink because we have here the winner of the 400 in 47 plus. Although he was beaten by Tegan Peterkin in the preliminaries, he's there. The winner of the 100 meters is there. The Carifta silver medalist is there. So too is not Joshim Sylvester, but Emilio Bishop, who has beaten Ethan Sam late last year. Let's see what happens.
Out, clean start, everybody's gone. This is the boys 200 meters under 20. Here we go, they come around at the top. This is going to be a quick one, everybody. Look at this. The 100 meter champion is out. That's Green. Green is out, but Tegan Peterkin is coming. Peterkin is coming, but Green is going. Green is going. Surely he's going to get this one. Green is going. Green is going. The challenge comes to Peterkin. Oh, this is a bullet of a race, everybody.
What a run.
Tegan Peterkin was on a tear. But just at the nick of time, Green got there.
What a run by Tegan Peterkin. Interestingly, I was looking at Ethan Sam, and with about 60 meters to go, he really gave up the race. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he was looking over his right shoulder. As we look back here, Jason, a good start by Green. You see him making up the stagger on the athlete from the outside. That's Joshim Sylvester of ACE. And around the turn here, Ethan Sam was still in contention. But look at where Tegan Peterkin was. They were going together just about the same point here. A slight advantage here for Green. Ethan Sam was still in contention. But there goes Tegan Peterkin just about this point here. When Samuel Green thought he had it all in the bag, a surge from Green, a surge from Joshim Sylvester. Ethan basically gave it up at that point here. But look at Peterkin go here as they go for a photo finish here. But it looks as though it was Samuel Green in the end who would have won this one.
I think they registered the both times, but the torso makes the difference here. Because,
but from that camera angle, it was a Samuel Green. Peterkin is just as eager to see the results here. All eyes are onto that scoreboard, that big screen. But I think Samuel Green prevailed on the day of National Champs 2024.
I feel Samuel Green has it just by the torso. I think they ran the same time or just maybe a split
It's definitely worth another look, Jason.
Yeah.
Look at where Peter Keane was here now. Samuel Green would have thought he had it in the bag. Ethan Sam in some difficulty there, but look at Peter Keane go here, using his 400-meter strength here. Samuel Green right there with him. Joshim Sylvester was giving good chase for the third position as they dip for the tip. They lean for the tip here. At this point, it was Samuel Green.
Can I tell you this? The difference in a stride, the difference in one stride. Boy, that was a good one. It was probably the race of the afternoon that we've seen so far. And we've got to give full credit to Samuel Green. I think Samuel Green himself, he must be pleased with this because he came around looking, knowing that Tagon Peterkin was right on his shoulder and held his nerve all to the very end. They're showing it again. It deserves one more look. It does.
It's the race of the day, in my opinion. And kudos to our cameraman and the production team for really, really bringing it to us in that clear and concise and precise manner. Again, we look here with 80 meters to go. It was 4 in a breast here, so to speak. Samuel Green with a slight advantage. Peter Kidd may have been in third position at this point, but Samuel Green feeling comfortable here, maintaining good form. And Peter Kidd was using his strength here now. You can see the pumping, the cheeks blowing hard. And then there was the lean for the finish line. And the toss would have made the difference here. Samuel Green in the lead, slightly ahead, and would get the gold medal, in my opinion. We still await the time here, but I believe that's a 21.5. I predicted that before the race started. Let's see if my prediction will come to fruition here. But a great run indeed. A disappointment for Ethan Sam, I would think. He really faded back, must have placed fourth. Joshim Sylvester picked up the bronze medal for Ace, having already won the 400 meters in an impressive 47+ time. And Samuel Green from 10:55 comes back here to win the 200 meters.
All right, well, we've got one more run to take place today. Of course, we've got the 200 meters over 20, and only 4 athletes in that one coming up. Christian Gabriel, Melvin Charles, Shivan Charles, and DeLeon Richardson. Only those 4 in it.
Well, the officials have a tough time, Jason. Can't present the results from the previous race yet. At 10, I mentioned 10:55. It was actually 10:51 for Samuel Green of Fusion in the 100 meters. All eyes are really onto that big screen, awaiting the results of that 200 meters under 20 boys. And that sets the tone for Carifta Games and even Intercol Games later on this month. Grenada should really feel a good 4x100 meters in the under 20 boys category, and maybe a 4x4 as well. I'm not saying a gold medal team, but a team that can challenge anybody on home soil, the Grenada Carifta team 2024.
All right, well, a special thanks to all our sponsors. We're getting ready to wind up the broadcast. Obviously, a lot has happened over the last 48 hours. And our sponsors are Ariza. They're sponsors for this game for the last 11 years. And with the Grenada Athletic Association celebrating 100 years, it's one of the best national champs that we've seen as it relates to times and that kind of competitiveness combined. Yes, there have been quicker times, but when you look at the combination of it, it really augurs well, especially on this newly laid surface. That in itself is something to talk about, something to write home about.
Absolutely, as we still await the results for that 200 meters under 20 boys. I'm sure the first and second is causing some issues here for the officials. Third was clear. Samuel Green, 21.64, just outside my prediction of 21.5. What a good run by Samuel Green, 21.64 to win the gold medal. Which you see now, Tegan Peterkin being moved up to second position. And that might be a 21.65, 21.67, Tegan Peterkin. And I would say a 22 flat maybe for Joshim Sylvester. the anxiety and the anxious moments as we are with 21.74.
So there we have it. 1, 2, 3. Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics, 21.64. Tagon Peter King of the 473 MVP, 21.67. And third, Joshua Sylvester of Ace, 21.74. The boys under 20 200-meter dash, and yes, it was a dash indeed. That's one in the books, and that's the story. We've got the boys 20-plus coming up, 200 meters, and while they get ready for that, we've also got to speak of the fantastic work that our crew has been doing over the last couple of days. We've also got to say hello and thanks a lot to all our viewers that has been viewing outside of Grenada. I hear you guys mentioning the diaspora, but we've got to say outside of Grenada simply because we've got a lot of friends in the region who spends a lot of time listening and viewing our athletics, especially since the likes of some of our superstars, and they pay particular attention now to what's happening in this beautiful Isle of Spice. So hello and good evening, and thanks a lot for spending time with us the last 48 hours or so at the National Athletic Championships in Grenada.
Well, we have listed here 4 athletes to compete in the 200 meters dash 20 plus, but from the looks of it, it looks as though only 2 athletes would compete in this event.
Under 20. Or 20.
So the stands have been settled one more time. It was really, really pandemonium in the stands moments ago with the finish, that close finish in the 200 meters for the under 20 boys. And now they're all back to normal, so to speak, getting ready for the 200 meters 20 plus boys.
I know we spoke earlier on, Leslie, of the Anderson Peters participating in this national event, and his javelin counterpart from Jamaica. I had the opportunity of speaking with both of them, actually, and I'm just trying to remember his name.
Was it Graham?
Graham, yeah. He said basically his reason for participating here with Unattached is to try and get his distances right so that he can be a part of the Jamaica Olympic team in the javelin. So he's using this year, because this year is a recognized event, trying to use this year to get some good qualifying distances.
Well, guess we welcome one and all who wants to sharpen their craft and get race ready and throw ready and jump ready. This is a good event and a good facility to do that as well. So it seems that there's only going to be 2 athletes here. We have Shavin Charles, who was impressive in that 100 meters yesterday for the St. David's Trailblazers, and it also looks as though we have a Christian Gabriel, I think, from St. David's Trailblazers as well.
I had the opportunity also to speak to Anderson Peters, and basically his story was, he's using this year as an opportunity to check his improvement on his recent shoulder discomfort, just to make sure that he's in the right space, trying to get into the right space so that he can compete at the highest level later on this year. So he was using this year as an opportunity just to gauge himself, to see where he's at in terms of his comfortability with his shoulder and getting ready for the Olympics. Not many professional athletes would come back to perform at their local championship at this level. They would probably think, nah, I'm too big for that. But the humility of this guy, Anderson Peters, just wows you to know that, he's prepared to come here. And it did, in fact, serve as motivation for a lot of the other participants in the competition.
Absolutely, absolutely. We had a conversation on that with Conrad Francis, and the value that Anderson Peters has added to these championships and the humility of the man as well as the experience and knowledge that he was able to impart to his other competitors. And to be in the same arena and to be competing against a world champion can speak volumes for these youngsters who are part of the javelin event.
All right, well, we are getting ready for, I was about to say one of the most exciting, because this was supposed to be the 20 plus, this was supposed to be a Bunsen burner.
So I'm not sure what is the issue here, Jason, for the hold up in this particular event. We were expecting 4 athletes. We see only 2 on the track for quite some time now. And that has an impact in terms of the athletes' overall performance. I mean, if you want to take it scientifically, athletes know what time they are performing, and they go through certain rituals and race readiness for that time. And when you start the race maybe several minutes after that, they're out there, they're not be kept warm. We had to look at the ambient temperature as well. Sometimes they pick up injury because of that. The performance is affected. And even the emotional and mental stability of the athletes comes into compromise here when they're uncertain as to what is actually happening.
Well, it's only 2 of them, for crying out loud. Couldn't get much easier than that.
So it's going to be Christian Gabriel and Shavin Charles, both of the St. David's Track Blazers. Shavin Charles had an impressive 10.55 in the 100 meters, and the Christian Gabriel 10.64. They came in 1 and 2 in the 100 meters for the 20-plus athletes. There is no Neil Peters here. He's the current record holder, the game's record. Following this 200-meter events, we're going to have the relays.
Christian Gabriel, St. David's Track Blazers. At lane 5, Shavin Charles, St. David's Track Blazers.
One thing that is good for sure is to see these athletes after they finish school still continuing to train and still continuing to do impressive times. I mean, 10.55 could virtually have been a 10.3 by Shavin Charles. That's what we may have expected at this stage. But nonetheless, it's good to still see them keeping fit and keeping in good shape and still competing at the national level. Likewise, Christian Gabriel, at 10.69 is not a bad time for him as well. And let's see what they can do here in the 200 meters.
Well, that's my issue. My issue is after an athlete would have come through the secondary school system, basically there's 1, maybe 2 events at best that can allow that athlete to showcase something. So there's nothing to train for, really. And then after that, outside of your family having the financial resources or you getting a scholarship, your athletic career basically goes south. And that is one of the main reasons why I feel we lose a lot of potential superstars, because there's nothing there to propel them after the secondary school system.
So hence the reason for the importance of the club structure and the support for the clubs who can really absorb these athletes post-secondary and tertiary schools and keep them there and get them organized, get them training still and competing whenever these meets come up, national champs, relay meets, etc., and even maybe some overseas meets as well within neighboring Caribbean countries. But it's a shame to see the talent that we've wasted over the years when athletes finish school and there doesn't have any competition for them. There seems to be some technical issue down there. We see a lot of action around the starting point with one of the overseas consultants that is here assisting the starters. So it looks as though some of the equipment may be malfunctioning at this point in time. We see some actions down there that is suggesting that they're testing some of the equipment, and that may be the reason why we have not yet seen the start of the 200 meters for the 20-plus boys. But we see some of the athletes now for the relay events making their way onto the track, and that is good. It means that we are going to see some exciting relays coming up shortly. Seems as if they've gotten it correct now, and the athletes are on their mark. It's a nice clean start here between two athletes here, Shavin Charles and Christian Gabriel, both from the same club. But Shavin Charles making up the stagger nicely here as they round the turn and get into the home stretch. Shavin Charles continues to pump, maintaining good form to Christian Gabriel. Is giving him good competition and motivation as well. But Shavin Charles is going to win this one easily and make it a 21-4 on the flash time. We are with the official result, but a good run indeed here by Shavin Charles. Already winning the 100 meters in 10.55 and coming back to win the 200 meters.
Shavin and Christian, I mean, this was almost elementary for them. They didn't, you could have seen that they didn't put too much into it. It's a psychological thing, I suppose. But I'm thinking that both of them are capable of doing a whole lot better. If the field is stacked, then we're going to see something different, something more spectacular from these two.
Well, 21.54 by Shavin Charles of St. David's Trailblazers and 21.65 by Christian Gabriel. And you made a point, Jason, had we had a full complement of lanes here, it could have maybe resulted in a much faster time for Shavin Charles. Nonetheless, an impressive 21.55, coming back from a 10.55, and Christian Gabriel 21.66 after running at 10.64 in the 100 meters.
Well, he's got a whole lot of work to do, whether or not he's going to continue in this system, move on to something else. But Shavin Charles does have a lot of potential. As you said, he won the 100 meters, and he did that powering his way through. So he's got the form, he's got the technique, he's got the power. He just needs the opportunities now to go with it, and he's going to carry very far. But that's only if it's been afforded to him.
So what we're going to do, Jason, we're going to take a quick short break and come back with the relay events when action resumes on the track.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.
We start with event 65. The girls high jump open. In third position, Akira Maureen, St. David's Trailblazers. In second position, Zena Bain, finish line. And our champion, Jemmy Neptune, South City Rising Stars, in a height of 1.63 meters. We move on to event 56. The girls 200 meters open dash on the 15. In third position, Rihanna Thomas, South City Rising Stars. In second position, Eliza Rose Benjamin, St. David's Track Blazers. And our national champion, 200 meters on the 15, Tishana Bascom, St. David's Track Blazers. Event 57. 200 meters dash under 15. In third position, Philip Mitchell, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. In third position, Keon George, Altitude Track Club. And our winner, Kashay Stephen, Grenada Boys Secondary. Event 43, girls javelin throw under 17. Third position, Rishona Francis, Grenville Secondary School. In second position, Jerry and Guy, Karakou. And our winner, under 17 champion, Naomi Jones, St. David's Track Blazers. Event 58, the girls 200 meters dash 20, under 20, 20 plus. In third position, Ria Flanders, 473 MVP. In second position, Kishona Phillip, St. David's Track Blazers. And our national champion in the 200 meters under 20, 20 plus, Shafania Houston, South City Rising Stars, 24.70 seconds. Event 59, boys 200 meters dash under 20. In third position, Joshim Sylvester Ace. In second position, Tayshawn Pitterkin, 473 MVP. And our national under 20 champion in the 200 meters, doubling in the 1 and 2, Samuel Green, Fusion Athletics, in a time of 21.64 seconds. Congratulations to all our medalists, and thank you to our presenter, Ms. Lindona Hiller Marshall, a board member of Ariza, for assisting us. E5590 5590. You're asked to report to if your vehicle You are impeding a patron from exiting the venue. P5590 driver, please attend to your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.
Secondary school. Your field for the girls, 4x100 meter relay open final.
So the relay events about to be started. We saw some finals this morning in the under 9 and under 11 categories. And now we get into the girls 4x100 meter relay open. And we have 5 teams competing in this one. We have Finish Line, MVP, St. Joseph's Convent, and Velocity. And of course, St. David's Track Blazers. Track Blazers, they are there in lane 6. Velocity in 5. Matter of fact, Velocity's lane is scratched. We have in 3 MVP and in 2 Finish Line.
Well, Leslie, I'm thinking here that surely MVP would think that they're the favorites in this one. Look at their lineup. They're starting with that's Decoto, I think it looks like. Decoto on the first leg for MVP. They've got some pretty strong.
They have Egypt Bridges Benjamin there too, Rhea Flanders and Lauren McIntosh. But the lineup for St. David's Catholic Secondary is just as impressive. Kishana Phillip, Kurdian Phillip, Rihanna Frederick, and Kamaya Telesford. And they also have Ashade John and Denisha Scott. So they have submitted 6 names here. I'm not sure which 4 would be on the track.
Who are we speaking about?
St. David's Track Blazers.
Okay. St. David's Track Blazers.
I'm saying that they're equally impressive as the MVP in terms of the lineup.
Oh, okay.
MVP is obviously without Ashante Augustine, who is nursing injury. I saw down in the stands earlier on today. And she's just looking on and cheering on her counterparts from the stands.
Track Blazers, lane 3, 473 MVP, and in lane 2, Finish Line Sports Club.
So they're getting ready to start. Is who can successfully pass that stick around the track and bring it back to the finish line. The batter transition is a key aspect of the relay event. And these teams would have been going through a lot of routine, practicing for days to ensure synchronization and a smooth transition of the baton. They're on the starters' orders. In 2, Finish Line. In 3, MVP. 6 is St. David's. And South City Rising Stars is out there in 7. Sorry, Boca Secondary is out there in 7. So it's the first handover. Boca out there in front and looking good. But here comes St. David's. Track Blazers. MVP is also looking good as well. Second handover. Let's see who comes out good. Track Blazers is looking good here on the inside. MVP in 3 is also looking good. MVP struggling with the batter passing here. It's going to be a close one between MVP and the Track Blazers. Shade John has a work cut out for her. Is she going to catch up with her? Shade John is giving good chase. She stumbles in the process. And that misstep here really threw her off. Could have picked up an injury at the same time, Shade John. She's clutching to the hamstring on the track here now. It looks as though it's a hamstring injury for Shade John. She was really trying to catch up there with the athlete from MVP. But in the end, MVP prevailed. A good run by the quartet from MVP. In the absence of Ashanti Augustine, they still managed to pull the goal for their club.
You know, Ashanti Augustine would have definitely made a huge difference here, but a gold medal is a gold medal. What was even more concerning is that they almost fumbled the baton, and that sort of opened up the door for
the athlete in lane 5 that was coming in. What's her name again?
Shade John.
Shade John. It opened up the door for Shade John, giving Shade John just a glimmer of hope. And you're thinking that had she not pulled up there with an injury, maybe clutching a hamstring, things would have been slightly different. But 473 MVP, I think their quartet was well-oiled, well-rounded, save and except for the little fumble that they had on the final handover.
Definitely so. A bad sight here for St. David's Trailblazers. Shade John had to be stretched out of the track. We see the fumble in the battle here. The miss actually by MVP, whereas it was a much smooth transition for St. David's Trailblazers. But it was a very, very tough one for Shade John. And having to exert so much, he really pulled that hamstring just about here. You will see the mistride here, right about there it happened. And that really, really prevented her from picking up any further momentum to catch MVP. In the end, she had to be stretched off the track. Not a good sight indeed.
All right, well, that one is in the books. MVP has got that part of it covered. Now MVP is in the 4x100 meter under 20 boys. And this is going to be a scorcher as well. Let's go down for the lane assignments.
Lane 5, South City Rising Stars. Lane 6, Velocity Track Club. And in lane 7, St. David's Trailblazers. Teams done to compete in event 69, the 4x100 meters relay under 20 boys.
Well, only 4 teams are going to take to the track. We have MVP with a Tegan Peterkin, Nathan Hiller, Joshua Richard, Devonnie Ferguson. Jelani Franklin is also listed there, so too is Ethan Sam. I'm doubtful that Ethan Sam would actually run. Seem to have picked up an injury. And Jelani Franklin is also there. We also have in lane 5, South City Rising Stars. And in 6, we have Velocity Track Club.
Because Peterkin has just ran the 200, you think they're going to let him rest, or you think they need him to win this?
Quite frankly, I don't think they need Peterkin to run this. Jelani Franklin can come in here. They have listed 6 athletes. They can actually leave out a Peterkin and a Ethan Sam and run Nathan Healy, Joshua Richards, Devonnie Ferguson, Jelani Franklin. Trailblazers is in 7, and they have Jonathan Regis, Michael Redhead, Killon Moses, and Cale Lewis. That's the quartet for the St. David's Trailblazers.
Don't write them off, because that's a good quartet. Those guys in St. David's, they've been working pretty hard over the last couple of days, and they've seen the results. So St. David's Trailblazers in with a good chance as well. An even chance, if you ask me.
I've not seen Michael Redhead on the track today, so I'm not sure if he has been saved for the relay or if he has an injury of some sort. But Cale Lewis was there in the Octathlon, and Cullen Moses, we know of his abilities as well. Jonathan Regis is also there. So they're gonna pose some good challenge for MVP, but I think the real contest here is between Trailblazers and MVP in the absence of well, South City Rising Stars is also there. We can't really rule them out. Samuel Green is part of their quartet as well. So you really can't rule out South City Rising Stars in this relay championship.
South City Rising Stars runs out of lane 5.
Well, we've seen now Altitude has joined them on the track. Altitude is running out of lane 4. And we should see amongst them here Aviel Williams, Christian Joseph, Golden Joseph, and Delron John. They also have in the lineup Duron Sincere and Kazim Dubiset as the 6 athletes that have registered for this 4x100 meter event. Is the under 20 boys 4x100 meter relay. There we see the teams on screen getting just about ready now. They've been called to the marks by the starter.
Not a capacity crowd at the stadium, but this audience here will be thrilled. And immediately we've got drama to start this one. A second pop of the gun means that that's danger. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody is in trouble. It's still too close to call there. Let's see. Where will it come from? Oh, that looks like lane 4. It looks like lane 4. Who's in lane 4? Altitude Track Academy. Lane 4, Altitude Track Academy. It looks like lane 4. Are they going to be exited, or will the field be cautioned? What do they do here, Leslie?
Well, the expectation is that if there is a false start, whoever creates the false start should be disqualified unless it's an equipment malfunction. But let's look back again to see where this may have come from. We can take it back a little further, that we can see here. So they're in the sit position at this point in time. It looks like a lane 4. It's either a lane 4 or lane 8, but it looks like a lane 4 to me.
Oh.
So the green card has been issued to the entire field. So they're going to have the full lineup of the 5 teams. The electronic starting mechanism is in place, so I guess they will be reviewing that all the time to ensure who will be credited to the false start or whether or not it's an equipment malfunction.
Up, out, away. MVP is gone. South City Rising Stars, the first handover. What have we got here? Well, this looks like danger. South City Rising Stars trying to do some catching up. Still too close to call to see who's in this one. MVP is clearly out of it. They're not in this one at all now. Here we go, the second handover.
Altitude.
Altitude. Altitude. Altitude. Altitude. Altitude is gone out with the wind. Altitude Track Academy. Altitude Track Academy. Velocity coming in but couldn't catch, wouldn't catch, no way. So Altitude, Velocity, and South City Rising Stars, 1, 2, 3. Miscommunication of some sort on the first handover with MVP, and that led them out of it.
What was interesting for me here, Jason, was the run by Delron John of Altitude on that second leg, and it was a good strategy. My honest strategy in any relay is to put your best athlete on the second leg and allow him to do 115 meters, and that's exactly what they did. Delron John ran the second leg and really eat up the track here. Altitude had a very bad handover on the last leg, but nonetheless, the lead that they had really propelled them across the finish line ahead of St. David's Track Blazers, who eventually picked up the silver medal.
I'm interested to find out what happened over on the other side with MVP. But in the meantime, 44.31 for Altitude Track Academy picking up gold. St. David's Track Blazers 44.61 and South City Rising Stars 45.20. 1, 2, 3.
So it was not a particularly fast relay. We expect that these teams should be like 41 thereabout. But Altitude Track Academy, based on who they put together and who came up against them, were the eventual winners in 44.31. So following this event, we're going to have a very grueling event, the 3,000 meters for the under 17 boys, and then that will be followed by the 5,000 meters for the boys open. So we have 2 very long races coming up next, and so we ask you to stay tuned. We're asking those of you who are viewing the broadcast on Facebook to kindly refresh your Facebook feed because we've expired the time allowed for any one length of broadcast. If you're on YouTube, you should be okay, but if you're looking on Facebook, you may be required to refresh your page.
We should also have the boys 5,000 meter run open. And then we culminate.
A lot of the work that you've experienced over the last 48 hours had a lot to do with the kind of commitment and hard work and dedication put in by our entire team here. Blundell George, our director, as the person calling the shots behind the scenes, making sure that the cameramen get the right angle, making sure that we switch with perfect timing, that there's a constant communication between every single member of the broadcast here at any one point in time. Our director, Blundell George, Nazim Benjamin, audio and streaming. Of course, you know that when it comes to streaming, there's only one name that you can pick up and call and do that with precision and know that he's going to get it right. That's Nazim Benjamin. And of course, he's been responsible for the clean, clear, crisp audio that you've been hearing coming from us. Our cameraman, John Henry, Ron Ron Diali, Curlin Dragon, Kirk Oliver. They were some of the folks behind our cameras today and yesterday. That's John Henry, Ron Diali, Curlin Dragon, and Kirk Oliver. Corey Williams, our production assistant. Corey is an expert at so many things on the back end of these productions that you've been enjoying from TNR Communications. So very unassuming young man, Corey Williams, but take not him for granted. And Karen McDonald, he's a runner. Well, at an event like this, you need someone who has the pep in their step and is on the ball of their feet, so to speak. And even without the performance enhancement athletic drinks, he manufactured some of the greatest times over the last couple of days. So Karen McDonald, our runner, and on replays to bring you down to the final second so you can see all the slow motion, you can get the false start, the photo finishes, all those things that you were enjoying. Akim is the person that was responsible for that. And also Roger Joseph, he was the person behind the graphics. So when you see all the Ariza graphics and the slow motion graphics and the winners graphics and all of that, give credit to Roger Joseph for that. Of course, Leslie, it would not be complete without Clyde Rondell John, CR John, I like to call him, yourself, Leslie Smith, and your humble servant, Jason Skeet. We worked some long hours, excessively long hours, and it was a pleasure. Yeah, so we're out to the end, nearing the end. We're nearing the finish line. We're on the final curve right now, getting ready to hit the home straightaway on the National Championships broadcast. Leslie, take us through this one.
So the next event is actually the 800 meters dash open for the girls heptathlon, and we have a full complement here. We have Kenaya Alexander, we have Destiny Langine, Makaya Ramsey, Cassie Walters, Rachel Etienne, Azuri Isaac, Talia Dason, Tavia Fletcher, Sophia Cox, and Melia Lambert. They all line up on the track here, getting ready for the start of the 800 meters open for the heptathlon athletes in the female category.
From the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, put your hands together for Azuri Isaac. Your top three, 2,288 points. From the Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, Rachel Etienne. On 2,373 points. From the Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars, put your hands together for Destiny Langain. And ladies and gentlemen, leading the field into the final event of the day, 2,730 points, St. David Trailblazers, Talia Desant. Your field for the girls' heptathlon open. Final event, the 800-meter run.
There you have it, the lineup and also the positions, the current positions of the athletes in the heptathlon for girls. This is their final event, and in the lead at the moment is Talia Desant of the St. David's Trailblazers. She's there, the athlete number 559, and a good time for her here would cement her gold medal performance in this event. We also have 2 athletes from SAS here, 2 from South City Rising Stars. As a matter of fact, 3 from South City Rising Stars, and from Fusion, another 2 athletes. So they're waiting for the starters' instructions before they call to the marks now. It's an 800-meter event. The final event in the heptathlon. 2 laps around the track. The athletes from SAS making an early run here. 3 athletes from SAS in this one. The leader of the event some distance behind. The nice brisk start to this 800 meters. South City Rising Stars is there, so too is Finish Line. The final event for these athletes. They would have had some grueling events over the last 2 days. Just about 300 meters completed in this 800-meter event. It is still the athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS, who is looking very comfortable up front. Sound of the bell indicates the final lap. South City Rising Stars is there in second, a distant second as well. Can she keep up that momentum, the athlete from SAS, in this 800 meters? South City Rising Stars is there in Destiny Langain. She's in second position. She keeps tapping that left leg. Not to show you she's pulling up with some cramps. SAS also moves into third, but a good run from the athlete from SAS with about 50 meters lead over South City Rising Stars, Destiny Langain. SAS also in third and fourth as well. There's no sign of Talia Desant. She has a commanding lead in this event, and maybe she's just coasting home here. But it is the athlete here from SAS who continues to lead this event. SAS now moves into second position as well in Casey Walters. SAS 1 and 2 in this final event, the 800 meters. Destiny struggling a bit here. But a good run by the athlete from SAS. She has about 200 meters to go. As a matter of fact, just about 150 to go. A very good run indeed from this athlete from SAS. What a good run here by these athletes. The final event for the day for them, the 800 meters. And a very strong run indeed by this athlete here from SAS. Can't pick up a name at the moment. She doesn't wear the number as well. So it's difficult for us to call the athlete by name. But she wins this one very, very comfortably indeed after a grueling set of events. And now to pick up this second position is the leader in the heptathlon, and that is Talia Desant of St. David's Trailblazers, and SAS in the likes of Casey Walters picks up the third position here. Remember, this is not a race about position, but about points based on the times that they've returned. And as soon as we have the final point standing in terms of the overall winners of this event, we'll let you know. But I think Talia Desant of St. David's Trailblazers would have secured the victory here have been coming into the final event in the lead and placing second in the event as well. She obviously the gold medal winner. The athletes are spread out on the track here, obviously very tired, as we see them here trying their best to cross the finish line. It has been a grueling 2 days of events for them, and they deserve all the commendations and compliments that can be extended to them. Rehydration as well. They've laid it all out on the track and in the field as well, as we witness the completion of the heptathlon.
Yeah, well, I don't envy them at all. And this will it change the point standings at all, this final race? Was it that close? I don't think it would. You've got the results. Did they bring that up just yet for us, the results from the heptathlon?
But what we know is that Talia Descent of St. David's Trailblazers, she was in the lead. She came second in the event, and the person who beat her was way down the pack. So she would be the obvious gold medal winner in the heptathlon.
Right, and we've got the 800 in the boys coming up now, the octathlon, that's what we've
1500
got? The
meters.
1500, right. The 1500 in the boys octathlon, that's coming up now. And, well, from all indications, based on the point standings that we had going into the octathlon, I think 1 and 2 is pretty much in the clear. Because with 2 more events remaining, the person at the top trying to get to
Cale Lewis.
Cale Lewis, yes.
Of St. David's is in the lead in the octathlon for the boys. So this is an event that has also put Grenada on the map. I
think they're taking too long to take these athletes off the track. Should be a little bit more urgency in dealing with that. So National Athletic Championships in 2024 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in Grenada. We've seen some of the bigger names participating in this one. The Anderson Peters coming back home to participate in the National Championship, the National Javelin Championship. He had a throw of just over 80 meters. He was consistent around the 80-meter mark. He has been there for the last couple of months nursing, or I should say not nursing, but regaining strength in his right shoulder because of some kind of discomfort he would have had there over the last few months. So he's bounced back pretty nicely. He said he used the opportunity to sort of get himself ready, test the strength in the shoulders, test the strength in the arm, make sure that he's in a good place as he gets ready for the Olympics 2024. And of course, we had some good times. Nothing to jump and shout about really as it relates to world leading, but from our own perspective here, I think a general good account is what we can refer to everything as.
Absolutely, Jason, and we've seen some excellent performances that are character worthy, that can make the finals for sure, and in some instances can return medals at character. So it's there has been some things to shout about. There has been some areas where improvement is needed for sure. I still think we need to work a lot more on our field events. We have dominated some events at character in the field, the javelin in particular, and we have not been looking too good there at the junior level. We have Anderson Peters, who's doing well on the international circuit, but I think we need to work a lot more on the field events for our boys and girls. Our under-20s are looking good. Our under-17s are also looking good. We saw some very good performances from some of our girls as well. Stephania Houston and others continue to impress. We saw a record-breaking performance from the athlete from the Boca Secondary School in the, I think it was the 800 meters. So there has been some promise and some good performances, and it's just for us to build on that now. Our coaches and our administrators need definitely to work on that.
All right, well, we've finally gotten to the stage where we can move some of these athletes off the field. I mean, this heptathlon and the octathlon, they are two grueling events, like grueling events, and I wouldn't envy anyone who would participate in those events. So kudos to them. The willingness to want to perform in those events is good enough for me.
Well, Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor, they have demonstrated that they can enjoy in those events, and they have participated on the world stage and brought real good accolades, Commonwealth Championships, World Championships performances as well. As we see the boys for the Octathlon making their way onto the track for their 1500 meters. This list should include Joshua Campbell, Lennon Williams, Jared Stafford, the leader, Cale Lewis, Jermaine Donald, Jordani Lewis, Jonathan Newton, Aviel Williams, Rondell John, Jade Phillip, Zachary Sylvester, Akidon James, Ronald Bernard, and Shira Fleming. These were the athletes that were registered for the Octathlon.
We prepare to introduce to you the boys in the Octathlon as they head into their final event. Once more, we ask you to put your hands together and congratulate the boys. Represent.
All right, thank you, Mr. DJ.
Well, it's the start of the Octathlon 1500 meters. Make it 11 athletes competing in this event. In the lead for this event is Cale Lewis from the St. David's Track Blazers. The athlete up front now is Rondell John of Finish Line. He's leading in this 1500 meters. I see the likes there too from Jordani Lewis from SAS. He's also there. K. Lewis, St. David's Track Blazers. Akidon James of St. David's Track Blazers in red and yellow. But Rondell John of Finish Line, very much pedestrian pace by these athletes. It's their final event. They've had to endure 8 events over these 2 days.
First 400 meters completed. Quite an even bunch as they seek to complete the final event in the Octathlon, the 1500 meters run.
It's obvious, Jason, that the 1500 meters is not a specialized event for any of these athletes. Normally, the athlete who is specialized for the 1500 would have moved out and distanced himself from the rest of the pack. But it's a tightly bunched pack here. Nobody really making the early moves. And we're going to see when that kick comes on. But up front is athlete Akidon James of the St. David's Track Blazers. I think he's currently in the second position. And he's nicely poised there. Rondell John from finish line is still in contention there. He's athlete number 248. Jordani Lewis, 542 from SAS, he's there. Somebody needs to kick. Somebody needs to employ some kind of a strategy. Otherwise, it's just going to be maybe a massive sprint to the finish line.
Well, they're going at 8,000 meter pace here.
Some 3 minutes, 10 seconds have already elapsed in this one.
In the 1500?
So a decent runner would do maybe a 4 minute, 5 minute, 1500 meters. But these octathletes, we expect them to do some more than that. But they all look very relaxed at this stage. I'm sure one of them could make a kick, make some kind of strategic move.
It looks more like a warm down after a long day in the outside there, more than anything else. But if we're gonna take some things from this, here comes the kick that you've been talking about, 542. Here, if we've got to take some things from this, we're gonna pay attention to. I like the technique of I think it's Donald, Tyreek Donald. That's a 277 in white. I like his technique in the high jump. He was particularly impressive in the high jump. And Akidon as well was impressive in that. And this is the final part of it.
It's the final lap. The bell has sounded here. Let's see who's going to make the push for it here. So Akidon James is there. He's leading still. That's athlete 600. Jordani Lewis is there. We see some others making the kick here. We have two athletes from the GBSS trailing behind still. But Akidon James is there. So too is Jordani Lewis of SAS. And there's an athlete from finish line there as well. I think it's this Rondell John. There is going to be a sprint at some point in time, maybe at the 200-meter mark, between Akidon James and maybe Jordani Lewis. Pace has definitely picked up somewhat. Not express pace by any means. Interesting to see Akidon with the gold chain in the mouth here. Jordani is having a smile at it too. Some kind of a conversation is taking place between them. Rondell John is in good contention here and there we see it. There is the kick here. There we see it. Akidon James and Jordani Lewis have gone out, but there goes Akidon James. He had a lot in the tank that he was reserving and could have gone out a lot earlier. But Akidon James wins it. Jordani Lewis in second. South City Rising Stars picks up the third position here. But again, they're going for points, not position here. And it'll be interesting to see what's the difference now between Akidon James and Cale Lewis. As we heard, I think it was 200 points that was separating the two of them in first and second. So it's going to make an interesting proposition as to who the eventual winner would be in the Octathlon for boys.
5 minutes, 38.75 seconds. That's almost an eternity. But we're not going to beat up on them for time because we understand what the situation, what were the circumstances surrounding that. They've been having 2 days of grueling competition.
So that will bring an end to the Octathlon for boys after 8 events within a 24-hour period. A champion will be crowned definitely. Cale Lewis, Akidon James would be the top 2 finishers for sure. They're both from the St. David's Track Blazers. We still have to come the 3,000 meters and the 5,000 meters. And then the 4x400 meter relay events to bring the curtains down. It seems as though, Jason, they've combined the two events and they're going to run them together. Although that's actually the octathletes and the heptathletes that are showing that's a normal routine that they do even at the international circuit to express the camaraderie and to really thank the people for putting up with them too after those 2 days of whirlwind events, and to thank them for the support that they normally give to these athletes after these very, very demanding events.
They have my full support. I mean, we sit up here in the commentary booth and we say what we have to say, but they have my full support because at my age, which I'm not going to give away, you're not going to find me doing a 1500. Not no. 30 years or 35, maybe even 40 years away from when that was once upon a time.
So the fans have really expressed their true appreciation for what these athletes have done over the 24-hour period. And I'm sure that many of them would have received motivation from Lyndon Victor, who has done well for Grenada at the international circuit in this event. As a matter of fact, Lyndon and they would do 10 events at the international level. These athletes only did 8 events in the male division, and I think they did 6 events for the females.
And what one of the organizers ensured was that they have their 30-minute break between events. So that was important, and he shielded them. Junior Brave Boy basically shielded them for 30 minutes. Say, you know what, this is your event, you're going to give it all, then you're going to go, you're going to get your rest, make sure you're well recuperated, you've got 30 minutes to do that, and then they come back out again. So always a minimum of 30 minutes for rest and recuperation to get back out to the next event. So that's a good system in place just to ensure that they are able to give the best at every time.
Absolutely.
Well, coming up, we've got the primary school games that's coming up this coming weekend. Talk to us about that, Leslie. I mean, you've been following a lot of these sporting events. The primary school games is coming up next weekend.
So the GUT Primary Schools National Primary School Championships will be on Wednesday and Thursday. St. Andrews are the defending champions, and they've won that for several years. I think they want to make it 24 or 26 and 24 or 22 and 24, something like that. But they've won it for over 20 years. St. George's has always proven to be a good force to be reckoned with, and they're going to be challenging them for that. So too is St. Patrick, and that's going to happen then. Then the following week, we're going to see the private primary school games, which is sponsored by Huggins. And then we have intercall games. I think it's the 12th, 13th, 14th of March. And then towards the end of March, on the Easter weekend, we have the Carifta games. So the fans, you have quite a lot of track and field coming up for you. There might be a few schools that still need to stage their school sports, and that too is in the mix. And a lot of preparation for our national Carifta team for the Carifta weekend.
Yeah, well, you jumped the gun because I was about to ask you to kind of break down the primary school games because you've been following a lot of these games. What are some of the noticeable names that you can remember that folks may want to look forward to? I'm trying to put you on the spot here.
Well, this year I was only able to attend the St. Andrews Primary School sports, and what impressed me was that there were a number of records that were broken. And in this day and age, Jason, anytime you can break a record, it means that you have very good performances, because these records that we have in all of the school games now are already impressive records. And they broke quite a number of records in that meet. So I would not be surprised if St. Andrews are to retain the championship. They look pretty well in all the different categories. Some of the names can't come to mind now, but I remember some youngsters from the Parkland Government School, from the St. Andrews Methodist School as well. And the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School has always been a good force. We saw a young man here today from the St. Andrews RC School who won a gold medal. So he would obviously be on that St. Andrews branch team as well and expected to win at the primary school games. If he can do it at national champs, there is no reason why he can't do it at the national primary school games.
All right, and I know you've been around private primary school games. You've been doing a whole lot of commentary in the private primary school games for a long time. So we're going to discuss that just as we get into this race. This is the boys 3,000.
Under 17.
Under 17. So yeah, talk to us about the private primary school games. I know that you've been actively involved in following the progress of a lot of these schools and being a part of the commentary for a few years running.
Well, the private primary schools has two dimensions, Jason. There's what happens on the track, and then there's what happens in the stands. I've never seen a following of parents and aunts and uncles and godparents for these athletes in the private primary schools. But what is also instructive and impressive is that a number of the athletes from the private primary schools have done exceptionally well at the secondary school level. And a list of names comes to mind in this regard. So we have the schools like the St. Mary's Junior, the Alpha Junior, the Grenada Junior Academy, Beacon and so on, who have produced quite a number of good athletes. And the rivalry that extends among those schools is just unmatchable, I think, of any of the others except maybe for Intercall. So you have all those parents coming out and they wear the T-shirts of the various schools. It's a real spectacle both on the track and in the stands as to what happens at the private primary school games. So it's something that should be on the calendar. The private primary schools are trying to get into the mainstream primary school games. There are some issues there in terms of affiliation and what goes on and what does not go on with the GUT. But if they can sort that out and we can see a lane being afforded for the private primary schools, I think it would augur well for the development of these youngsters.
Right on the heels of that, we've got Intercall games coming up, 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Well, GBSS are the defending champions. SAS, I looked at their school sports. They look pretty good, much better than they looked last year. GBSS has done very well in these national champs as well. The likes of the Ethan Sams and some of the others that can't come to mind now, Cameron Mathlin and others, they've done well. SAS has the Delron John and the Christophe Callis and the Joshim Charles and so on, who can also do well. I think the real difference is going to be who are the spoilers to the party, who can destabilize and disrupt and who can pull points from either of these two well-known schools. St. David's has always been a good contender, and we have the Boca Secondaries, the Happy Hills, the McDonald College, who always give a good account of themselves. But sad to say, Intercall has always been amongst two principal schools, and that has been the chorus for several years. So we've seen PBC in recent years really come into the fold. I think what is PBC's real disadvantage is the senior boys, because these kids leave school so early. They tend to have very good sub-juniors and juniors and not too good seniors. Last year was maybe an exceptional year with Telemark in the senior category, but over the years, PBC, I think that's where the problem is.
And, that was Telemark was PBC was Telemark coming back for a second year, because he did in fact repeat. He did come back to Form 5, go back to Form 5. So that's why he ended up a senior. But obviously he would have been out already. And over the years, that has been the system. But you mentioned Boca Secondary School, and one of the things I want to pay attention to is that even without a lot of the presence in the sprints, Boca Secondary School was still managed to get up into the top 4, the top 5 in both the male and female. Now, you might think, a lot of people might think that, well, it's Boca Secondary School, they're not doing anything too spectacular. I kid you not, because based on how they were set up last year with not very many seniors and still able to get into the top 5 in both categories, that could mean trouble for the rest of the field.
Yeah, so we can't discount any of the schools. We saw Grenada Christian Academy today picking up a bronze medal. It means that they can be in contention in that race at Intercall as well. St. David's Catholic Secondary, as I said, Carriacou sometimes come with, they bring these big surprises because not many people know of what is in Carriacou. And so it will go down to the wire, I think, again, between SAS and GBSS. All schools need to strengthen, I think, their performance in the field, and that has been to the detriment of a lot of schools over the years. And so the coaches really have their work cut out for them, but the real battle would always be until some other school emerges as a powerhouse, like how McDonald College did a few years ago, to really upset those two schools, SAS and GBSS.
All right, well,
I wouldn't tell you where my money is, Jason, but we're going to wait for 12, 13, 14, and the story will unfold for itself.
Yeah, right, like I don't know. Yeah, right, like I don't know. Come on, you can speak that to somebody else. I've been around too long, Leslie. I've been around too long. Speak to us about this, the boys 3000, and what's happening here. Anybody from SAS in this one, Leslie?
So let me see if I could...
Are you looking for the SAS athlete, or are you just looking to see?
I see South City Rising Stars. I see Grenada Secondary. GBSS is there. Athlete 341.
And particularly asking you about
Charles
SAS.
of Grenada Christian Academy. Not sure there is any SAS athlete in this race, Jason.
Okay, all right.
So I'm not here to comment about SAS. I've been admonished on the chat group for being biased against SAS. Can you imagine that, Jason? But that's an athlete from the Grenada Christian Academy who is up front here now, is Keith Charles. And I was mentioning about Grenada Christian Academy moments ago. And here is an athlete in the 3,000 meters for the under-17 who is already dominating this event.
Yeah, the Grenada Christian Academy, as you say, a new institution for all intents and purposes, but are new to this kind of dominance in athletics. And they've been doing pretty well. I mean, they just need, in my opinion, some good coaching, and they're going to be all right.
I tell you what, they already won one of the football tournaments at the intercore level, as young a school as they are. So they have a lot of talent. They're from an area where there's a lot of natural ability, and in years to come, I think they will really be a force to be reckoned with, coming from the St. Andrew Parish and having that level of ability within the parish.
Talk to us about the coaching, because earlier on you mentioned the coaching ability of Lee Coffey. Lee Coffey, one of our young coaches, but successful in birthing a lot of talent and enhancing a lot of technical skills from a lot of these young folks in the South. And he's been associated with one of the young schools in the South. I can't remember the name, but you might be able to help us out on that.
I think it's the Beacon Junior. But Lee Coffey has been doing a lot of good work, and for whatever reason, I don't think he's been given the recognition. He's never been part of any of the national coaching lineup, but we see South City Rising Stars over the years producing a lot of very, very good athletes. And I think it's about time that Lee Coffey been given the due recognition that he deserves as a coach, and bringing out really, really good athletes. There are several other coaches on the scene. We have the Albert Joseph. We have a young man who is coaching fusion. He used to be an athlete for the Presentation Brothers College. I think he's now at the Happy Hill Secondary School and has this club. Then there's the Callis from St. Andrew, and this new club in St. Andrew called Altitude. I just can't remember the coach name, but he's also working with SAS. And it's good to see that happening. Mr. Glean up in the north, working with the McDonald College students, and several other coaches, the Paul Phillip and others who have been working on the eastern side with the St. David's athletes. But the coaches have a very important role to play, and I'm happy that the Grenada Athletics Association is providing the capacity enhancement for these coaches so that they can produce excellent athletes, excellent students who can really come out and do us proud here.
All right, well, while you're at that, don't forget Nick Benjamin, the coach of the GBSS, because you must have had something special happening, to be as dominant as he is. He has been.
Nick, you'll have to accept my apology on this one. And there are some female coaches that have been doing good as well, the Rhonda Henrys and the young lady at the St. Joseph Convent. So this is the gentleman, Keith Charles, from the Grenada Christian Academy, who is in the lead here. A commanding lead as well. We're going to tell you how many laps is remaining is in this event. It's the final lap for Keith Charles, actually.
He could walk it now, can he?
But he has almost a 300-meter lead on the rest of the field. And he's running out there by himself, running for a good time. So wherever you are in the big parish, Pearls in particular, this is your homeboy, Keith Charles, winning the 3,000 meters under 17 boys. Guess you want to do a good time here. Keith Charles picking up the momentum and gaining some speed as well with 200 meters to go. He's going to have a sprint for the finish line. This is an athlete with good endurance, good form, and has a lot more left in the tank. Not been challenged by any stretch of the imagination here. 100 meters to go, and it's Keith Charles. Eye on the gold medal here. The legs continue to pump. The arms are pumping as well. He's giving it all here. 60 meters to go. Keith Charles. And the spectators are really bringing him home. Keith Charles for the gold medal. Grenada Christian Academy. What an impressive run in this 3,000 meters by Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy.
All credit to him. Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy winning the 3,000 and still showing that he has something more. You run a 3,000 and could sprint at the end, you've got a lot in the tank. You've got a whole lot in the tank.
Absolutely. Not often you see a long distance athlete in a long sleeve as well. Grenville Secondary seemingly would pick up the silver medal as Grenville Secondary with 60 meters to go is Grenville Secondary in the orange and black, not on screen at the moment, but he has just about 20 meters left. Grenville Secondary for the silver medal. There he is, the athlete from Grenville Secondary. That's Zazim Welsh. And GBSS picks up the bronze here. That looks as Renard Williams of the GBSS picking up the bronze medal. South City Rising Stars. And the other athlete from the GBSS, that's Ashton Hamilton. As we look, so actually, the athlete from South City Rising Stars still has a lap to go. He was actually lapped by the top 3 athletes. That's Carrick Billy of the South City Rising Stars. Has 300 meters to go. He is the final athlete to complete this event. But he's there and he has a good momentum. He's actually picking up some speed as well. Carrick Billy, South City Rising Stars, under 17. And he looks like maybe 14, 15, so I'm sure he may have another crack at this one sometime in the future. He has 200 meters remaining. He's going to ensure that he finishes this. I'm sure it must be a very painful event for him. Carrick Billy. And I'm sure the fans are going to bring him home with some glory. Appreciation abounds for this young man. And he has a sprint, he has a kick left in him too, Jason. And he's really bringing it home, and the fans are supporting him 100%. Carrick Billy, South City Rising Stars. Happy man indeed. It's good to see that, Jason, that even though he was lapped, he still completed his race and had a kick towards the end. And maybe on another day we can see something from Carrick Billy that may impress us just a little more.
It's called Till the Very End. The race is not for the swiftest, but he who can endure to the end.
This is Kid Charles, the winner. I just saw him moments ago doing some sprints, Jason, on the side of the track. This man has a lot more to give in the 3,000 meters.
God bless him. He just finished doing 3,000 and you can still do sprints. Give all glory.
He was also in the 800 meters earlier on today. Actually got a position in that race as well. So he has a lot of endurance, a lot of quick recovery as well.
At our age, Leslie, when you run a 3,000, you're looking for a lung. Not to do sprints. You're looking to pick up a lung somewhere.
So that's the results here. 10 minutes, 27.25 seconds by Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy. And on the track already, the boys for the 5,000 meter open. So if you thought 10 minutes was long, Jason, be prepared for another 15 on the track.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm tired just knowing that they're going to start it. I envy them not. I envy them not. All kudos to them. And when you see these young men walking the streets and you see them with their bags coming out of training late, just be happy for them.
So we can tell you, Jason, we see a Shavin Noel. So the list of athletes registered for this event: Shavin Noel of SAS, Shakim Williams from South City Rising Stars, always here from the Tempe area, Jeremiah Matthew, Western Rockets, Kyle Alexis, South City Rising Stars, Edison Howard of the Grenada Boys Secondary, DeAndre Andal, Altitude, Levron Thorne, one to look out for definitely, is a good road racer. He's from ACE. Miguel Cape, also from ACE, another one to look out for. Joshua Cadet, Altitude. Tyrone Jacob, perennial Tyrone Jacob. His name is listed here. Yes, he's there for South City Rising Stars out there in lane 6. And Tyrone is one to look out for as well. Darian Purcell of GBSS is there. And EJ George, another one to look out for in this 5,000 meter race.
The boys, 5,000 meter run open.
Levron Thorne definitely has been doing well on the road, coached by Kendall Simon. Kendall Simon would have been a bronze medalist at Carifta in the 5,000 meters.
Games record for this one, 16
guy that you mentioned, he
minutes,
has been
6
around
seconds.
this for some time. I remember that name, EJ. We remember EJ George from sometime last year. He was a monster, especially at this event. So yeah, you're gonna look out for him.
So an impressive lineup here.
Anybody from Carriacou in this one?
I've not seen anybody from Carriacou here.
Right.
But I want you to look at Shakim Williams. He runs with the same pace throughout the entire 5,000 meters, right? And he's listed here, but I'm not seeing him on the track. That's Shakim. No, there's no Shakim in 2024. So this is an open event, the 5,000 meters. There they go, the start of the 5,000 meters. Jacob's already taken the lead. That's Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars. He has run this event here many a moons. He's been a distance runner for the GBSS over the years as well. And Thorne is there from ACE as well in the second position. Thorne is an exceptionally great 5,000 or distance runner. And these two will have a battle, I believe, at some stage of this race.
Well, immediately they're starting to separate themselves. Is this a setup for who's behind them? We're not sure, but they have set the pace, and this is not snail pace by any means.
So Tyrone Jacob, he's going to maintain that momentum, that pace for quite some time. And he's been doing distance racing for a number of years. Levron Thorne has been a winner of several of the cross-country events organized by the Ministry of Sports.
We've got to spend some time and say hi to our friends in Carriacou. We've been through the entire broadcast, and Carriacou has represented. They had a couple of athletes from Carriacou in some of the earlier events. So hi to my good friend Collins in Carriacou. Leslie, you know Collins? Come on, Leslie, jog your memory. And to all our friends in Carriacou who has been on with us, thank you so much for being a part of the broadcast.
And the games record for this event is held by Rion Radix, 16 minutes, 6 seconds. Rion Radix now is one of the FIFA referees and has been doing a lot of international matches for FIFA, and a good distance runner in his day. The national record dates back to 1981, Maurice Bull Williams. Name rings a bell, Jason?
Not yet.
Well, he was a phenomenal athlete, I can tell you. Maurice Bull Williams, 14 minutes, 58.23 seconds. So there are two packs here. There's a lead pack with Tyrone Jacob leading. Leveron Thorne is there. It's Collins at Grenlick, man. I know Collins for sure. Wallace Collins. Had you said Wallace Collins, I would have known, man.
I didn't say Wallace Collins. I just said Collins, and I asked you to jog your memory.
So I was saying there's two races here. There's a lead pack led by Tyrone Jacob, Leveron Thorne, and Miguel Cape. And there's a chase pack here led by an athlete from SAS. Grenville Secondary is also there in that chase pack. GBSS is there as well. That's the chase pack here. We saw there a moment ago Darian Purcell of the GBSS. But Tyrone Jacob with a 10-minute lead over Leveron Thorne. We'll try to get that other athlete there for you, 389. So he's not listed here, but looks as though it's a McDonald College uniform he's wearing. Here we just heard is John from McDonald College. Nickel John it is from McDonald College, who is in that lead pack as well. So they're tightly bunched together there, that lead pack. Miguel Cape, Leveron Thorne. They've taken away the lead now from Jacob, so they're exchanging roles here, it seems. Tyrone John doing a lot of the hard work earlier. Now the two athletes from ACE, Leveron Thorne and Miguel Cape, doing some of the hard work. And Nickel John from McDonald College, he's there with them as well.
Yeah, I think Tyrone Jacob is running a brilliant race. He's running with his mind as well. He's not letting anybody get too far ahead, and he's stretching the pack, holding back, stretching the pack. It says that he has a whole lot in the tank that he's willing to play with. That's what those actions are telling me. Leslie?
Well, he's one of the athletes with the most experience in this race. I can tell you, he's been racing 3,000s, 5,000s, 1,500s for many a moons, from since his days at the GBSS. So he is no easy feat, and he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows his ability as well, and has always been on the podium in these events in recent years. So really cannot count him out. As I said, Leveron Thorne has been dominating the road at the Ministry of Sports cross-country events. He's been trained by Kendall Simon, and if you can recall Kendall Simon, he was no easy feat on the track in these long distances. As a matter of fact, he earned a bronze medal at the Carifta Games in the 5,000 meters. So he is actually the coach of Leveron Thorne, who currently is in the lead pack here. But again, you see the hard work has been exchanged here, and Nickel John is also there from McDonald College. Just like a stealth mission here is Nickel John. Not been featured, not much has been said about him, not much is known about him as well. He looks very familiar now that I've mentioned it, and he's one that has a good kick towards the end. So don't rule Nickel John out of this one as well. The face has just come back to me here. He can give them some good challenge. So those three at the top there, definitely going to have a sprint to the finish. They're going to remain like that. They're going to remain close to each other, Jason, and then it's going to be down to the wire. They all have some good sprints in them, and it's going to set the stage for an exciting finish to this very long and grueling event. We want to say a special good evening to some of the folks online. Shante Charles, on the Salisbury Road, Aisha Edwards, Deb's Date. I want to say a special good evening to Rhonda Joseph. Yes, we are indeed looking at what you're saying about us. So we know what you're saying, Rhonda. Well, we're happy to bring the commentary to you guys wherever you are, in Grenada, in the region, outside, far and wide. And kudos to all of you who have stayed on for the entire broadcast for the 2 days. So Jacobs moves back into the lead. Thorn is also there. So too is Nickel John. Cape has faded some way back. That's Miguel Cape of Ace. And that's the chase pack here led by Grenville Secondary School, it seems now. But it's Tyrone Jacob putting a 10-minute gap between himself and Leveron Thorn. Is this going to be the move here by Jacob? They have 6 laps to go. This is an event of real endurance and stamina. It's also an event of strategy as well, as we recognize some sort of a strategy being employed here now by Jacob, looking to stretch the field.
He looks like he's having an ice cream in the midst of all of this. He doesn't look bothered at all. He's not, there's absolutely no sign of weary on him. He's almost robotic.
Literally a jog in the park.
He comes around this Tyrone Jacob, yeah.
So they're coming up to 5 more laps. That's the lead pack here. Tyrone Jacob, Leveron Thorn, and Nickel John. We have in there Shavid Noel from SAS. That's Leveron Thorn. If you look at the style of Leveron Thorn, Jason, you can see the road running from him. He is just flat-footed here. Looks like a typical cross-country runner, as opposed to a Tyrone Jacob here, who's really pumping a lot harder and a very consistent approach. That's Tyrone Jacob here, the leader in this 5,000 open for boys.
Yeah, Jacob is very symmetric. He no wasted movement whatsoever. He just goes about this thing as smooth as oil. In the meantime, the other athlete you're speaking about there,
Leveron Thorn.
Thorn has a lot. He's hitting the track hard. You know, he's running heavy. He's hitting the track hard, and you can see him working. This is play. You know, so basically, the only way I can describe it is Jacob is play, Thorn is at work.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in styles. And I made the point that Thorn is more of a road runner. Jacob is more of a track runner. And the styles of running really, really shows that as well. So you see a couple of athletes getting lapped here by Jacob. So it looks like an 80-meter lead Jacob has over Thorn, and then Thorn has another 60-meter lead over John. And somewhere down the line, we still have Miguel Cape. And if you notice, Jacob is really picking up momentum and speed as well. He has some kind of motivation. Maybe the athletes in front of him is providing some motivation for him. But he looks so composed, so relaxed here is Tyrone Jacob. So he's one of those athletes who definitely would have continued running after finishing school. I make it Jacob would have left school maybe about 5 years ago. at the GBSS. Could be maybe a little more, but definitely has continued his work to be back here at National Champs in 2024.
Yeah, well, he's into a different time zone now, really. I mean, there's absolutely nowhere Thorn would catch him, save and except he falls down or something. He's in a different space right there.
He has 3 more laps to go, whereas most of the other athletes have 4, except for maybe Thorn and Noel and Cape. So Jacob is providing a lot of laps to some of the athletes. He has, I make it an 80-meter lead over Thorn. And Thorn has maybe a 70-meter lead now over Nickel John. But that's your leader here now, athlete number 481, Tyrone Jacob. Maybe he has lapped all except 2 of the other athletes. .13.5 minutes have gone so far in this race. We expect this race to go for maybe 16, 17 minutes. Jacob is just looking around as though there's nothing bothering him here. So comfortable in this race. Comes in front of the pavilion or the main pavilion. He's going to be coming up to 2 laps for Jacob. Maybe he has his eyes on the record as well. He has now run for 14 minutes, 18 seconds with 2 laps to go.
What's the record in this event?
The game's record is 16 minutes, 6 seconds.
And the character standard on this?
No, there's no, this is an open event.
It's an open event, so there's no, yes. So 16.6.
I don't think he's on course for the record here, but I think he can do a 16 minutes on this one. Jacob now has maybe 600 meters remaining. He's now at the 200-meter mark, and then he will have 1 lap to go. I'm going to tell you, when he has 300 meters to go, he's going to change into another gear.
He's just looked up at the clock, so he's paying particular attention to the clock as well.
So he's coming up for his bell lap. Yeah, the bell goes for Jacob. Let's see if he's going to change into another gear. We see 15.5 minutes gone on the clock. Jacob has his eyes on the clock as well. He's not within the record reach with the time that he's run so far, but he has just under 400 meters remaining. Let's see when he's going to kick. He's at the top of the curve here now. In the distance, we can see him going around by the discus area. With just about 300 meters to go, we expect a kick of some sort here from Jacob. We can see the legs turning over a little faster. Let's wait to see when the real kick comes on for Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars. Nickel John has just gone past the starting lineup, so he has another 400. And I can tell you, Leveron Thorn has about 300 remaining. Jacob looking around to see if there's going to be any competition. There's none at all. He's all by himself there. He's looking around. He's maybe asking, where is my competition? He looks at the clock. And he's going to turn it up just about now, I would think. Tyrone Jacob. He's going to receive a rounding ovation from the spectators here who have been really, really provided with a phenomenal performance. Tyrone Jacob not even bothering to kick for the finish line. He's just going to run through the finish line. Tyrone Jacob for the victory here in just over 17 minutes. I make it 17 minutes, 6.8 seconds. We're going to wait for the official time on this one. But a good run indeed by Tyrone Jacob. Leveron Thorn would come in for the silver medal. Levron Town about to cross the finish line now to pick up the silver medal. And then I'm sure it's going to be Nickel John of McDonald College who is going to pick up the bronze. All these athletes you see here still have a lap to go. Nickel John has just crossed the line to pick up the bronze medal. So the top 3 athletes for the 5,000, Tyrone Jacob, Levron Thorne, and Nickel John. As you see an athlete from the Grenville Secondary School turning it up and sprinting towards the finish line. Grenville Secondary to pick up the 4th position. And Miguel Cape will take 5th position for ace. A number of the athletes still have laps to complete. As we see the athletes for the relay events, that's the 4x400 meters open for the girls and for the boys. They're making their way onto the track. These are going to be the final 2 events. So Miguel Cape came in 5th. Shavid Noel from SAS picked up the 6th position. Joshua Cadet of the Grenville Secondary picked up the 4th position. And we've just seen another athlete from South City Rising Stars picking up, that's Kyle Alexis. He picked up the 7th position. There's a race on between the GBSS athletes. And there's a sprint from them coming towards the finish line. Two athletes from GBSS having a sprint to the finish. Just about crossing the line now. Edison Howard it was who picked up the 8th position. And Darian Purcell, he picked up the 9th position. We still have an athlete to complete. So athlete number 716, Jeremiah Matthew of Western Rockets, as the athlete remaining. A moment ago I saw him crouching just past the finish line, but he was able to regain himself and would complete in 10th position. Jeremiah Matthew.
Well done, young man.
So we're getting ready for the final 2 relays, Jason, the 4x400s. They have always been very exciting events. We would recall that famous one at Intercall. And some of the names that we remember, Junior Charles would obviously come to mind. That very famous race, and many people would still say, whenever they look at that race, it still gives them goosebumps, because that was a race to determine a championship, and that was a race among races, so to speak.
You're telling me I call it and I still can't catch my breath from it. Yeah,
So
that,
I think
that race gives me goose pimples. Even when I listen back to it now, I still get goose pimples, and I was the one calling it. Would you imagine that?
So just, I think we can maybe take a very short break, allow for some
water, yeah, and then when we come back for the final 4x4s. We'll catch you in a little bit. In the meantime, just enjoy the view and the ambiance.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Naz. So we all set for the penultimate event of the day. That's the 4x400 meters girls open. And you see 3 teams lining up here. We have a long list of teams that have been registered. But we see finish line. We see South City Rising Stars, and that looks like Boca Secondary. It's Boca Secondary. Finish line and South City Rising Stars. No Track Blazers. Receiving the final instructions. And they're up and running here. The start of the 4x400 meters girls open. We have finish line.
The girls are into the back straight. 3 teams in competition. Finish line. Boca, South City Rising Stars. The games record 3 minutes 59.88 seconds.
So these are the 3 teams here. Finish line in the lead, followed by Boca Secondary, and then there is the South City Rising Stars. This is the first leg of this event. And the girls would have their work cut out for them. There seems to be some bumping into each other between Boca Secondary and South City Rising Stars. But finish line looking good and finishing strong too. And the final 40 meters or so, and this is the first leg, the athlete from finish line. She's going to hand over first, finish line. South City Rising Stars coming up to do this, the first handover as well, and so too is Boca. But gone out with about 60 meters ahead. Finish line.
Oh, here goes finish line. Finish line in front, heading to the finish line. They've still got another 2 laps to go, but a lot will depend on how this athlete from finish line runs this leg. Generally, your second leg athlete always has a lot of work to do. But here comes South City Rising Stars. South City Rising Stars is beginning to close the gap. You're going to see it just a little bit. Here we go. The gap has been closed. What started off at about 60 meters has now caved in to just about 25 or thereabouts. So she's got a lot of work to do to catch, but South City Rising Star, is it going to be a push as they come around from the final 100 meters into this handover. South City Rising Stars looking to make a push, but finish line stretching the lead out in front. The second handover on the third leg. Here we go. South City Rising Stars coming, but finish line is gone. Finish line is gone and gone.
There goes finish line. South City Rising Stars have their work cut out for them. Is she going to catch up? Are we going to see one of those phenomenal 4x400 meter relay events here to bring the curtains down in the female category? But it is still finish line up front. Closing in the gap marginally is the athlete from South City Rising Stars, and some distance back is the athlete from the Boca Secondary School. But there she goes, finish line athlete with about 20 meters ahead of South City Rising Stars. The gap is really, really narrowing. We're going to see that just about now as she runs the turn. There comes South City Rising Stars. Finish line is maintaining good form, but the gap has certainly closed up here. They're going to have a battle on that final leg as they go towards the finish line. But a good run to maintain the lead here by finish line over South City Rising Stars. As they come up to make another handover, it's finish line.
With 400 meters to go, there goes the athlete from finish line, out in front with purpose, with vigor, not letting up at all, looking like if she's got somebody on her heels, when in truth and in fact the nearest person from South City Rising Stars is about 80 meters back. Boy, she has stretched this lead to epic proportions. In the meantime, we can't seem to find Boca Secondary. They're somewhere in the far distance, just about 150 meters behind, now making their handover. Yeah, Boca, they've got a miracle to pull off if they need to do anything other than third. That's not going to happen, but here we go. Finish line now starting to accelerate even more. Paying attention to the clock and looking over her shoulder. She knows she's got this in the bag. She knows for sure. She surely has to be looking at the clock now. Check the time. It's just about 4 minutes up. And she is up, out, and away and heading to the finish line. And the athletes from the South City Rising Stars will have a lot to do if they need to catch finish line, who now edges to the finish line. And that's the story. Finish line 1, South City's Rising Stars 2 in the person of your favorite athlete, Shavonia Houston, and Boca Secondary School. 1, 2, 3, a few days behind, coming in third in this one.
So as good as Shavonia Houston was or is, she couldn't catch that athlete here from finish line. What a good combination of athletes from finish line. They led from start to finish. And another impressive performance from finish line. They've laid it all out on the track. Here comes Boca Secondary School to pick up the bronze and to bring the curtains down in the female category, the 4x400 meters.
Yeah, look at that distance, Leslie. She was a good clear 80, 85 meters ahead. And the gap started to close in. Shavonia Houston started to close in the gap because she was about 85 meters ahead when the baton change came, but she closed in the gap. And at one point, I'm quite sure she got it to about 55, 50, starting to close it in. But she just ran out of space, ran out of time. And the finish line ran a good 4x4. And Shavonia Houston and the South City Rising Stars had to settle for second.
I'm sure South City Rising Stars felt they had a chance with a Shavonia Houston on the finish leg here, on the anchor leg, and looking at finish line. But finish line had a very good final leg. That young lady really went off fast and maintained that gap. And it made it very difficult for Houston to catch up with her.
She knew she was on the same leg with Shavonia Houston, so she was taking absolutely nothing for granted. Now, we're talking
final event of the day.
We're talking big boys business now. The 4x400 meters open. No matter if it's national championships, if it's intercall, if it's national relay meet, when we get to the 4x4, you know we've arrived to the big boys leagues and it's time for the big boys to play.
It's only unfortunate that we have only 4 teams here, but Ace Track Club has been winning this event for several years. They've always received very good challenge from the St. David's Track Blazers, who's also in this event. South City Rising Stars is there, and the MVP Track Club is also there. So the 4 competing teams here are clubs.
Well, the MVP track club, yes, they're starting off. Can't pin him, but Tegon Peterkin is there. He's running the 4x4 for MVP, and he's a dangerous guy on the 4x4, this Peterkin young man.
Well, he placed second in the flat 400, and he placed second in the 200 as well.
And edged in both of them.
So they're up and running, and MVP takes the lead very early. Ace is also there. This is going to be a cracker. This is going to be a final event as we know it to be, the 4x400 meters. MVP, Ace, South City Rising Stars, St. David's Track Blazers also there. And MVP with a slight lead here, but all four athletes are very close to each other. With 200 meters to go on this first leg, it's MVP, Ace, South City Rising Stars, and St. David's Track Blazers. They're going to sprint to make that first handover. MVP has turned it up. Ace has also turned it up. South City is fading away. Track Blazers in fourth position. They're going to hand over almost at the same time. MVP and the track and Ace. There they go.
And here they go on the first handover. Peterkin is out for MVP. Peterkin, he's got someone on his heels. Yeah, that's him. He's got someone on his heels. But he is a magnificent at this event, 4x400 meters. And here, this is going to be an awesome leg. This is going to be a battle. We've got MVP and
Ace.
MVP
it looks like
and
Kyle
Ace.
Ned for Ace.
Kyle Ned, MVP, and Kyle Ned for Ace. Peterkin and Ned. Peterkin and Ned as they come around with just under 200 meters to go. Here comes the pump now. This is a tight one, the second leg. The second leg is going to tell the story in this base. I believe that is for true. Ned, his lead has started to extend. This is Peterkin. He's stretching Ned for just a little bit, maybe just a 5 meters difference, and out goes MVP again. Leslie, tell me.
Well, this is going to be an epic finish here. They're sprinting as though it's a 100-meter event, but MVP with a 10-meter lead over Ace Track Club. Ace Track Club going down the back straight and narrowing the gap now that MVP has established on them. What a good run here by that athlete from Ace. Can he maintain that momentum? He goes past him now, almost goes past him, just about the 150 mark. It's going to be an epic sprint to the finish here. What an event to bring the curtains down. What a leg run here by that athlete from Ace. Does MVP have more in the tank to come back and catch Ace? It doesn't seem so, Jason. They're going for the final handover now. It's Ace who's going to hand over first, then MVP Track Club.
Here we go, the final handover. Business time. Let's see what's going to happen here. Ace is gone. Ace is out with about a lead of about 20-25 meters. But MVP is coming. There's absolutely daylight between second and third. And the daylight extending between first and second now, between Ace and MVP. This athlete from the Ace Track Club, see if you can get his number for me, Leslie. This athlete wearing number 72 from the Ace Track Club. Pay attention to him. He is no joke at all. He's not listed, but here we go. Here comes MVP. Here comes MVP. He's going to make a run for it. 60 meters to go. No, he wouldn't. Of course not, he wouldn't. Ace is going to win this one at the tape with just about 6 or 7 meters. Ace wins it. MVP comes in second. And a huge distance between third. And the folks from Ace are celebrating. And you can understand why. They've just won the premier event of the track on the day, the 4x400 meters. Leslie, that was an awesome run.
I think the third leg for Ace did the trick for them. Kyle Led and others kept in contention with Tegan Peterkin. But that third leg that eat up the distance between himself and MVP. And then it was just too much for Generally Franklin in the end, the anchor for MVP. But what a good run indeed. A fitting way to bring the curtains down on the Ariza National Champs 2024. Victory for Ace, defending the 4x400 meters championship that they won in 2023. And Generally Franklin, as we look back here now, really had his work cut out for him. There was no way he was going to catch that athlete from Ace. He did narrow the gap on him, but it was too late and too short.
Congratulations to the athletes from the Ace Track Club. Yeah, they aced it all right. And a lot of it, as you rightfully said, had
a lot to do with what happened on the third leg between Ace and MVP. So Ace Track Club winning the 4x4 in the 3 minutes 19.38 seconds, and 473 MVP 3 minutes 20.55 seconds, and St. David's Track Blazers coming in a distant third, 3 minutes 32.18 seconds. Leslie?
So Ace Track Club, a club that is coached by Wade McSween. Wade McSween was the national coach for the Carifta team last year. He's been a phenomenal coach over the years, providing a lot of support to SAS as well. And himself an instructor, an IWF instructor, and must be very proud to see the Ace Quartet bringing home that gold medal for the club.
I'm eager to see what's going to happen at the Carifta Games with our 4x4 team. I think Grenada is going to have an awesome 4x400 meter team, and that's going to be something to look forward to.
Well, remember last Carifta, Grenada did field together a couple relay teams that did well. There was a mixed team as well that did exceptionally well. And now that the Carifta Games are going to be home, we should get our athletes in tip-top shape to deliver some impressive performances in front of the home crowd. But it has been 2 days of exciting and exhilarating competition, Jason. Very worthy and very worthwhile for those who have taken the time off to either be here at the National Stadium or look at the broadcast live. And we're happy that Ariza has been there to provide that support, the GAA who has organized this event, and the expert coverage that has been provided by TNR Communications.
Well, we're getting ready for the presentation ceremony. There's a final presentation ceremony to take place. So we're going to break for a short while, and then come back for that presentation ceremony and put a quick wrap on the days or the weekend's activities, so to speak, here at the National Stadium. We catch you in a few seconds.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000, or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card, and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are, because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
Love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada. Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
We're getting ready for the presentation ceremony to take place. So we're going to break for a short while, and then come back for that presentation ceremony and put a quick wrap on the days or the weekend's activities, so to speak, here at the National Stadium. We catch you in a few seconds.
So we want to invite the following individuals to the presentation area. Shafania Houston, Amaya McIntyre, Talia Desand, Shade John, Tishona Bascom, Leah Campbell, Carissa St. Clair, Ronan Lessie, Akel Briggs, Giovanni Green, Delron John, Samuel Green, Jelani Franklin, Cale Lewis, and Khalid Tyson. The following individuals, the previous individuals, are asked to report to the ceremonies room immediately. Again, Ronan Lessie, Akel Briggs, Giovanni Green, Delron John, Samuel Green, Jelani Franklin, Cale Lewis, Khalid Tyson, Carissa St. Clair, Leah Campbell, Tishona Bascom, Shade John, Talia Desand, Amaya McIntyre, Shafania Houston. Please report to the ceremonies room immediately.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
The Grenada Athletic Association, we have Miss Colleen McQuilkin, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, and Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. So first of all, we're going to present the medals for some of the outstanding events. We've not presented medals for us yet. And then we will do the divisional and the overall champion for Arisa National Champs 2024. So let's welcome the athletes who will be receiving medals. We start with event 68, the girls 4x100 meters relay open. We invite Mr. Kimani Daniel, board member Arisa, to assist us with the presentation of medals. In third position, Finish Line Sports Club. In second position, St. David's Trailblazers. And our winners, girls 4x100 meters relay open, MVP 473. Our medalists, girls 4x100 meter relay open. Event 69. The boys 4x100 meter relay on the 20. In third position, Velocity Track Club. In second position, South City Rising Stars. And the winners of this event, St. David's Shark Blazers. That was event. So we go into event 76. The boys 5,000 meters run open. In third position, Nikel Chon, McDonald College. In second position, Livron Ton, Ace. And our 5,000 meters champion, Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars. Event 79, 3,000 meter run on the 17. In third position, Renard Williams, Grenada Boys Secondary. In second position, Zahim Welch, Grenville Secondary. And our champion, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, for assisting us with the presentation. And I'd like to invite the president of the Grenada Athletic Association, Mr. Conrad Francis, to assist us with the next set of medal presentations. We move to the girls 4x400 meter relay open. In third position, Boca Secondary. In second position, South City Rising Stars. And the winners in the 4x400 meters relay open finish line. The next event, boys 4x400 meters relay open. In third position, St. David's Track Blazers. In second position, 473 MVP. And the winners, Ace. We want to recognize all the athletes participating in the Girls Heptathlon Open. Event 7. Our top 3 finishers in the event. In third position, 2,603 points from the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary, Kimaya Alexander. In second position, with 2,748 points, Destiny Langine, South City Rising Stars. And the champion with 3,183 points from the St. David's Trailblazers, Talia Desant. The medalists in the Girls Heptathlon Open. We move to the Boys Octathlon Open. In third position, 4,261 points from Altitude Track Academy, Afiel Williams. In second position, 4,448 points, Acadon James, St. David's Trailblazers. And the Octathlon champion, amassing 4,602 points from St. David's Trailblazers, Cale Lewis. We move to the divisional champions. In the under-9 division, girls, amassing a total of 9 points, Amaya McIntyre, South City Rising Stars. The boys champion under 9, amassing a total of 5.5 points, Khalid Tyson, Altitude Track Academy. We want to thank Mr. Conrad Francis, President of the Grenada Athletic Association, for assisting us with the presentations. We now invite Miss Colin McQualkin, Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, to assist us with the next set of presentations. We move to the under-11 category. The under-11 divisional champion girl is Carissa St. Clair with 10 points, representing South City Rising Stars. The boys champion, representing St. David's Trailblazers with 10 points, Ronan Lessie. The under 13 divisional champions, amassing 10 points, representing Velocity Track Club, Leah Campbell. So we will present Leah's prize at a later date. The under 13 boys champion from St. Paul's Government School, Akel Briggs, amassing 10 points. Seems like Akel has already left. We thank P.S. McQuilkin for her assistance. We now invite Mr. Lyndon Bob, President of Arisa, to assist us with the next set of presentation. We move to the under 15 divisional champions in the girls division, amassing 10 points. Tishona Bascom, St. David's Track Blazers. In the boys division, under 15 divisional champ, Giovanni Green, Finish Line Sports Club, amassing 10 points. We move to the under 17 division on girls, amassing 10 points, representing St. David's Track Blazers, Shade John. The boys divisional champ under 17, amassing 11 points from Altitude Track Academy, Delron John. We want to thank Mr. Bob, President of Arisa, for assisting us with this presentation. And we now invite the Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, Honorable Andy Williams, to assist us with the next set of presentation. We move to the under 20 and 20 plus female, amassing 10 points, representing South City Rising Stars, Shafania Houston. And the under 20 male champion, amassing 10 points, representing Fusion Athletics, Samuel Green. The male 20 plus category, amassing 6 points, representing 473 MVP, Jelani Franklin. All right, so we're going to the overall champions for the 2024 Ariza National Championships. Finishing third on the table, amassing 83.5 points, 473 MVP. In second position, amassing 146 points, South City Rising Stars. And our champions of national championships for 2024, yet another year, is the St. David's Track Blazers. Congratulations to Track Blazers and all the teams participating in the 2024 Arisa National Championships. To everyone, we want to say thank you, Minister Williams, for assisting us. The other members of the presentation party, we say thank you for joining us at the presentation ceremony. To our wonderful athletes, we say thank you for 2 days of wonderful competition. To everyone, the organizers, officials, volunteers, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, all patrons, thank you for supporting the 2024 Arisa National Championships, and we look forward to your continued support in the years ahead. But reminding you, the track and field season is just getting warmed. Intercall games in a week and a half time, and at the end of the month, it will be the 51st edition of the Carifta Games held here in Grenada in the 50th anniversary of our independence. 50 years as a nation support hosting our 51st Carifta Games. Ladies and gentlemen, get up safe and do have a wonderful week ahead. And we look forward to seeing you back in your numbers next week here at the National Stick. Kirani James, Athletic Stadium.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of another National Championships 2024. Leslie, it has been a successful one by all standards.
Absolutely. So the stage was set for what was expected to be a very exciting and keenly contested Arisa National Championships 2024 on a brand new track, so to speak, a track that was only recently laid down. And the expectations was that it was going to be a very fast track. And it really lived up to that expectation from the results that we've seen, Jason. So the clubs that are here, I think there were some 13 clubs or so. Or maybe
30
clubs. And quite a number of athletes in the hundreds, I would think, as well. And a good day, a good 2 days for track and field in Grenada as we set the stage for what is to come next week with the primary school games, the intercall games the following week. And then, of course, we have the Carifta games on the Easter weekend.
All right, let's run through them quickly. We've got just about a minute and a half before we pull the curtains down on it. Some of the big names coming out of the day, run them, out of the last 2 days, run them through for us quickly.
Well, I would say Samuel Green from Fusion would have been an outstanding athlete. He was deservedly named the under-20 boys champion, a 10.51 in the 100 meters, 21 plus in the 200 meters, and really stood head and shoulders above the rest. We also had a Giovanni Green. He was also very impressive. He was the champion in the under 15 boys category within the 100, 200, etc. Kimron Mathlin, he was also very impressive in the under 17 category within the 100, 200, and 400 with some impressive times as well. And in the girls category, we had the usual Shaffonia Houston. She was very good. 56.7 in the 400 meters. She also won the 200 meters, was named the outstanding under 20 champion. And then we had a Shade John in the 100 and 200. She was the under 17 girls champion. But Tishana Bascom, she did pretty well at 12.77 in the under 15 category. And she also won the 200 meters. These are some of the real standout athletes for me. But we cannot take away from the likes of Joshua Sylvester, 47.8 seconds in the 400. Shavin Charles, who also won the 100 and 200 meters in the over 20 category. And all in all, it was a very good team effort. In the end, it was St. David's Trailblazers who were judged the overall winners, with South City Rising Stars placing second and MVP in third. But Jason, I thought it was an exciting day for track. We had some good performances in the field. We had a record-breaking performance from our friend from the Boca Secondary School in the 800 meters, and would be a force to be reckoned with at Carifta 2 on the Easter weekend. So,
all right,
some very good performances indeed.
Yeah, tell us. Let's run through quickly now. Where do we go from here? Yes, we've got primary school games coming up, but for these athletes in particular, they're looking forward to Intercall. That's the next big thing for them. Most of the athletes who would have performed here over the last few days. What are your predictions moving into Intercall as it relates to records on this surface and the kind of overall performances that we've come to know over the years?
Well, we have to look at Intercall, but I think we need to look at the National Primary School Games because we had
I want us to look at Intercall first. There's a reason why I ask you that.
Okay, great. So Intercall, I think the stage is well set for Intercall. We saw, if we were to look back last year, when we look at all of the school sports, GBSS looked most impressive. We came to national champs, it was again GBSS, the relay meets, it was again GBSS. And for whatever reason, we saw an emergence of SAS at Intercall last year that made the event go down to the very last event to determine the champions. We see a very similar thing happening this year again. For me, over the 2 days, GBSS looked much better than many of the other schools. The athletes were competing under different clubs, and they looked pretty good. But we can't have a repeat of what happened last year in the sense that the other schools would sharpen their craft, would get themselves ready, and come for the challenge Intercall. Sad to say it's going to be a real battle again between these two perennial champions that have been contesting against each other. That's the SAS and the GBSS.
In the boys division.
In the boys category. And the spoiler again is who's going to determine the overall champion. In the girls, the St. David's Catholic secondary athletes look pretty good. The Chiffonier Houston from the St. Joseph Convent, I'm not sure if I saw, at St. George's, if I saw much of the athletes from Anglican High School. We saw a good athlete from the Convent Grenville winning the 800 meters, and she would be a force to be reckoned with at Intercall. But it looks as though St. David's Catholic Secondary, in the likes of many of the athletes we saw here, the Shade John, the Tishona Bascom, and others, would be a real difficult proposition in the girls' category.
All right. Now let's take a quick look at what transpired today. One of the high points of the games that we've seen over the last 2 days, yesterday, but more so today, was these under-9s. These under-9s gave us a thrill. Yes, we had the nail-biter finished at the finish line and whatnot from a couple of the older boys, but the excitement that we got from these under-9s and their form and their consistency, they've got their major championship coming up as well, the primary school games and the private primary school games. That's coming up. That's next on the cards here for the National Stadium. You've been covering these primary school sports for a long time now. What are your predictions for that? What are your thoughts? And then basically looking at these athletes that would have performed here, especially the male and the female under-9s, where do we go from here with them?
Well, I'm happy that we are also zeroing on these youngsters from the primary schools because, first of all, I want to give real kudos and commendations to the coaches. I thought they were well prepared. They look rather focused. They look sharp. They look well organized. They knew what they were about. It's going to be a great event for them, but I saw 3 standout athletes here today. There's young Leslie from St. David's area who equaled a record. He looked pretty good. Then there's Leah Rose from the South St. George Government School. She's good. And then there was this youngster from the St. Paul's Government School who was also very impressive. I had the opportunity to look at the St. Andrew's Primary School games and the others online. And there's a young man from the St. Andrew's RC School who won a gold medal at these championships here. But overall, I think it's going to be a difficult proposition to beat St. Andrew. A number of records were broken at the parish sports in St. Andrew. And whenever records are broken, it gives an indication as to the strength of the team going into these championships. So they will receive a lot of challenge from St. George. St. Patrick's have a youngster there. I can't remember his name as well, but he did very well at the parish sports. And Carriacou always come with something unknown. And the folks on the western side, sometimes we get something out of them. But I think it's going to be a battle between St. George and St. Andrew for the primary school championship.
All right. Well, that basically puts a wrap on a lot of things that we've been discussing over the last 2 days here at the National Championships. Things have quieted down at the stadium. Mostly everybody's gone home. We're the only folks here, so we've got to get out of here. Leslie, it has been a pleasure on behalf of the entire communications team of TNR Communications and broadcasters, Clyde Rondell John, who was with us yesterday. He couldn't make it today, but he's going to be around moving forward. The man with the yellow glasses. Everybody was asking about your yellow glasses. Don't answer that now. Find a way to deal with that when we get back here in a couple of days. But in the meantime, Leslie, it has been a pleasure again working with you. Thanks a whole lot. And to our viewers, we've enjoyed your company. We hope you've enjoyed ours. And we'll see you again when we come back for primary school games, private primary school games, intercore games. We will surely be here for Character 51. We will be here for that for sure. And thanks a lot again for joining us. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your week ahead. And March is a fantastic month for athletics. Catch you soon. Have a good night, everybody.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's Flexi Credit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a Flexi Credit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. Flexi Credit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your Flexi Credit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, love we sing, love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.